And good morning to all our watchers and listeners around the region. We're beaming here from a sunny Coolidge cricket ground at the beginning of this Apex Test series between England and the West Indies. I'm Mally Richards. I'm here joined by former West Indies player and Leeward Islands captain Sylvester Bouncing Joseph. How are you this morning, sir?
Good morning to the viewers, listeners, wherever you are in the world. It's a beautiful day here.
It is.
At the CCG, Mali and the English, they won the toss and decided to bat.
Yeah.
I think, it's a good selection. West Indies conditions are beautiful. Here at CCG, it normally has a bit of moisture to start with, but this is Test cricket. We're going to a Test series, and I think that the English batters, they need this challenge, to get them mentally and even physically ready and in tune for the big one coming up.
Yeah, and like you said, it's the beginning of this Test series, this Apex Test series, a sunny Coolidge cricket ground. It's also an opportunity for these President's 11 players to put their hands up and vie for selection in this West Indies team.
Yeah, indeed. And I must say that, coming after the two first-class games, it's good for these young batsmen, these batters and even the bowlers, because they have done well. Really and truly, they have done remarkably well in the two games. They have been consistent in getting runs and getting wickets. So it's an opportunity that I think come at the right time for them, where in terms of their, playing some sort of cricket, so they're in a rhythm. So it should be a good showing, hopefully, for these young aspiring, I should say, and some of them want to get back in the
reckoning. Yeah, and as a fan of cricket generally, it's interesting as well for me. Exciting to have a look at this new England squad. We saw how they performed in the Ashes, going down 4-0. Actually, almost getting whitewashed, but going down 4-0, and we've seen the changes since then. No Broad, no Anderson. Quite a few of the batters dropped as well. So interesting to see how they get on in this game as well.
Yeah.
As we start there. Quick ball there from the bowler from the northern end. Not quite sure. It's Preston McSween, number 14 from the Windwards.
Yeah, he's been doing really, really well for the Windward Islands. He played a few games here as well, in the A-team series early on, and he has shown and proven that he, especially at this ground, I think he likes bowling here.
I think he had quite a good regional Super 40 here as well.
Yeah.
The last time he was here, he was pushing was pretty close to West Indian selection actually. So to see him here with the new ball in his hand, running in, it bodes well, in terms of the expansion of the talent for this West Indies squad going forward.
Yeah, and we have seen on the circuit now the emerging of a lot of left arm quicks.
Quite a few.
Quite a few, yeah.
As he's in quite a let's say, I wouldn't say gentle, but a little tame-ish start, apart from that first delivery. Quick bouncer there to Lees, who's also making his debut here for the England cricket team. Alex Lees, 28 years old, from the county of Yorkshire. He's actually played quite a few first-class games to start. 127 first-class games before making his debut here. So he's well-seasoned as a first-class cricketer.
And coming into the highest level, you need that sort of experience, and exposure behind of you. He has, done remarkably well, and he comes at a time where England, they need someone and an opening
at
pair
the top,
to really cement themselves and grab hold of this opportunity to give the English team a really good start. They've been struggling for a few series now.
Yeah, a bit similar situation to the West Indies, I would say, in terms of that opening partnership. Just really struggling to find a viable option. as we see, just swinging outside the off stump there by Preston Maxwell. Good shape, well left by Alex Lees, from the county of Durham as well. And we know, if you know anything, you played, I'm sure you played at Durham.
Yeah, we played one
yeah,
of the coldest cricket
yeah,
matches
it's
ever.
very cold.
Yeah.
And the wickets are not all that conducive for batting. So for him to score that many runs up there at Durham just shows you possibly what kind of player he is in terms of his technique, solid defense, and looking to attack when presented with bad deliveries. Pretty solid though, you'd say.
Yeah, and
First time looking at him.
I like the start of Max Green as well. You know, hitting the straps, hitting the right areas. We know that the pitch is not going to be at his fastest because of the early morning moisture.
Yep.
Yeah, but,
as the day goes along.
Yeah, and the lengths are pretty good. You know, pretty good to start with.
Is that a maiden over from Max Green? Good start there. Like you say, just hitting the right areas, just a little bit of shape away from the left-handed batter in Lees, and it's going to be Zach Crawley facing up to the first delivery here from.
That looks like.
Who is that, Bunks?
Lewis. That looks
Sherman.
like Sherman Lewis. Yeah.
It's going to be Sherman Lewis.
Yeah.
Right
he
down.
got an opportunity. He got an opportunity early on with the test team, and you know, I think he got injured.
You're right, quite a while ago.
Yeah, quite a while ago. So it's very good to see him back because he looked the part. You know, when he got the opportunity, he looked like one that would, you know, push on. But unfortunately, you know.
Yeah, it was a bit of a meteoric rise for him. He went quite quickly and then almost disappeared just as fast.
Well,
it's good to see him back, honestly.
Indeed, the pool is getting wider for the fast bowling department, you know, for West Indies team, and that is really good.
I mean, if you think about the team selected, the young fast bowlers in the selected for the first test, Alzari Joseph under 25, Anderson Phillip under 25, Jaden Seals. We have the nucleus forming here of a pretty potent test attack, in my opinion. What do you think?
Yeah, indeed, and I always of the opinion that we have these, especially Sales and Joseph, and I think that the pace, that extra pace, you know, we are batsmen and we are the extra pace normally.
And the length as well, you know. Yep.
You know, so I thought over the years that we should have, you know, used them more often, and hopefully, you know, this
is the
selection,
start of that.
yeah, this is the start of that. And I mean, you have to select. Sometimes you have to select the team. I like the way the selectors, you know, opted to, you know, give Gabriel a rest, let him, you know, get himself fit and come back strong.
Yeah, I don't think he was up to you know, he had the match fitness necessary to be a steady contributor in a test match at this stage. Oh, as we see Sherman Lewis, he's got good pace though.
Yeah.
Looks like it's coming through quite nicely. Wicketkeeper Dorridge collecting just about chest height. A bit of shape as well from Sherman Lewis going down there. Outswing, sorry, away from the batter, Zach Crawley, who we know is a class player, Sylvester. He's shown it at on a few occasions. I remember a big 100 against Pakistan. He scored quite a good 80 as well, coming in the Ashes just recently. So he's a bit of a classy player, Zach Crawley.
Yeah, he likes it on like middle and leg.
Yeah, like playing to that onside. Yep.
But he was one of the positive light in the
was.
batting, you know, in the just concluded Ashes series. He came in a
bit late, yeah.
And he has shown, you know, with his experience, and he came with that positivity.
One of the few batters I'd say that maybe enhanced their reputations down there on that tour. Everyone else weren't so lucky. I think David Malan is a bit unlucky to miss out here. Not quite sure, you know what I mean, he, along with Root, he was another batter who probably performed reasonably well, but to see him miss out here was a bit surprising. Shot. Is he just going to make it? Yes, it's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot there from Zach Crawley. Pitched up from the bowler Sherman Lewis. He just leant forward. Beautiful straight drive past Raymond Reaper at mid-off for 4 runs.
Yeah, that ball was not really a rank half volley, but they see the balance of Zach. You know, he sets up really well, you know, and compact, and he just come and caresses that ball through mid off for a nice easy boundary. The outfield is a bit on the slow side, but you know, he had enough on it to get it to the boundary.
Yeah, it didn't exactly race to the boundary, but it kept Raymond Reefer a bit interested, but just beat him to the boundary. 4 runs. As the score after the second over is 4 without loss. Crawley on 4 and Lee's yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, good patient, watchful start here by these 2 batters, and he, you know, punks on that I say semi-bad delivery.
Yeah, it wasn't a rank half volley like you say. He kind of, just a little on the up, but he's quite a tall guy as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well over 6 foot.
I mean, as a slip cordon, I think they will be intrigued by that length, you know. You look into the batsman drive.
And that shape as well,
yeah,
we see from Lewis.
So it's a good over.
As we see Max Sween again, just starting, nice delivery just outside that off stump, just going away slightly, just a hint of shape away from the batsman Lees, and he's good enough to just block that into the offside for no run.
Yeah, Max Sween, you know, he's bowling from the far end,
Yeah.
and the breeze is coming across, so you know that would help his, you know, way swing a bit, and
Just have to get the length right here.
yeah.
That corridor, like Jeff loves to talk about. Just swinging away again there from, and that's going to be actually important from batters on both teams going into this test series. Actually, just how they leave the deliveries, especially the opening batters. I think at times we've struggled, especially from a West Indian perspective, to actually recognize what the true objective of an opener is. And more often than not, the first job is to see off that new ball and then take it from there. To see John Campbell, what's your opinion on John Campbell coming back into this squad?
Well, I mean, he seems to be like he's in good form. Remember the last time when they had the series, we were on commentary doing some practice, the best
of the best. Yeah.
You know, and we were adamant, you know, in terms of him not being selected because he was really, you know, scoring any runs, and he had a lot of opportunities, and you know, he went back, and now we saw him, you know, scoring centuries. If you're a young batsman, you know, get left out, and you have to come back and
do
show
it.
that, and score runs.
Yep.
And he did that, so it's up to him now, I think, you know, to move forward at the highest level.
Ooh, good delivery there from Sherman Lewis. Just bounced a little on Alex Lees there. That shape away again, but maybe lengthwise just a little too short.
Yeah, I think so. That one, he had a little bounce, but the pace, it wasn't really there. I think, as you see,
a bit tennis ball.
Bounce,
that moisture as you were talking about earlier, just not letting the ball carry through as quickly.
And you see, Lee had a bit of concern. He went down to do a bit of gardening.
As Lee gets off the mark, they push that one into the offside, and he's on his way for the England cricket team. His first runs as an England opener. I'm sure he'll be pretty happy with that, Sylvester.
Of course. To get your first run, you know, even as just a player, much less
as an England player, international.
You definitely, well, your name is definitely in the record books
for sure,
for sure. In terms of runs,
you're on your way. You're on your way. And to consider him, you know, he's played, like I said before, 127 first-class matches, scored the 7,078 runs, and I think he's got 1,500.
Wow!
So, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how his transition to international cricket is, whether it's seamless or whether he has a few bumps in the road, because in terms of a background, he's should be well seasoned.
Yeah.
Oh! As we see the end of the over there from Preston Max Sween. just beat a final delivery, just beat Zach Crawley outside the off stump. It's 5 without loss, 3 overs gone. Lee's on 1 and Zach Crawley on 4.
Yeah, that was a very, very good delivery to Crawley. You know, the first delivery so for the morning from Maxwell to Jack Crawley.
And it's where in that line of attack we saw from Max Sweeney to Zach Crawley, it's where we've seen the international bowlers around the world target Zach Crawley when he's played. You know, like you said earlier, he's pretty strong when the ball's pitched straight.
Yeah.
But just outside that off stump and a little wider, he sometimes plays those little naughty shots when the ball isn't quite there, giving the slips a chance. Oh, that's just missing, I think. But it's good pace from Sherman Lewis. He's been quite impressive, hasn't he, Sylvester?
Yeah, he looks good. He looks ready. He looks up for the challenge. I guess, you know, he saw an opportunity here. As I said, he has been there, so he know what it takes to get there. But he looks, you know, he looks fit. He looks like he's ready to go and
really sharp. He's
sharp,
been on.
yeah.
On his mark from ball 1 here today. And as a young West Indian player, that's good to see. Not taking much time to get into his work at all.
And I think this is one thing that you know, has gone missing for a number of years now in terms of our first class players playing against the international team. You know, in our day, you know, when you go on tour, even when a team is touring, you have maybe 3-4 side games that you know, players will get the experience of playing against the international players and learn from them. You know, and some of us became friends over a number of years as well.
Yeah, I can remember you playing quite a few games for Antigua against international teams.
Yeah, even Antigua, you know. Yeah. So this is a good opportunity, I think, and we need a lot more of these.
We need more of these, yeah definitely. Like you said, in times gone by, it would be the national teams of these islands taking part in these warm-up games. But now to see the President's 11 back, we're getting a more settled cricketing schedule after the pandemic, I'd say. And it's going to allow for a few more opportunities for guys around the world to stake their claim, you know.
Well, I mean, opportunities are there for the taking at the moment.
Yep.
You, as a player, you know, you have to get yourself ready and prepared because you never know.
You never know. That's for sure. As we're seeing Sherman Lewis there, another good delivery. Just honing in on that off stump. Good in-swing shape there to the batter Lees. But Lees showing, like we say, to be an opening batter up there in Durham, you have to be pretty solid, don't you? Ball moves around, not the best pitches for batting per se. He's been hustling and bustling here, Sylvester. Sherman Lewis, with that good shape as well, that in-swing shape to the left-hander and just going away from the right-handed Zach Crawley.
Yes, indeed, and he knows his shape, and he can see the length as well. I think the length is really giving Crawley Lee something to think about. He has a foolish length. He has pace on it, you know, and you know, sometimes with fast bowlers, the fuller the ball is, the slower the ball, but only the short balls, you know. But it's good to see that you have pace when you're going up. When you're pitching it up as well.
I can remember Eldine Baptist always used to say, you know, even when pitching the ball up, you still got to be looking to hit that length pretty hard. And these are the small margins that make all the difference in the world. Another over comes to an end there from Sherman Lewis. He's been very good this morning, quite impressive. He hasn't been, well, both bowlers actually in tandem haven't been giving away any bad balls at all, to be honest. And England just steady at the start. Zach Crawley just building his innings. He played that lovely straight drive, but Alex Lee's showing quite good solid defense as well. I think we're in for a good day of cricket here, Sylvester.
Yeah, it's the best format in my opinion. You know, the longer version. I think this is
true test, isn't it?
True test, and it's good to see that, you know, it's intrigued with. Yeah, this is cricket.
This is good cricket, as we see that one from Max Sween just bounce a bit on on Zach Crawley, but he got the hands up and just dropped it in front of him. But this end, the end that McSween's bowling from just seems to be bouncing a little bit. That northern end just seems to be bouncing a little bit here on Zach Crawley. But that height, the fact that he's so tall, he's able to just kill that in front of him. No real alarm, but both President's 11 bowlers here providing a test for these England batters.
Nice. You see the difference in terms of the level of cricket. Even though, that previous ball bounced a lot. Zach Crawley was still.
Oh, he managed it.
He played it well, and sometimes as a batter, you're still looking for that ball to bounce. So, but he stayed composed and looking to go forward again for the next delivery, and easily stroking it down to mid-off for an easy single. And this is, I think, the difference between the real top players and those that want to be.
Yeah, the mental side.
Yeah,
man, and it's a side that we don't talk about as often as we should. Just that ability to forget.
Yeah.
Stay
in the present.
and stay in the moment.
Yeah.
You see the players that can do that the best. They're the ones that tend to be the most successful.
Indeed. You have to play, I guess, one ball. Now that I'm coaching, I can tell them,
a different
try
side.
Try and focus on one ball. Whatever happened before,
Not too far back, not too far into the
Indeed,
future.
indeed,
in
yeah.
the moment,
Yeah,
you're right.
In the moment.
We see McSween there again. Good delivery.
It's a Windward Island combination.
Yeah, it is actually. It's Lewis and McSween, both hustling and bustling in. Both seem to have found good rhythm here early, and it tells you that these guys have been training and performing well. Like you say, for their territories, for them to even be here.
Indeed.
So we're seeing guys who are in form, which is good to see.
Yeah. And it's good to see two Windward Islands bowlers. Tell us that the Windward Island bowling team,
is improving.
Yeah, he's doing it, and they're doing it because they lost both of their
they did.
their 2 games in the.
And I think it's their batting has mainly let them down, hasn't it?
Yeah, and it's also impressive to see Alec
Atinez, yeah.
Okay. If your batting is struggling and you have
And you're here.
that you're doing something that is to catch the selector's eyes.
And the old stalwart in Devon Smith, he's still churning the runs out as well.
My good friend is still battling.
Old doggy, still down there scoring those runs.
He has a lot of faith.
Yep.
To be still playing with these youngsters.
I tell you, and still performing as well, which is good to see.
Yeah.
He's got so much to offer in terms of experience. Ooh, as we see that one there from McSween, just a bit full. I'm not quite sure if there was a bit of bat on that one or it was just going down. But McSween there finishing his third over. He's only managed to go for the 2 runs thus far. It's been a good start here from the President's 11. McSween and Sherman Lewis both asking questions of these English batters. Thus far, the English batters just been good enough to come up with the right answers, Sylvester.
Yes, indeed. It's a good battle going on. As I said earlier, that is the work of the open batters. You have to go there and spend as much time as possible, get the shine. Let the bowlers bowl some bowling change. In between, and they're doing a pretty good job on a testing start. Testing start. Yeah.
That's what you'd ask for if you were a bowling coach. You'd want to see these guys pitching the ball in right areas, asking the right questions. As he just slips that one down the leg side as we were talking him up bouncing. I think that was the commentator's curse on that occasion. He's been so accurate throughout the morning, but on that occasion just pushing that one down the leg side. But just to go back to that last delivery from Preston McSween and that one that came in late to Alex Lees. He's just showing that ability to swing it and also to get that one to hold its line as well. And I think that's pretty dangerous. We saw Alex Lees just falling over a little bit, but the ball just going down that leg side. So we're seeing improved skills here from Preston McSween as well. Oh, it's a no ball there from Sherman. Just overstriving a little bit there. Young Windward Islands fast bowler, just overstriding a little bit, going for that extra pace. And as we see the first no ball of the day.
Yeah. And after 5 overs, you have 7 runs.
7 runs, yeah.
He showed the discipline. It's not a coincidence. It's just the discipline that these two bowlers, are exhibiting so far.
Yeah.
That's the length that he likes there, man. He plays that with immense power and grace.
Yeah, he seems to always have that extra time, doesn't he?
Middle leg.
Yeah, that's Zach Crawley. That's the area that he actually likes. He loves the ball on middle and leg. And just to whip it through that hand side. Where he gets into trouble is when the ball is just pitched outside that off stump and he's not sure whether to play or whether to leave, and he doesn't show that conviction in terms of getting out and playing that ball through the offside. But on that occasion there from Sherman Lewis, just a little too straight and put away by Zach Crawley. See that one just dying a little bit on his way through to the wicketkeeper, Dorridge. Crawley actually will carry a lot of hopes for England, I'd say, in this series, Sylvester. I don't know what you think about that, but like you said, him coming out of the Ashes with his, at the very least, his reputation intact. And all the changes that we have seen, 8 players from that Ashes squad being dropped for this tour. So that's a large amount of change there, to be honest. Massive amount from one tour to the next. So, I mean, he'll be carrying a lot of the batting hopes on his shoulders, along with Root as well.
Yeah, and it's a big challenge for him, I think, that after you replace your replacement player in the previous series, and now that you are the senior, basically you're the senior open batter on this series, the very next series, I guess, he can, grace it with both hands.
Yep.
and take the opportunity. But I think he's capable. I think the way he batted, on a pressurized situation in the Ashes, he shows that he's capable of, taking up the mantle for the English team, which they're looking forward for him to do that.
As we see wicketkeeper Shane Dorridge take that one, it's actually great to see him back.
Oh, just to call his name.
Yeah, I mean, to see him back in West Indies cricket at the time in which he left, hands down, probably our best wicketkeeper batter. He was going through a few problems, but he had forged his reputation in the international game, and for him to be gone for over 2 years or so, for him to be back now, it's actually great to see, and he's pushing hard for selection in this Test series as well.
A good single here. Good.
Raymond Reefer just on his heels a little bit there. Good batting really from Zach Crawley. Just getting that momentum onto that front foot and just soft hands into the offside and coming through for 1 run. As the end of that over from Sherman Lewis, the score is 12 without loss. Zach Crawley on 6 and Alex Lees on 2.
Zach Crawley should be about a 9. He scored.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure what the scoreboard's saying here. Yeah. 8 or 9, I'd say.
Yeah.
And Lee's on 2. He's hit 2 boundaries, in it. We saw the straight drive and that lovely shot through the onside through mid wicket. As Preston McSween begins his 4th over here to Zach Crawley, who seems to be eating up quite a bit of the strike here early, Sylvester. That one just outside the off stump going through to wicketkeeper Dorridge. Yeah, just back to Shane Dorridge. Would you say, in your opinion, was it a good decision to probably play him in this match and just hold him back a little bit in terms of reselection, his reintegration to the West Indies team?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, after 2 years, I think the PR, from whoever, maybe Barbados Association or the Cricket West Indies, in terms of him, why he was out, he had a horrific time in England the last time he played.
Yeah.
After this delivery, good single. These guys are understanding, just looking up and taking a single, good partnership they developing here so
Very
far.
good batting. Playing with soft hands as well. Late. Playing the ball very late.
Rotating the strike with the left and right hand combination. It's good cricket here.
Forcing.
But in terms of Shane Dowidge, I mean, he played the first test. He didn't do too badly. I think he scored a half century. And whatever transpired between, the first and the second and third test, you can see that he was in disarray. Like something mental went with him. And from then, he never really caught himself. And I think that the PR, should have let us know, more information about his health, his mental.
What was the issue really?
Because
I think it was just personal reasons. That was the official line.
He's one of our better players.
Yeah.
I mean, he has what? I think it's 3 test centuries. I think he's the best keeper that we have.
I think at the time, in terms of wicket-keeper batters around, he was in that space of time, that 18 months or so, he was probably the best around in terms of his average and what he was doing. So to have him back in the fold is actually good. It's very good, the competition for places, it only bodes well in the future, really.
Yeah.
Ooh, that one just keeping a little low on Alex Lees there. Just squeezing it into a short mid-wicket. Seeing a little slight inconsistency in bounce, just a little bit. Just a few just skating through a little lower and a bit earlier, a few popping on the batters as well. So something to keep an eye on.
We definitely seen more of it when
Mac from that end, yes.
Lewis length is a bit much fuller.
Yeah.
So he's not really bowling back of the length, so we can see really consistently the bounce.
The bounce of the pitch,
Yeah, well, Max really he's doing a bit in terms of length.
And on that one, they're just going for that full one, but like you said, just a little floaty, not really hitting the length hard. They're going for that full delivery. It did swing though, and that's been a hallmark of his bowling this morning. Is the consistent swing that we have seen from him. I wonder how long this ball will continue to swing for, because it's going to be important that the President's 11 take good care of the ball. Keep the condition of the ball in top condition in terms of to aid their movement here today, because it's going to be hot and dry in my looking at it. Ended that over there from Max Swede. Just the one run from it for it's 4 overs now bowled by Preston. He's only gone for the 3 runs. He's been pretty consistent here. On the odd occasion he's caused trouble for the English batsmen, but the English batters holding firm.
Yeah, indeed. Max Swede seems like a very attacking bowler. He's after wickets. He changes his length now and then, and he tries to use the condition of the pitch to his best ability. But there's a bit of swing. I mean, he's not much compared to Durham, where he said, where you say, so he should be comfortable with the swing. But
he should be pretty happy with these batting conditions coming from Durham. Yeah.
But I think it's the length that really, giving him and the condition of the pitch.
Right.
It's giving him food for thought.
Just starting that one a little straight, but just hinting towards our stump there. Sherman Lewis. He seems to have a pretty strong wrist action as well, Sylvester. We're not directly behind him here, but we're just seeing the shapes that he's getting, and his wrist seems to be fully behind these deliveries. Looking a pretty good prospect. Score is 13 without loss. Crawley on 11 from 19, and Lee's just on the 1 run actually from 25 deliveries. It's another good delivery there from Lewis. Crawley not coming all the way forward, but just getting that weight onto the front foot. Like we said, he's a tall man, isn't he? He's got a long reach as well. he's just looking pretty solid.
Yeah, you can see he started to get into his stride.
Yeah.
You know, that shot that he played to mid wicket a few overs ago, that was a beautiful shot. You know, I think that as a batter, when you can play those shots, it shows you that you are top class batsman.
Yeah, you're on top form.
Yeah, I always look for a batter where he plays that on drive.
And you're looking for that balance as well and that head positioning. But what I will say about Crawley is that he always looks good. Whether he scores runs or not, he tends to look good. It's just at times his concentration has let him down. You know, he'd get to some really good 20s and 30s and then just throw away his innings with some naughty shots. But there's some added responsibility here for him on this tour. I think on the Ashes tour he was almost more of a younger player. Now he's on this in this Caribbean series, this Apex Test series, he's gonna have to assume a little bit more responsibility, in my opinion. So we see that one from Sherman Lewis outside, that off stump left by Lees. Lees looks like a kind of guy who's set his stall out to bat all day, Sylvester.
Yeah, indeed. He plays according, plays the ball according to his merit. I'll see a bit more of him to see if he's a bit more
as
attacking.
we go along. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think in this day and age with 2020 and all these 10-10, I think these batters, should be more, more assertive. To be honest, so when you just started, you can be kind of susceptible because of the conditions and so forth. But as you get into a stride, I think that the batters need to be more fluent.
And I think we see it from the top batters as well. If you think the shots, you think of a Joe Root or just most top batters here today, just the aspects of the white ball game that they bring to the red ball game. Yeah. You see the reverse sweeps, you see the laps, you see the maneuvering of the field. I think it only helps the game of cricket overall.
But in terms of our batters, we haven't seen that.
Not so much our batters. Yeah.
You think it's a mental thing, coaching, or what?
I think it's a bit of both. I think confidence. I think it's coaching. A lot of it is coaching. I think the coaching is slightly changing over the years. I think if you can remember growing up with some of your coaches, those shots probably wouldn't have been allowed. These little laps and little reverse sweeps and these things, But now we're seeing, coaches giving players the confidence to make mistakes and play those shots. But, you've got to be practicing them in order to execute them. You're not just going to play them in a match. You have to practice them and execute them. And I think that's where the coaching has changed. The players aren't discouraged then from playing these shots.
But in terms of our batters, are they being exposed to playing those shots? Because you seldom see that our players
even sweep.
Yeah, and if it's if the conventional sweep.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
If you can't sweep in this day, that's why we have so many dot balls.
And that's
the strike is not rotating and so forth.
Tend to get stuck in the middle of the innings when the spinners come on. We saw that in that India series. Just concluded India series actually, when Chahal and Bishnoi and these guys come on, we tend to get stuck, not being able to rotate the strike. It's either six or out really, and we need to find that, like you say, that batsmanship, that middle ground, to be able to rotate the strike without taking that many risks. McSween in again, good delivery just outside that off stump, just run down to third slip there by Zach Crawley, who's on 12 from 23. Lee's still trudging along, 1 from 28, as we just saw Casey Carty come into shot. Another young talent here in the West Indies, actually from St. Martin, so we're pretty familiar with him here in the Leewards, aren't you, Sylvester? What are you expecting to see from him, not only in this game, but going forward for the rest of the season?
Well, I've seen him for the Leeward Islands, and he looks like a more comfortable player. He looks like he wants to, bat. I think from the Super 40, he spent a lot of time with Kumar from Canada. Both of them, and I saw
British.
British Kumar, and I believe something changes
Rubbed off on him.
Yeah, because he looks a different player in my opinion.
Good.
I just think that he needs to rotate the strike some more, as with all of our batters.
Yeah.
But he looks determined, and I'm really happy to see that he gets an opportunity here, to know that the selectors have him in mind. And
they do.
Sometimes that gives you a bit of confidence as well.
I mean, if you think against Ireland earlier up in the year as well, he was a travelling reserve in the one-day squad as well, a white ball. So it just shows you he's firmly in the selector's thoughts, and a good performance here today would just push him further up that pecking order. But not just today, in this match. As McSween just losing it a little there down the leg side. Talk about that right-hand, left-handed combination. That would have been a pretty good delivery to Alex Lees. But to Zach Crawley just swinging away down that leg side. It just shows you just the problems that can be posed with this left-hand, right-hand combination. But still pretty steady stuff. No real alarms from both teams. Both teams just easing themselves into the game here this morning. As we see him now go around the wicket, Preston McSween going around the wicket to Zach Crawley.
I think it's a good move. He missed his run.
Yeah,
I
just
think
missed
it's a
his
good
run.
move because with Jack Crawley, he likes the ball pitching maybe about middle and leg, and if McSween can pitch that ball like middle and half and get it to angle away, that may induce him into playing across the line of the delivery and create an opportunity.
Which we have seen from him. That is the way to exploit, to go after a Zach Crawley. I'm sure the analysts would have put that firmly in the bowler's mind here this morning. Or good enough to punch that down the ground. Didn't time it as well as he would have liked. Duffed it a little bit, just got the toe of the bat going down there to Raymond Reeford mid-off, but one run. As Crawley now goes on to 13. The score is 15 without loss, and one delivery left in this over as we see him go back over the wicket to the left-handed Alex Lees.
Yep, and after this over we have our good friend Mr. Roberts.
Yeah.
Well dressed. It seems like we're underdressed.
Yeah, we're underdressed here today. We're in completely, we're all over the place this morning.
Well, so he's a principal, so he knows how to.
Yes.
Yeah, it's good to have him with us. Nice blue.
Can't wait for him to come take over the ball by ball here for us.
Well, he's here now, and you see.
Yeah, as that over comes to an end from Preston McSween. 15 without loss, 9 overs gone. Crawley on 13 from 26. Alex Lees in his first match for the England cricket team on 1 from 29 deliveries. As we welcome Denmore Roberts in this morning. Good morning, Denmore.
Mali, and good morning to all our listeners. It's bright and sunny here at Coolidge Cricket Ground with a very gentle but comfortable breeze blowing across the ground. The West Indies President's 11 starting this morning in the field, and England's English team would feel that they have had a pretty solid start, 15 without loss at this stage. Offline and flicked away 4 runs. Not the type of bowling you're going to want from your opening bowler, and on that occasion Lewis just strayed down the leg side, and just a little tickle from Zach Crawley was all that it needed, and he picked up a boundary. So 4 runs to him, Zach Crawley, the 24-year-old from Kent, and he has had just 1 century so far in Test cricket. Alex Lees, the 28-year-old who plays for Durham, is yet to play for England. Pretty late coming into the English setup, and but he looks competent from what we've seen so far this morning. Pretty solid in terms of his technique and his batting. And somebody who's trying to, here is Lewis, right up. Sherman Lewis, who's trying to make an impression on the selectors as well. So he too will have something to prove in this match today. All of these guys are trying to get into the crosshairs or into the eyesight of lead selector Desmond Haynes and his team.
Yeah, and I'll just run through the President's 11 squad quite quickly here, Denmore. I've got Shane Dorrich, captain, Raymond Reefer, Colin Archibald, Alec Atenez, Casey Carty, Sherman Lewis, Preston McSween, Shane Mosley, Jeremy Solizano, Shamar Springer, Devon Thomas, Brian Charles, and Jeremiah Louis.
So that's the squad selected for the President's 11.
And the England, actually, we have Joe Root, captain, Johnny Bairstow, Zach Crawley, Matthew Fisher, Ben Fuchs, Dan Lawrence, Jack Leach, Alex Lees, Sakib Mahmood, Craig Overton, Matt Parkinson, Ollie Pope, Ollie Robinson, Ben Stokes, Chris Wokes, and Mark Wood. That's the squad for this Apex Test Series here.
And the Apex Test Series this year will be played between Antigua Barbuda and the Antigua Barbuda, Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, then Kensington Oval in Barbados, and we end the series at the Grenada National Stadium in Grenada. So that's going to be the Test Series. We're now in the warm-up match, which is the President's 11 at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, and we'll be here from March 1st to 4th in this warm-up encounter, and then the first test comes up at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Again, Strain flicked away. He's going to have to be very careful with that line. All morning he's been slightly offline, and it could possibly be because of the left-hand, right-hand combination that the English team has. Sherman Lewis has been a little bit offline in terms of his bowling to Zach Crawley especially.
He started quite well this morning, actually, Denmore, and just recently he's just gotten a bit too straight to Zach Crawley, and that plays into the strengths of Zach Crawley. We've laboured the point of just how good he is when the ball's pitched on his stumps, but just outside the off stump is where he's just a little weak, and it'll be I think Lewis should just be aiming for those areas at this point in time. He seems to be just looking to bowl that magic delivery where it starts just about middle and leg and swings away, but he's not quite getting that early that swing that we saw from him a bit earlier.
A little bit of pressure from Captain Dorrich.
Oh,
this is a better delivery outside the off stump. That one cut back at the left-handed Lees. Started outside the off stump, but cutting back in to Lees, and good judgment in the end by Alex Lees. 20 without loss is the total.
Yeah, on that occasion we saw that swing, but well left from Alex Lees, and that's a hallmark of an English opener, to be honest, especially one that's come from the north of England. Yorkshire to begin with, and then Durham later on. You know, the ball tends to move quite a lot up there. It's not the best. The pitches aren't the best for batting in terms of how the pace and the bounce, but leaving the deliveries are a key stroke for an opener, especially in English conditions. And on that occasion, Alex Lees showing a pretty solid lead there to that delivery, coming back late from Sherman Lewis.
Colin Archibald is going to get the opportunity to bowl in this President's 11. He would be very happy given an opportunity like this, getting an opportunity to bowl against international players, to test his skills against the likes of Zach Crawley, Alex Lees, Joe Root, and others. So he would be very excited that having given the opportunity to play.
Yet another left arm seamer as well. We're seeing quite a few emerging here, Denmore in the region. Young Archibald from the Leewards.
He starts well. First delivery, short of a length, and the batsman is in defensive mode of mind. A few spectators are around the ground, not that many as yet. A few English folks seem to be taking in, soaking up the sunshine here in the Caribbean.
They'll be loving it considering the weather in England at this time.
It has been miserable over there. You took in the football over the weekend, and you heard the complaints over and over about the miserableness of the weather.
Yep.
Badly lying delivery, not taken advantage of though by Crawley. He wanted to smash that one some way, didn't make contact. But Colin Archibald, in all his excitement, he's going to have to settle down very quickly.
Yeah, and he's still quite inexperienced in terms of his first-class career here, Denmore. He's only played, I think this is his 6th game, 5 games before this. So to get an opportunity this early into his career to represent President's 11 against an England team here, it's valuable experience for him at this young
valuable
stage.
experience. And I think too, because he's a left arm medium fast bowler, the difference that he brings to the table in terms of the attack for a West Indies team would be something that would be very vibrant in the minds of the selectors, having that variation available, and if he's good enough, if he's shown to be good enough, he could be making a name for himself.
Prospect.
So he would want to really bowl well in this game, especially.
Yeah, you'd want to pick up a few wickets in this game, and like you say, just throw his hat in the ring as well.
Certainly. Good looking drive, but straight to the fielder, no run.
He's also made a pretty good start he's had a pretty good 2 games actually for the Leewards, losing quite a close game to Barbados in the first one, and actually demolishing Guyana by an innings in the second game. And if you look at the scores, you'd see that Colin Archibald was there or thereabouts, picking up 2, 3, picking up his wickets and contributing.
Vital contributions as well. Better delivery this time, angling across the right-handed batsman in Crawley. Just looking to attack Crawley and looking to take him into the slips there. 3 of them.
That's a line actually in which you attack Crawley, but the length's just a little short from Archibald. And one aspect where I think he can definitely improve and get better is in that pace. You want him to add a couple of yards of pace,
yes.
as he grows into his career.
This time through to wicketkeeper Dorwich, and earlier we heard you speak about Shane Dorwich and him coming back, and it speaks a lot to his resilience, the fact that he went through some personal issues, being able to overcome them to get back into cricket, and the selectors showing good confidence in him, bringing him straight back into the fray, showing him that they still think that he has something to contribute to West Indies cricket. It would have been pretty easy for the selectors to look elsewhere for somebody, maybe even somebody younger coming through the ranks, but to show the confidence in him that we still think that you have something to offer to this team is pretty good.
Yeah, and I think we had mentioned that he had left the England tour. I think it was the New Zealand tour.
Yes,
Yeah,
he came back from New Zealand.
And it was the New Zealand tour in which he came back from.
And you could see on that tour, especially after the first test, that something was wrong.
Yeah.
Because even in his wicket keeping, I remember him getting hit behind the stumps.
Yeah.
And
to the pace
from
bowlers.
something that you think that he would normally handle. And to see that, you suggest that he was
Something
probably
was
not
wrong.
in the frame of mind that he wanted to be. But glad to see him back again in the fray.
Bowling change. Looks like Brian Charles here into the attack then more.
So we're going to see spin, first set of spin for the day. So early,
I'm a bit surprised.
Is it as a result? Maybe the pitch is a lot slower than
than anticipated. And see the off-spinning Brian Charles from Trinidad into the attack this early is a little bit of a surprise.
Here is a second delivery, very early on in the game. So just to see him, and the England scoring rate, they've really not gotten very far. 1.76 they're going at right now, so it's pretty easy going. Pretty
manageable stuff here.
Yep, nothing at all out of the ordinary, nothing at all dangerous as yet.
It's actually my first time seeing Brian Charles bowl.
Mine as well.
On him, yeah.
But his statistics that we've seen in the regional competition so far suggests that he's pretty tight, pretty effective bowler.
He's played 23 games in his career, first-class matches.
That one was nicely flighted. I like the way that he flighted that last one there to Lees. Just gave it just a little bit more flight, just a little bit to see what approach Lees would have.
It's coming right over the top as well.
Certainly.
Looks good action as well. Good off-spinning action. Looks to be trying to give the ball a massive rip as well. Denmore.
Yes, didn't really turn it too much, but you could see that he was trying with his variation. He had some flat and faster, then he flighted a couple towards the end just to give that difference in the variation of his spin. He'll be hoping though that the pitch takes spin today, because you tend to think that he's going to have a lot of work to do in this match, especially if the English batsmen are able to get in. The captain is going to want somebody like a Brian Charles to do a lot of work, probably tie up one end.
For sure.
And so that he can rotate his other bowlers from the other end. So he will have to settle in and hope to, and look out for a lot of work for the day.
For sure. And to be honest, if we go off what we saw in the Under-19 World Cup as well, in the matches played here at the CCG, spin was absolutely integral. The wickets were very conducive to spin. We saw most teams play 2, 3. Even at times, I think Afghanistan played 4 spinners.
Certainly.
Yeah, here
but
at
what
CCG.
we also saw in some of the games is that once the batsmen are able to apply themselves, they too can score runs.
Can score runs, for sure. Good cricketing wicket, I would say.
It is. Archibald gets good carry through to wicketkeeper Dorwich. And as you said, this is his second over. You were hoping that he would warm up and probably just add a yard of pace.
Just crank it up a little bit.
Yep. To what he has at
I think it's something that he'll grow into, though, definitely. As like we said, this is his 6th first-class game. He's a baby.
Do you think that he can bowl much faster than he is currently?
I think with a little work he possibly can. Just slight little tweaks here and there, just getting stronger in the right areas as well.
Quali's looking for a quick single, gets it in the end. Good running on the part, good communication too. Just nudging it on the onside and taking off for a quick single. Noticing that the mid-on fielder was a little bit on his heels, was just a little bit further back was able to
what's the left arm spinner from Barbados? Not spinner, medium pacer from Barbados from a few years ago.
Pedro Collins.
Not Pedro. The one that was at the crease when we won the Champions Trophy in England that time. Your friend Sylvester. What's his name again? Bradshaw. Ian Bradshaw. That's it.
Yes, that's it.
Archibald reminds me a little of Bradshaw. Just in his action and his gather and the way the legs kind of kick out. Reminds me a little bit of Ian Bradshaw.
Beautiful shot. He's just on the back foot and punching that one. He's going to get a boundary. 4 runs. Good shot by Lees. Short of a length and given the treatment that it deserved.
Yeah, short and asking to be hit actually. And Alex Lees getting that one away. His first boundary of the day. He's faced 37 deliveries, Denmore. But being good enough there when presented with that short wide ball. Just cuffing it down to the boundary for 4. And as England go on now to 25 without loss.
And you would think that he's in now. He's been there for all of 12 overs.
Regardless of the runs.
Regardless of the runs, he's been able to assess the pitch. He's been able to assess conditions. And as we just saw, he's been able to put away the bad deliveries.
After not scoring for so many deliveries, it just shows you the organization, mental.
I think that is the difference sometimes between probably the Englishmen and the West Indian batsmen. You would find that a West Indian batsman out there for 12 overs, only 25 runs, they would feel that, I'm probably not
need to get on with it here.
I'm in trouble or something of that sort. But this is a 4-day encounter. And so you have time.
first match of the tour as well.
Yep.
Give yourself a chance to really get acclimatized, even though you've been practicing here for the past few days or whatever, but really give yourself an opportunity to get acclimatized to conditions. You're gauging the bounce, the pace of the wicket. There's really no rush.
Yep,
at all.
25 without loss after 13.
Yeah, it's Brian Charles back into the... is he going to continue? Yeah, Brian Charles now over the wicket to the right-handed Zach Crawley. Liked what I saw from him in that first over, actually. First time laying eyes on him. I think he played...
And I would like to engage you. I notice these days that off spin ball or bowlers in general, spin bowlers tend to go around the wicket to the left-handers and not even try a few deliveries over the wicket. Is that
I'm not
a
sure
good
why.
thing, or you think that it's a mindset that they have right now?
I don't know. I think sometimes some things just become fashionable in the game, and you're not necessarily sure why. You know, I'm not quite sure the reason. Because I think as an off spinner, you know, over the wicket, at least to begin with, to the left-hander, you create that little bit of doubt, especially outside that off stump, which ones to play, which one not to play. Ooh.
Oh. Crawley's looking to get. He got
Yeah,
it
he got it
through
away.
that mid-wicket region. Thought for a moment the fielder had made the stop, but the ball rushed past him and into that mid-wicket boundary for 4. It was the second flighted delivery of the over. The first one, I thought Crawley missed out on it because he could have made it into a full toss. Didn't put it away. But this second delivery, he was able to capitalize on it and put it away for a boundary.
Good batting there from Crawley. He actually used this crease very well, the depth of the crease. The footwork was superb. The way he just rocked back and created that extra split second to find that gap.
Here is a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Crawley was just looking to play the sweep stroke.
And that's what we were talking about a little earlier, Sylvester, weren't we, in terms of the shots that these guys are playing in red ball cricket. That's almost like a little white ball shot, just a little lap.
He's going to get another run here as he gets this one away down to the deep backward square leg fielder. Just one more. So 30 without loss. Inching on, and it has those two shots of aggression we've seen recently have moved the scoring rate up to over 2 runs per over, 2.20. And just as we've seen, here we've seen Brian Charles going around the wicket to the left-handed Lees. I would love to have seen him probably stay over the wicket just for a little bit, just to see.
It's a little too easy from around the wicket, I would say.
Here, and the ball looks to be turning.
A little bit.
A little bit. It's turning slowly, but it is turning. And so maybe just a few deliveries from over the wicket might have just been done the trick for him.
Looks a good prospect, though.
30 without loss at the end of over number 14. And we've had the first hour of play. The players are going to be refreshing themselves. Let me just bring you up to date with what is going to happen in this test, in this series, Apex Test Series, and this is the schedule. 10 a.m. local time, 9 a.m. Jamaica time is the start of the matches. Today, to the 4th of March, we have the CWI Presidents 11 versus England at Coolidge Cricket Ground in Antigua. If you are here, March 8th to 12th is the first Apex Test match, West Indies versus England at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and that's the start of the Richards Botham Trophy for the battling for the Richards Botham Trophy. On March 16th to the 20th, the second Apex Test, West Indies versus England at Kensington Oval in Barbados, and March 24th to 28th, third Apex Test, West Indies versus England at the Grenada National Stadium in Grenada. Fans, you can make your purchase of tickets at the ticketing platform, windiescricket.com/tickets. So if you go to www.windiescricket.com/tickets, you can obtain your tickets online or at the ticketing office located at the main entrance here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground and of course at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So again, if you're a fan and you want tickets for the Apex Test Series, you go to www.windiescricket.com/cricket. If you're just joining us and you're wondering what is the scorecard so far in the match so far this morning, I will tell you that England won the toss and elected to bat, and so far Lees, he is not out on 24. Lees is not out on 5, and Zach Crawley is not out on 24-30 without loss after the first hour. Preston McSween, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 4 runs, no wicket. Lewis, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, no wicket. Colin Archibald, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 5 runs, no wicket. And Brian Charles has had 2 overs, 1 maiden, 5 runs, no wicket. So no wickets yet for the West Indies Presidents 11 after the first hour of play. So we are about to have a resumption in play here. 30 without loss is the total here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The sunshine is still with us. The players have refreshed themselves and we are about to get back to play here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's a bright sunshine, not necessarily too hot, so the players wouldn't be suffering too much in the sunshine, because even though the sun is out in all its glory, there is a pretty gentle or steady breeze blowing across the field from my right to left as we look at it. Colin Archibald is going to be continuing, and he's continuing to pitch that ball just on or about off stump, going away towards the slips, trying to induce Zach Crawley into a false stroke. Hasn't been able to do so yet. Maybe he's just been a tinge short. As I say, good morning and welcome back to Sylvester Bouncing Joseph. Sylvester, you would have played in President's 11 matches and for the West Indies. What would be in the mind of a young Colin Archibald at this time?
Well, good morning again, Denmore.
Outside the line of the off stump.
Obviously, you are excited for this opportunity, especially coming off a very young career here, 6, 7 first class matches, and to see to get an opportunity like this is a great experience, and hopefully that he can control his nerves early. You're going to have a bit of nerve because this is what you are aspiring to become, and to play for the West Indies team. So if you get an opportunity at the President 11, that means you're getting close, so a good performance here and there, it will even put you even closer. So hopefully he can just control his nerves and do what he is accustomed to doing.
Overstepping on that occasion, no ball called by the umpire. 31 without loss. 5 first class matches so far in terms of his career. 5. He's pretty young when it comes to experience in terms of first class cricket. That one going a little wider, flirting almost with the danger of being called wide there. The umpire, you could hear the umpire's brain ticking over just now, thinking, should I? Then he just decided against it. So the score remains on 31 without loss. We're in over number 15. Again, just on about that on the off stump line. What do you think that he needs to do a little bit differently? He's not causing Zach Crawley to play many of those deliveries. How should he adjust his line?
Well, he seems like he's kind of out of sort in terms of what he wants, the areas that he want to bowl. He's trying to figure out his line and his length. He's still early in his start, in his bowling spell. I think he needs to bowl more to the keeper at first and get his rhythm going.
See one dying as it got through to the wicket keeper there. Just an indication of the slowness of the pitch. And so it looks as if it's going to be hard work for the bowlers in this match.
Yeah, definitely. We all know the first hour is the best chance of getting an early breakthrough with the pitch not really coming on, the little moisture, and with the new ball you have a bit of swing. But I think the English batter in Crawley and Lees, they do an excellent job. It's not keeping the partnership going and wearing down the fast bowlers.
Couple of runs here for the Englishman as
there's a sloppy feeling.
There's a bit of sloppy feeling on the part of the Jeremiah Louis. Wouldn't want to be giving away runs at this early stage with the sloppy feeling, and Captain Dowich, no doubt, would probably require a lot more from his fielders. 33 without loss. We've had 15 overs.
Yeah, and even Archibald will be disappointed in his teammate to give away those easy ones, especially when Archibald looks a bit out of sorts with his bowling. He's not looking like the Archibald that we know. He's very consistent in his line and length. You just need to make the adjustment pretty quickly and assess the conditions here in terms of the pitch sooner rather than later.
Certainly. Sooner rather than later.
We see we have the advent of a lot of left arm fast bowlers. Now we have another one here in Rifa.
Quite a number of left arm seam bowlers about.
I like how you put it, seam bowler. I said fast bowler.
Yes.
You corrected me in a smart way.
Yeah. Well, I'm of the opinion that quite a number of them, especially people like Colin Archibald and others, could bowl faster if they really work hard at it. Rifa, not necessarily a fast bowler, more of a medium pace bowler that hits the target. So I wouldn't necessarily classify him as a fast bowler, but as a decent medium pace bowler. But we'll see how he goes about. He has a tendency to get wickets. Especially when he's bowling in these kind of conditions. So we will see how he operates today.
Yeah, he does. I mean, he bowls the right areas more consistently than most, and he does a bit with the ball as well. So, he's going to get a few here and there.
Again, just outside the line of the off stump, flirting with it was Alex Lees, thinking that one was probably in his zone. To put away with that cut shot. Didn't time it, just got it down into the slips region. Still good to see two slips in, even though with the slow nature of the pitch, there's still two slips and there's a man also at gully. And so Dowich still giving some support to his medium fast bowlers.
Well, the scoring rate is not something to be alarmed about. So I think the support for the bowlers, is required at the moment. The pitch, he has a few deliveries, one with Kiplo, and they have a bit of seam movement as well. So there is something there for the fast bowlers. If you can really run in and put in, you will get out something. So it's good to see the encouragement. Well deserved, I think, in terms of the captaincy.
Certainly, and with the fact that it's only 33 and we've pretty much had over an hour of play, the captain would tend to think that things have not gotten away from him at all.
What do you think about just to draw your thoughts in terms of the selection of these players? I mean, most of these players are coming off of...
the lead selector said that the selections were made based on the persons who were performing at the time, and so I am not necessarily surprised at the selection of the players.
Are you surprised? Are you surprised that Devon Thomas is not in the test squad?
I am, and I said it on a show that I'm on, that I feel that if the lead selector says to us that we selected John Campbell and we selected Anderson Phillip based on performance, then also it should follow that Devon Thomas should have been also selected based on performance. He's in rich form. He's probably second in the tally so far, and not just it wasn't a fluke. He looked a good player, and I believe he deserved an opportunity.
Well, I watched some of his innings, and I see that he's the most dominant batter so far.
He is.
Just the way. I mean, most of the other guys, who scored some runs, they take a lot of balls.
I really felt too that some of his innings, I think the 72. He could have gone on, a little, and made that one also into a century. And maybe just what you're saying, the freeness of the way that he's scoring and the quickness of his scoring is also probably his downfall. In the fact that he needs to understand also that even though I'm scoring freely and things are going well, there are times in my innings when I probably need to just regroup, slow down a little bit, get back my focus fully. So because better feeling this time. Is that Carty?
No, that's Jeremiah Louis.
That's Jeremiah Louis, who is in that position. So that you can refocus, so that you can reset, so that you can start over. Sometimes they would tell you when you get to a milestone or just after, that's sometimes when you're at most vulnerable. So you need to then, click your reset button, see what is going on, and so on and so forth. But he has been dominant, and I think that he deserves an opportunity.
But in terms of the place that were up for grabs, how you think basically all of the places were up for grabs in terms of the middle order? You think?
I think so. I have an issue. I don't know what Jermaine Blackwood is playing as.
Vice captain. In
the sense that he is vice captain, but can he really and truly command a place in the side based on his performances recently? Can he say for sure tomorrow morning that I should be picked? And that is where I have a little bit of an issue. I don't think so. I think Bonner deserves an opportunity based on what he has shown. I am not sure Kyle Mayers is still riding on the double century. I think that his place was up for grabs as well. So I really felt that we had space in the middle order to make some changes, and just like how England were bold, to make some changes, I felt that we missed the opportunity as well to bring in some new fresh faces and see, because we're not winning with the people that we have. So I think that a little shuffle around here or there, give other persons an opportunity to see what can take place is what is necessary. 33 without loss. Remember, you're listening to the live stream of the West Indies President's 11 versus England from the Coolidge Cricket Grounds here in Antigua and Barbuda. We see Antigua and Barbuda. Jeremy Salzano, Shane Mosley, Casey Carty, Alec Athenes, Devon Thomas, Raymond Reefer, Shane Dorwich, Sherman Lewis. Beautiful shot, that's four. Over pitched and driven. You wouldn't see a better looking shot than that all day. That one was absolutely straight. It was over pitched. Leading on it was Zach Crawley, 4 runs. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, the balance of Zach Crawley is something that you, as a batter, you want to see. He has his good balance, especially when you bowl that off stump coming back in just half a middle. He's very, very comfortable, and he looks to pick that length very early, and half volleys he doesn't really miss them, and he's really looking good. He really looking balanced. He's carry on that form that he had in the just concluded Ashes series in Australia. And he's showing, he so far that he's really, in a good space in terms of run scoring and in the way that he's playing.
At the end of the 17th over, England 37 without loss.
So the end of the over, 17 overs gone, 37 without loss.
I thought Kezi Archibald, that last over, he looked like he was beginning to get it in stride. But at this level, man, when you overpitch, you have bad deliveries. These guys, more often than not, will capitalize on those deliveries. And but I mean, five balls in this over, I saw that he's beginning to get his stride, and hopefully that he understands that he has to be very, very consistent, even at this level.
Certainly, Reefer is looking to continue. Number 87 on his back. On or about that off stump. That has been his line since he's been in the attack. His first over, Raymond Reefer just looking to warm into his strides today. You tend to think that all these bowlers, they're going to have to bowl long spells and do much work in this match, just based on the way that the England team have started. 37 without loss, and we've not necessarily seen any chances given so far.
As a matter of fact, it's just, I think, one half appeal.
Just about a half appeal for a leg before.
Yeah, for
when he was playing a sweep shot, Zach Crawley did. Nothing else so far for the morning. The English batsmen have looked comfortable. They've not necessarily been threatened at all by this President's 11 attack.
I think Lee's having a bit of issue in terms of the ball not coming on. He's not fluent in his shots. You can see he's struggling 5 from 50 at the moment now.
But what he's shown though is the patience.
Yeah.
He's not coming on, and he's not been flustered. We have not seen any rash stroke being played as a means of frustration that I'm not scoring. He's had 5 runs from 50 balls, and in any cricket that would be a terrible strike rate, but in under the circumstances, he's not been bothered.
But to be honest, he doesn't look like he's in any trouble.
No, he's not been in any trouble, and like I've been saying, when he gets those deliveries just outside the line of his off stump, he could be very tempted to try and play at those, but so far he's resisted. He's been allowing them to go into the hands of the wicket keeper, and has not been tempted by any of those type of deliveries. He got one poor delivery, he put it away. This is a beautiful shot by him, just easing it through the mid-wicket region. Should pick up a boundary, beats the fielder now into the boundary. And just what I was saying, a loose delivery, having not scored for all of 52 deliveries, and then you got one that is offline, and have what it takes to just ease it through that mid-wicket region and picked up a boundary. Good looking shot by him.
Beautiful hand drive through the wicket there. Lovely timing. Got his timing right in this occasion, and this is the beauty about the longer format. Then sometimes you start a bit slowly, but you have time. That is the most important thing, is that you stay out there because you have enough time to catch up. And as I said, he's not looking badly. I just think that his timing, he's let him down a bit. But that last delivery shows that he has tremendous timing.
Certainly. He's in a defensive frame of mind, and just a good measure, just playing defensively to a shot. 18 overs have gone, 41 without loss. Lees is on 9, Crawley is on 30.
Yeah, on the other hand, Crawley looks like he's been batting from since last week. He looks in control. He looking and putting away the bad balls, respecting the good one as well. He looks the part. He's the main man in this partnership. And that is, I think, the partnership is going to be crucial. Are
you concerned that the President's 11 bowling has not looked penetrative thus far? As a captain, would you be concerned? Would you be saying in your mind, this is going to be a long day?
Not exactly as yet. I think we had enough. I have seen enough to know that there is something that he can nick out 1 or 2, and just get in the rhythm would be important, especially for Archibald. Max Green has shown us that there is a bit. Max Green
really-
seems
yes.
he's a bit quicker than Archibald. He has a bit of rhythm, and Lewis as well showed the ball was swinging when he pitched up. So I want to see the.
Oh, what a beautiful stroke once more. Right up to Crawley, and he put that one away. Driven through the offside. Beautiful shot. Another boundary. 4 more runs, 45 without loss.
And the English supporters who are here. I wonder if the army is here as well.
I believe that they're coming in. You see them, scattering around, but we understand that there should be a few thousand in by next week for the first test at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So those who are here are very appreciative of the way that Zach Crawley and Alex Lees have gone about the business so far in this innings.
And we see a change there by Dowage. You see Jack Carr is driving the ball pretty well, especially straight. I see he have a very short mid off.
Short of a length once more, just outside that line of the off stump. Crawley just retaking his guard and probably just mindful of that short mid off that was brought in there. But I don't know what Captain Dorrit saw, because the two drives that Crawley played through the offside were all along the ground. One was absolutely straight, and the other one left the bat like a bullet. That man at that wideish mid-off position had no chance whatsoever but to retrieve. And so maybe just to put an element of doubt in his mind. He's cutting, not timing it, but gets a single anyhow as the ball goes square of the wicket on the offside. He would have wanted to really put that one away. Again, short of a length from Colin Archibald, but on that occasion, Crawley not timing it very well, but got a single. 46 without loss. We're in the 19th over. Lees is on 9 of 53. Crawley 35 of 61. We say good morning, good afternoon, good evening to wherever you're listening to us around the world. Hope that you're enjoying the coverage. Again, just Lees just looking to push one through the offside. Just walks away. He would be hoping that an innings today in this game would put him firmly in the minds of the selectors to get that opening spot for the first Apex test.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be given the opportunity to go out first, obviously they are thinking about you starting. So it's up to him now to, get a good innings on your belt and get your confidence going, so you'll be ready for the first test.
Slipping one away on the onside, just a single. Again, Archibald just straight in line, just angling that ball down the leg side and allowing the batsman to get a run. 47 without loss after 19.
Yeah, good start here again by these two batters, Lee and Crawley. Showing that if application, and a bit of communication and rotating the strike is very effective in these conditions. And in terms of Archibald, he will learn quickly that this level is no joke. He can't be bowling a bad over pitch in your length and line at this level. You will be more often than not be dispatched, and he's feeling the blunt of this. Bowling 2-3 good balls per over. At this level, it's not going to cut it as your good friend Kenny Benjamin would say.
Certainly. Reefer in his new over. First delivery just played away. Once more. Quiet period this for Reefer and for his bowling.
Is in his third over.
think he's going to be counting on the up and down nature of the pitch as well to assist him somewhat in getting a ball in. You tend to think that he's looking for that one that probably cuts back and keeps a little bit low to the left-handed Lees to try and bring LBW into play.
Pitch is settling down. The sun is out in all of its glory, and you can see the early morning moisture, the moisture that was there in the first hour. You can see that it's getting a lot easier for the batters. Hard work in terms of the bowlers. So it's going to be, as I say, hard work if you don't take wickets.
Certainly, it's going to be hard work if you don't take wickets. We watch. This is Reefer in outside the line of the off stump again. Not offering a stroke is Lewis. Sorry, in Lees, Alex Lees and Zach Crawley Lees. He's there on 10. Crawley on 35, 47 without loss. We're in over number 20. Still wonderful conditions for cricket. Bright sunshine, gentle breeze. Some of the fans really soaking up the sunshine, taking the opportunity to get a suntan.
Well, to be honest, I think this is one of the main reasons why they're here. These English supporters, they love the weather.
Come for the sun and watch
definitely.
a little cricket in the meantime.
I don't think they have much sun now in England. So.
Hasn't been any in a long time. They've been cold and rain and miserable, and they had storm a couple of weeks ago. So many of them were just looking for a reason to get out. We welcome them. We're happy that they're here. And of course,
at the end of 20 overs, England 47 without loss.
So 20 overs have gone, 47 without loss, England, after winning the toss and batting this morning. Okay, sorry.
So McLean Emmanuel, did you went to the party last night?
I did not, but he's celebrating 80 years of age, and wonderful. Here is an appeal for leg before. Umpire saying not out. You're thinking that one might have just pitched outside leg stump, maybe?
Yeah, he looks that way.
Looked that way. You probably would love to see it one more time. Archibald was certainly interested. And so McLean, 80 years, and we've had lots of fun on his based on his music that he's produced over a period of time. And we thank God for his longevity. We hear these talks around of him being made national hero. That's going to be an interesting discussion. Wonder what Vernon Springer will think about it. He's coming in next to join us outside the line of the off stump. Run. He's probably a fan of Sir McLean.
Well, if they took them 60 years to give him that piece of land. I wonder with this. To be honest, that was quite frankly quite embarrassing.
It was.
I mean, from ever since I know myself,
he sang about that piece of land for so many years.
You waited till he's 80.
Yep.
As he says, that is for his
grandchildren now.
As a matter of fact, his great
grand, yes. Because pretty much he would have done his time and his work. But good to see that he's still here at 80. Happy birthday to him, belated. Having been born on the 29th of February, when is actually his birthday? Was it yesterday or is it? Would it be counted as today?
Oh my God!
It's always that's always the question. Short of a length delivery again by Colin Archibald, and we'd love to hear what Vernon Springer thinks of Colin Archibald so far in his spell. Would be exciting for him being given an opportunity and having the opportunity to bowl against the Englishmen. He would really want to get one, because they say one brings two. 47 without loss, 2 deliveries to go in this over, which would be his 6th over. 18 runs so far off of his bowling. He's been good so far in this over. It's not given anything at all away. Just about that short of a length, and just on about the off stump. He's been trying to attack that off stump, trying to bring the slips into contention. But the Englishmen have been equal to him as well, especially Zach Crawley. We saw him play 2 lovely drives off of his bowling. I remember that straight drive. That one was exquisite. Here is he clipping one into the mid-wicket region. He's going to get another boundary. Is he? His ball is slowing up as it gets to the boundary. Just pulled back just inside of the boundary. And the batsmen are able to come back for... Is that 2 runs? Or did they get 3?
They
3 runs.
3 runs.
3 runs in the end for Zach Crawley. Brings up 50 for England at the end of 21 overs. More thoughts from you, Sylvester Joseph. And for the first time this morning, we're going to hear from Vernon Springer.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of Archibald, you can see him erring again in his length. Every over he errs, you get a bad ball, and these English batters are not, messing around with those loose deliveries. So Colin, he's young, as I said, in his career so far, and this is going to be a very good experience for him. Hopefully that he takes on board and learn as quickly as possible. And I just want to welcome Vernon Springer.
Morning to you, Sylvester.
Good morning. Good to see you again.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just got a call from Seth Burton, so I had to stop what they're doing. He said that Denmark needed a little break and relief. So out of my busy schedule, sort of planned. But just my observation in just coming into the Coolidge Cricket Ground, West Indies sort of look flat. So you'll have to tell me a little bit more, Sylvester, as Reefer bongs away. Don't know what you thought. You guys were commentating and telling me how well Archibald was bowling. But one thing that you have to understand at this level is got something called patience. So at regional level, you might be up and down, but at this level, you just got to adjust your length. And I think he got a little frustrated with the final delivery that he bowled. It was more or less middle and leg, but for Crawley, that's an easy shot for him, really. So once he comes into that area, he's going to be able to work that, and he was able to get 3 runs. Reefer, outstanding 2 first rounds of the West Indies Championship, and he'll be looking to get into the West Indies team, driven straight down the ground. No need to run for that. 4 runs, half volley, and half volley is a put away. 54 without loss, and a very positive shot there by Zach Crawley. Sylvester leaning into that over pitch delivery, and he hit that straight down the ground. And McSween, another left-hander. Interesting, Sylvester. The West Indies President's 11 have 3 lefties. At one point in time, we were wondering where we could find. We would find any for Sheldon Cotterell, but we got McSween, Reefer, and now Archibald from the Leewards. Reefer from Barbados, but wearing the West Indies President's 11 colours, is into bowl to Crawley. He gets a wide delivery. I was just checking out the bounce, Sylvester. For a warm-up game, you needed a little bit more pace. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it started out this morning with a bit of moisture. And, what I think.
Yeah, we had some real early morning showers in Antigua and Barbuda.
Yeah, McSween, he was getting a bit more pace from this, which I thought he is basically quicker than these two. Yeah,
good point.
Bowlers, so.
Good observation, Sylvester.
Yeah, but these guys are not real out and out fast bowlers, so to speak.
Just more or less line and length like Reefer. And that's why you got to be so consistent to bowl that line there. The field placing, Sylvester, if they're going to bowl that line, then it just needs to be just a little tinge back so that they can come forward or back. That was a little full, enough that Crawley could pick up the line. No need for him to really go that. You want to make him come onto the front foot and he can sort of lead, and.
But you have to be careful because Crawley, this body, he hasn't really missed one of those full pitch delivery. You know, he scored and he's scoring very, very freely straight down the ground. So your length has to be precise. Even if you want to, of course, you want to bring him forward. But if you go, too far, he capitalizes on those deliveries. So, as I said, at this level, your margin for error is really, really, really slim.
54 without loss, England. This is good practice for them going into the first test of the Botham Richards Apex Test Series at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Tickets on sale starts on March 8th. So go get your tickets, refer into Crawley, and he's got a wide delivery. No need for him to follow that. And England is going to use this at the end of over number 22 Sylvester as real practice. So it could be a toil for this West Indies President's 11 attack here.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, if you want to get out from that tiling, you have to get some wickets. And I just believe that there is too much similarities in the bowling attack. Sometimes we tend to overuse. Of the we were looking for left arm fast bowlers. Now I think they change it. From the right handers to the left arm, and you have one right hand and three left arm.
How did Jermaine Lewis bowl to you?
Who's that?
Lewis.
He's coming back. He's pretty well. I think he bowls a lot fuller, getting the ball to go away a bit. But the first maybe 2-3 overs was good, and then he started becoming more inconsistent. So I don't know how his fitness is, and so on.
We now see Maxwell now back into the action, and as Sylvester said, he would have maybe just liked to see some options. But Sylvester, in fairness, I'm still trying to search around for two good, quick, fast bowlers in the Caribbean. Somebody who's going to run in.
I think you have three. You have three in the test team.
No, I'm talking about outside of the test team.
Okay.
Some genuine pace. We need another hungry Walsh. Somebody who's going to run in and really hit the deck hard. I know I'm hearing all sorts of situations that the pitches in the Caribbean don't accommodate that, but that's another discussion. From the CAUN comes Maxwell.
What about O'Shane Thomas? I mean, he doesn't play the longer version?
Well, I think it's not only just... I think it's how he's being managed, Sylvester. I mean, I just get the impression that O'Shane Thomas is being just touted to be a white ball bowler rather than a cricketer. That is my reservations. And we could get mixed up, Sylvester, based on, even our young talent that we have coming through. If you get into the T10 leagues and the T20 leagues, you might feel like for the cricket is a lot of work, That's another discussion and another day.
But to be honest, when you play the T10 and T20, for the cricket is going to be a lot of work.
You know that, Sylvester.
Trust me, for the cricket is going to be a lot of work. But
you have to love this thing, Sylvester.
Yeah, but in terms of from a personal perspective, in terms of a player, like O'Shane Thomas, what does he want? Maybe you say people may brand him as such and such, but is he interested in playing the longer version?
I to be honest with you, Sylvester, I don't see that.
Because he's one of our quickest bowlers in the Caribbean. So if you're looking for real pace,
here's Lee's on driving but can't score. What I want to see, Sylvester, and I realize even at the youth level, we got some young quicks around. Kelvin Pittman, Ishan Thorn, those young guys. I want, just allow them to run in and bowl fast. Don't start telling them about line and length and sort of areas. I want them to run in, because I think that is what is missing, Sylvester, from the West Indies thing. We have to find another 3-4 young quicks that, run in and really bowl fast. Are they there? I think they're out there. The youngster from Ghana and Pittman and a couple of the other guys, they've got some... Oh, that's a beauty. Ripped him all up. I think that's the best delivery. Sylvester, would you contend for the day?
Yeah, definitely. But as I said, you realize the difference with pace.
Yes.
So you have to have a bit of pace in order to to execute
delivery of that nature.
a delivery of that.
And we're looking back at the replay here now, Sylvester. I think you were bang on target with that one. Hit the right area.
Yeah.
And not accustomed to just Archibald, maybe just thereabout. Here was McSween, who is a little bit more quick. I find, too, Sylvester, that Tristan McSween was originally in the setup when they went to England before. But he's been always working on his game. And would have got a first-class maiden century in the first round of the game, but missed out. But is a guy who keeps trying. End of over number 23. England batting first here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. They're 54 without loss. Crawley is on 42, and Lees is on 16. What do you think about Lees?
Well, she's exhibited a lot of patience, but he doesn't look like he's in much of a bother in terms of the bowlers are getting on top of him. I just think that he needs to be a little more fluent in his stroke play, especially when he get the bad deliveries. He needs to put them away. Unlike Crawley, Crawley he puts away the bad deliveries. At this level, you have to, in order to get your score up. But he's not showing the way that he's batting in terms of Lees.
You were talking a point about the left-armers. And if you're a left-arm fast bowler, Sylvester, you have to have a little bit of not only pace, but some variations. In terms of, you look at the guys from Pakistani and, they can get the ball to, reverse swing in duckers. Here's Reefer. He just maybe would have heard us and he tried a slower ball. But Crawley's in such good form that he waited 1.5 million for that one.
Yeah.
And just decided that he just played it quietly to Shamar Springer at short mid-wicket area. He's having a smile. In fact, every time I see Raymond Reefer, his beards are getting longer and longer. I don't know if there's a competition going on as to who's going to have the longest beard. But we'll find out sooner rather than late. A slip of gully, backward point cover, and a very acute position, Sylvester. They have a fielder right on the pitch for Crawley. What sort of line?
That's a short bit off.
Yeah, it's something that they must have known something that we don't know.
Well, as Denmore says that he doesn't understand the reason, but maybe it's a bit of indecisiveness that they want to put him there, because when they bowl in that area, he strokes the ball pretty well down the ground for 4. You haven't seen any flaw in his driving the ball down the ground.
Crawley waits for Reefer delivery. No need to him to even think about that. Shane Darwish backing in West Indies duties.
But sometimes as a captain, your strength, you try to use the batter's strength against him. He likes to drive, and you just put somebody there to let him, think about it a bit and maybe be indecisive in one of his shots, and you get a wicket. So sometimes you can try to mess with the batsman's mind.
One Reefer runs in, the other passes us. There's Reefer Jr. who's the standby umpire. Just goes over to the West Indies dressing room. Good take there by Shane Darwish. And it's going to be a long day for the West Indies President's 11 team until maybe somebody comes out after lunch and decide that whether it be a Sherman Lewis or somebody who will put their hand up and say, hey, I'm going to hit this deck hard. Sylvester said that early morning showers, it was a little damp. So maybe he's taking a little time to dry out. Nigel Duguid with his right hand out, just saying to Reefer, just hold on. But he's on his way now to bowl to Crawley. It's about maybe 6 to 6-3. That one kept low. And you don't want to see that before lunch on the opening day.
We have seen a few before the first hour as well. Yeah, a few that kept low, but the batsmen were quite good in keeping them out.
Exciting times ahead. I know Denmore started a discussion concerning King Shortshot being born on the 29th of February, celebrating his birthday on the 28th. A little technicality. So you could say he had 2 birthdays.
I won't get into that.
End of over. Another over here. Sylvester 54 without horse, and Mali Richards will be stepping into the hot seat right there. So see the English just moving around, and exciting times here for West Indies cricket. A long road ahead. Just completed the ICC Under-19 Cricket World Cup, hosting of a number of major events here. And now we start off the Test series. We had England already in the Caribbean, Bridgetown, Barbados, in which the West Indies won that series 3-2. Good morning, Mali. How are you? How do you celebrate two birthdays? Born on the 29th of February, and then there's no 29th, and then you have to celebrate on the 28th?
Yeah, well, I'd celebrate it 27th and 28th. You have to make up for the last years.
You have to make up for the last.
Yeah.
Well, you've been here. I just stepped into the hot seat. What's your thoughts so far? The pitch look a lot flat.
It didn't start out that way. It just seemed to be flattening out a little bit as the day goes on. The batters seem to be just wearing down these President's 11. The President 11 bowlers just a little bit. It'll be important that Shane Dorrich mixes and his bowlers up and gives them a bit of rest here, brings back a few, just mixes up his options a little bit, keep everyone pretty fresh and going, because he has quite a few options to call upon as well. But
certainly, I think I saw Jeremiah Louis in the hut, Shamar Springer, so could be a long bowling day for the West Indies.
Yeah, quite a few bowlers.
Preston McSween. I was talking to Sylvester Mali about Preston McSween. 2019 travelled to England, and then all of a sudden we was thereabout, but he was very close in the conversation.
He was very close, even after the last regional Super 40. He was right there.
Yes.
Possibly could have been selected, but just missed out. I'm not sure. I think he possibly got injured a little bit as well. But he looks pretty fresh here. He seems to have an added snap to his bowling that I hadn't seen in the past.
Here's Lee's just working this one away and getting an easy single. The score would have been on 54 for a long period of time. It now goes up to 55. I see Devon Thomas, who looks like he's going to the nets to have a knock.
Big game for him, this as well.
It shouldn't be a big game. He should have been in the first Test team.
I think so as well.
You can't tell me that if you're picking folks on merit from the first two rounds. If you have five cricketers, Devon Thomas easily was the best batsman.
Stand out.
In the first two rounds of the competition, and I think it is really, really tough that the young man is not selected. But he has an opportunity. Yeah. Again in front of Sir Desmond Haynes. Good morning, Philip Spooner, to demonstrate. But I'm going to give you my view, Mali, and this is just my view. And this is something which I think, there's something that I used to talk to Sylvester about. Is that when the 100 he made against Barbados, that has to be a big 100, Mali.
Casey Carty?
No, I'm talking about Devon Thomas.
Oh, and you just, I mean,
you have to back Barbados out of the game. Had Devon Thomas come, Sylvester would have cashed in there, get a big one, 190, 100, 200, back Barbados out of the game.
Guyana as well.
Yeah, the kind of form that he's in, he has to be able to appreciate, to understand his talent and cash in.
I think
there's a time that he's not going to get no runs.
That 70 out against Guyana as well could have easily been 140, 150.
Yeah, he has to.
The way he was batting, and
he maybe needs to come and talk. Well, he's capable of scoring over 300, but he maybe needs to come and have a word with you. Here's Quali just clipping this one over 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot. You can't bowl him there.
No, he definitely
strong in that area.
Yeah, and straight down the wicket as well. He played some fabulous straight drives off Archibald as well. Crisp. I was on the outside at the time, and the sound off the bat it was absolutely
I almost thought for a moment, Mali, that the flick off the pads had gone out of style, because most modern day West Indian, not only West Indian cricketers but world cricketers, don't look like they want to play that shot really. Well, Quali plays that well.
Oh, that's for sure. That's his strength, along with the straight down the wicket. He can't afford to bowl too straight to Crawley. What we have seen though is a consistent off-stump line just outside 5th stump, 4th, 5th stump area. It's the area that gives him consistent trouble.
59 without loss. And Quali is looking ominous here. He wants a big one. And the objective of the England team here will be to bat all day, maybe all day tomorrow.
I mean, Alex Lees, he's set down his stall, hasn't he? He's on 70 balls already.
He wants to make a statement.
Yeah.
Preston McSween from the CIUN, bongs away, goes past umpire. And
Oh, that's the one. Those are the ones.
Just what Marley Richards was talking about. That little line right there, that little cloud of uncertainty. In fact, Marley, when you bowl in that area, he doesn't really come forward. He plays the ball from under his eyes, so his left foot doesn't come out to the pitch of the ball. His hands more or less go. And he was caught in 2 minds there.
And what
61 without loss.
What also tends to happen to him a little bit is that the bat face tends to close a little early because he's so good through that onside. At times, the bat face just tends to close and it presents the edge more often than not. We've seen him succumb in that fashion quite a few times, and he's still quite early in his international career, that Crawley. But definitely a player with immense potential, and he's already shown us quite a few times what he can do at this level.
Basil Morgan sends his greetings to you, Mali and Sylvester.
Good morning, Mr. Morgan, down there in Montserrat.
Right, Excellency. He's got so many names. The only thing he won't be a national hero in Montserrat. We've got King Arrow, but he's up there.
Why?
Basil.
What? They can only have one?
Well,
surely they can have two.
Well, I don't know if he will be in the conversation now. King Shortshot for sure is in the conversation, and as Denmo said,
I mean,
there'll be a national discussion.
Lionel Baker has to be up there as well, no?
Well, he said good morning to Lionel Baker also. So the only thing, I'm trying to see if I can get Willett to be a national hero. I don't know if that is going to be work out. So Elko Meader Willett.
So Elko Meader.
Yeah, and so Kim Collins. So the discussion continues.
You know what? You can just call him, sir. It don't matter.
Brian Charles.
You give them, sir.
To leave. Yeah. He comes quietly forward. You know, it's amazing, Mali, because we don't seem to want to recognize cultural icons and sportsmen. You know, we feel that only politicians are the ones that are supposed to come forward. There's a big, rousing debate in Jamaica again about Bob Marley being elevated to national hero status. The debate is creeping back up again.
You would have thought that he would have been already, but
oh my God.
Yeah, that's news to me that he's not.
That still continues to puzzle a lot of people around the world.
Yeah. Bob Marley is a top-selling artist in the world to this day still. Not just a Caribbean top-selling artist, but one of the top-selling artists, along with Elvis and the like. So, tells you the stature of that guy.
61 without loss. You know, even the service that they had for King Shortshot, Mali and Denmo and Sylvester. You know, Algerman Lewis here was talking about how people used to frown on somebody singing a Christian a calypso in church. You know, here we had King Zachary singing The Fire, and he was saying that, you know, times have, you know,
change,
we have to change. But people used to frown on that. Sylvester come in, somebody say, "Watch you funny calypsonian. Where you going?" You know, not in church.
In the house of the Lord. Well, I mean,
without loss.
A lot of those calypsos, even back then, were more social commentary. It wasn't lewd, vulgar, you know, content.
It's how you were looked on in society. You know what I mean?
It's more social commentary,
Fisherman. Yeah. People sort of look down on you, but you were the engine of what was happening around.
Culturally, you know.
Branchers, Mali. Special, I don't know.
I mean, I was quite surprised to see him brought into the attack that early.
Yeah.
Ball still quite new.
I now understand what you and Sylvester were talking about in terms of patience and what you have available to you. You know what I mean?
Using of the options.
Yeah. Preston McSween would like to pick up a wicket before lunch.
Oh.
Beautifully. You can't hold there, Preston McSween. He's strong in that area, and he's going to whip you away onto the left side every time. 50 for Zach Crawley. He looks controlled. He almost looks like he has I would say a pancake
wrist
wrapper in his hand there. Just his way he's waving his hand there. Looks like he practices that all the time.
Quite a wristy player. A wristy player. Zach Crawley. I think could have been the Sydney test. He came in, scored 80.
Yes.
And he looked really solid, and we saw quite a few of those shots through the mid-wicket area there. He's quite elegant when he gets going as well.
He's a big, tall guy, too.
Big, tall guy, long
6'4",
reach.
6'5".
Yeah.
Almost look like a fast bowler, but he's not a fast bowler.
No, that long reach, you know, he puts pressure on the fast bowlers a ball that would be maybe just a bit of a back of a length to a smaller batter in stature. To him, it's a drivable delivery.
Headache for Shane Darwish now because Zach Crawley has just decided he's ruffled and completely starting with 3 slips has now come down to 1 slip. I want to talk to you, Mali, because I don't see a first slip, I see a second slip, and I have a real serious problem with that. Because if you remember in the over before, the ball was nicked and it dropped right in front of the first slip. Now Shane Darwish is deciding that he's going to make up and he's going to have a second slip. I'm saying, Mali, you have to have a first slip.
I think in Shane Darwich's mind, he's thinking he can cover that little gap there. And is it Athenes at the second slip position? It looks like Alec Athenes. Yeah, so I think that's the thinking behind that field placing there from Shane Darwich.
Well, I certainly don't subscribe to that. And one of the things that I really think that I want to see my first slip. Maxwell into Crawley. Crawley's driving beautifully. Lovely song there. And it's just right up in his area, so no need for him. I just like Maxwell to just put it just a little bit more right in front of him. That little 4-6 meter length there where he has to come forward really for it.
I mean, Crawley showing good poise there, still head. But if you're Max Sweeney, you don't mind seeing that. You know, that's the area where you want to be putting these balls to Zach Crawley. Just a little full on that occasion, but the line was good.
He's steering this one. Can't beat the fielder at backward point. And the score as we talk to you, 65 without loss. And he's on 52 from 85 balls, 114 minutes, 9 boundaries.
And I think also, even in these games, you want to see the speed gun in effect. You know, these young up and coming West Indian players. You want to actually see just the pace, the paces that they're registering. You know, McSween, Sherman Lewis. It would be very informative if you could see exactly what pace these guys are bowling.
Comes quietly forward again in a very confident way.
Solid, very solid.
By Mali in terms of pace. That's a conversation I think I would.
Yeah, just to compare and contrast, you know, you could say, okay, then well, McSween's bowling 131, and so then we can compare that to Jason Holder next week when we see him, or Alzari, Joseph, or Anderson Phillip, whoever. You know, it would just be good for us up here in the booth, you know.
McSween is into his 8 overs, 7.3 overs, 2 maidens, 15 runs, no wickets. Sherman Lewis, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, no wickets. Colin Archibald, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 21 runs, no wickets. Bowl well so far. McSween in, out the bowl to Quali driving, can't score. And goes up to the midfielder, over completed. And West Indies are going to be in for a long haul. 65 without loss, 65 without loss. And Quali has certainly looked beautifully so far in his little knock. 14 minutes so far at the crease, 85 balls with 9 boundaries. High proportion of boundaries so far here, Mali, 11. That's almost 44 runs. It's lunch here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. 27 overs bowled, so it shows that the West Indies are in line. The President's 11 have used some 5 bowlers. Preston McSween, 8 overs, 2 maiden, 15 runs, no wicket. Sherman Lewis, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, no wicket. Colin Archibald, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 21 runs, no wicket. Brian Charles, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 5 runs, no wicket. And Raymond Reefer, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 8 runs, no wickets. England at lunch here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. They are 65 without loss of 27 overs. Lees is on 11 not out. Quali is on 52. And Lees, as Mali and Sylvester have explained to me, he's playing the patient game here. He's not in any hurry.
I mean, what we're seeing as well is that Zach Crawley is more assured in this setup. You know, he's more comfortable, let's say, in the England setup. He's been a part of it for a year, possibly a couple of years now. And he's just more assured of his place in this team. Whereas we see Alex Lees, he's trying to make his way in this setup and prove to to not only himself but the other players and the support staff that he's a worthy member of this team. So we're just seeing a little bit of him being just a little circumspect in the way he's gone about his innings, but I don't hold that against him in any way, shape or form. It's I would say the smart way to go about his innings, just trying to acclimatize, himself to some foreign conditions here and just make his way in this England setup. And I think it's a good start of a good partnership of 65 between the England batters, and they'll be looking for more of the same after this luncheon break.
So, folks, if you're wondering what's happening and you just joined our coverage, we want to say good afternoon to Trevor Shillingford, all the folks in the Windward Islands, wherever you're listening to us. Basil Morgan, who just sent me the Order of Excellence, which carries with it the Right Honorable Basil Elliot Walton Morgan, which is Montserrat's second highest award. So he says he's very comfortable with that. Bestowed on him in 2015, and his contribution as an umpire to world cricket. And he's also one of the guys who will, if I need to find out anything, I have to call Basil Morgan. So Roland Cox also in St. Lucia. So good afternoon. Just before we go, Mali, the women's team, they lost out in their warm-up game to India by 81 runs. India scoring 258 all out. And the West Indies women, not good news for them at all. Charmaine Campbell top scored with 63. It's a little warrior show for Courtney Walsh. He said he got some good positives out of the game. My main issue is that they're just not batting in terms of what's happening. And so I think going in their first game against New Zealand, they're going to really have to lift to the other heights. So, folks, at lunch here in the Apex Test Series warm-up game, West Indies versus West Indies Presidents 11, taking on England here in this warm-up game. Final comments from Mali Richards, and let me just say to Denmore, Roberts, Sylvester Bunks, and Joseph. Mali, your final comments as we take a little break?
Just before we go to the break, let me just say that the first Apex test between West Indies and England bowls off at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium starting on Tuesday, March 8th. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com or at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Bring your coolers, the whole crew, and rally with the men in maroon. Tickets start at 20 US or 54 EC plus West Indies residents receive a 50% discount. You don't want to miss this one. COVID-19 protocols apply.
All right, so folks, you heard it there from Mali, and this coverage is also live on Platinum FM 97.9. So the folks who've been asking all the time about tickets, you heard it there from Mali Richards. Come to the Coolidge Cricket Ground and go to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Get your tickets, because trust me, it is expected that some 12,000 strong English supporters are expected to be touching down here in Antigua and Barbuda for the first Apex Richards Botham Series. That is going to be exciting, Mali.
Yeah, man, I'm so excited, looking forward to this series so much. From a West Indian perspective, you think that possibly this is England team going through a bit of transition and are pretty ripe for the taking, but also from an English perspective, they'll be thinking the exact same thing. So I think we have an interesting series on the cards here.
Well, the last time that these teams met in the Caribbean, West Indies came out triumph 2-1. We all remembered what happened at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium 2019, where the big ground there, Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, had a demerit point. And
I do remember
keep asking myself, I know it's a discussion that one of those guys continue to lead all the time. Had it been the other way around, and England had won the game, would we have a demerit point?
Well, we took the win. We took the win. I take the win. I forget. I don't even remember the demerit point. It's like being at school. I used to throw away my demerit card, or hide it.
So, folks, it's lunch here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. On behalf of the commentary team in Denmore Roberts, Sylvester Bunks and Joseph, and my co-pilot Mali Richards, we'll take a break, and when we come back, you'll hear the voice of Denmore Roberts. I will be chipping in, most likely, and working with them. And in fact, maybe what I might do is maybe start for a little while and then give Denmore the rest of the afternoon, because they've been in and out in terms of what's going on. So let's thank the main organizers, the folks who are acting on behalf of the Legal Islands Cricket Board, the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association, along with Cricket West Indies for spearheading and putting together this game. Thanks very much for listening to us chit chat here. We'll be back in at least under, we would say 25 minutes for the start of the afternoon session. Ben Stokes warming up here with the old ball. Thanks very much for choosing West Indies Cricket. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. It's the 4-day practice match. Cricket West Indies Presidents 11 taking on the England's men's squad and getting ready for the Apex Test Series. The first test starting at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium on Tuesday, March 8th. And that's a big day. Sylvester Joseph had a lovely lunch. England went into lunch 65 without loss of 27 overs. Zach Crawley 52, 88 balls, 160 minutes with 9 boundaries. And Alex Lees is on 11 not out, 76 balls, 160 minutes. Good afternoon, Sylvester's Brian Charles looks to start from the media center end.
Yeah, good afternoon again, Springs. Good afternoon to the viewers and the listeners wherever you are. You can say that the first session was won there by England. The partnership, between these two openers, giving the good platform that is the English team is looking for. So it's up to Brian Charles now to execute like his namesake, Brian Charles Lara.
Shane Dawes starting with a first slip, more or less. Attacking field, and they decided to go for his spinner option in Brian Charles. As Charles being clipped away by Lees in the field from the backward square, will have some work to do. Comfortable 2 runs in the end. It looks like Colin Archibald coming around there nicely and just lobbing around and getting themselves organized. Shane Dawes, the captain today, is under the helmet. Pretty interesting ploy. I think I see Jeremiah Louis, who's also on the field. So wondering if he will bowl today also. So we'll wait and see in terms of what's happening. In the meantime, England a 67 without loss as Lees is undriving, but can't beat the fielder right there. West Indies before lunch, you're searching and wondering how they're going to get a wicket. It's going to be critical. Charles would maybe want to change the mindset of that. Dot ball. Didn't find that the West Indies team had when I came here, the sort of energy as if like they were in the game and thinking about getting wickets. Sylvester will give me his own thoughts on that. Bang on target is Charles. So the first over after lunch has just cost England and the West Indies 2 runs. It's been a bonus to England, who move up to 67 without loss. 28 overs bowler. And Charles completes the first over after lunch.
Well, yeah, when they started out, the energy was a bit low as well, as you have seen. And then, as it goes on and they're not picking up any wickets, the energy will drop some more. But it's up to the captain and the senior players, to motivate the fellas to keep going. This is a first-class game, and a good performance will catch the eyes of the selectors. So I think that each and every player, on the park would really want to give his best, so he can, present himself to the selectors and even to the spectators, because you never know who is watching you, and so much opportunity now, in this world of cricket.
We met a couple of scouts, Sylvester, so you were bang on target. There's some scouts from England who are here, and they'll be looking for some West Indian talent. Is this Sherman Lewis coming from the CIUN, Sylvester?
Yeah, that's Sherman.
Yeah. Good to see him back in fit and ready to go. He bowled with some pace in the Super 50. He's looked a little leaner and looked a little bit more fitter. He goes past Gregory Bartlett, and Crawley is just back and punching that 4 runs. No need to chase that. On this fast outfield here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. Short delivery, sat up, and Crawley is in such good touch. He's going to put away that on any day, Sylvester. It's like a bowling machine he's facing. Goes to 56. 71 without loss. Is that Devon Thomas who chased that delivery?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, that's him. That's him.
71 without loss.
So he was in the nets.
Yeah, he had a net before lunch. I think maybe the coaches may be thinking the West Indies will be batting today, but we'll find out. Lewis comes into bowl to Crawley. This time he's bowled a no ball by Gregory Bartlett. Gets out his left hand. Bartlett from Barbados. I think he will be the same height as Basil Morgan and Steve Buckner.
Gregory Bartlett.
Good afternoon. Yeah, he's a tall guy.
Yeah, he looks taller than Lewis. Sherman Lewis.
Yeah, he
that's the past. When you were talking about the height, I just observed. I didn't realize he was so tall.
Yeah, he is. He certainly is. Here comes Sherman Lewis, who just bowled in no ball. Cardinals in. And this time he kept his foot behind the line. This time. The score remains on 72 without loss. I want to say good afternoon to Carl Tuckett, Dayton Butler, some of the other umpires around the region, Mr. Bassarat in Trinidad and Tobago. 72 without loss. England on a mission, they're on a plan, and they're going to bat session by session. So the first session cost them some 65 runs, while the West Indies bowl some 27 overs. Quali will be looking for a big one, but the West Indies, Sherman Lewis, will be looking to send him back into the pavilion. As we break for a while, Lewis comes in now to bowl to Quali. Quali's driving, and you realize where his left foot is, right? It's Sylvester. And just where you were talking about, you just want to be able to pull that length back, so he has to grope to come for that ball.
Yeah.
If it's in that area where he is, he's very comfortable. No need for him to try anything at all.
Yeah, and he's very tall, so his length.
Got long levers.
Yeah, long levers. So, to our eyes, he's not really pushing us far forward. But
he don't need to.
He don't need to, no.
And that's why we got to bring him onto that front foot there. And there's it. One thing about the English is that they're good on leaving and picking up length. Well, on this pitch, there's really no hurry, so you want to see how they're going to be able to handle it when it's got a little bit more green and a little bit more bounce. Sherman now is working up some pace here. 72 without loss. England, President's 11 searching for their first wicket. I wonder if one of the bowlers need a vitamin.
You reckon?
Yeah,
they just had their lunch, and I don't know if they had the same lunch as us.
They certainly didn't have the same lunch as you, Sylvester.
my lunch was
good. Had fruits.
Yeah.
72 without loss. I want to say good afternoon to all the folks who are listening to our coverage. It's West Indies Cricket, and you're live from the home of Cricket West Indies headquarters, Coolidge. It's going to be a busy year for the West Indian cricketers. And this Apex Test Series is going to be massive. Tickets on sale, so you can check out the Coolidge Cricket Ground, West Indies office, and the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Go grab your tickets as low as 54 EC dollars or 20 US. Lewis comes in out the bowl to Quali, and Quali, again, no need to even think about that. Good leave, good take by Shane Dorish, the captain. And Brian Charles looks like he will continue from this end. West Indies President's 11, or the Cricket West Indies President's 11. Just after lunch, only the second over. Look a bit more spirited than maybe in the half an hour that I was here and I saw them.
Yeah, I mean, Sherman Lewis, he has a knack, for bowling the away delivery when he was coming from this end. I know he's from the far end. I see he's bringing in back the ball. So I'm wondering if it's him or the breeze. The breeze blows across the pitch. So from that end over there, the ball is coming back into the right hander, and then from this end it was going away. So I was wondering if it's the breeze or Sherman doing his tricks.
I want to talk to you a little bit, Sylvester, about off spinners coming around the wicket. It's a major discussion that I have. I've had this big fight with Raheem Cornwall.
It's just the off spinner. It's just the off spinner, or even the fast bowlers. Now, when you see a left-hander batting the fast bowlers, they start around the wicket. So that was up for a lot of discussion. In a stint. I think it was on the 19, and
yes,
also the ladies.
When we had set button here. I've got. Sylvester, if you're a left-hander and you're coming around the wicket, is quite easy for you to see in terms of what's going on. But when you come over the wicket, it's a whole different ball game. You're looking out of your weak eye, and I'm saying that is the line in what you really want to come. And everybody comes and tell me, well, look, Nathan Lyon, but Nathan Lyon is a completely different bowler, and so he has his reasons as to why he would go around the wicket. And I don't know. I just find that it's almost like a trend and a ploy. Here is delivery which is swept away here by Lees, just playing into his comfort zone, and picks up an easy boundary offline by Brian Charles, and out came the broom. and just a little paddle.
Yeah.
And got a boundary right there. Charles offline. And meantime, England, their score shot up to 76 without loss, and Lee's just getting a little freebies where.
If you notice, he took that, he swept that from outside of the off stump.
Because he's not doing anything, Sylvester, so he can afford to do that. There's not a lot of rip on the ball, and he's just Charles just rolling his hand over. And at this level, got to get a little bit more zip, a little more bite, as they would say. There was no bite there.
But one of the things that they coming around the wicket, just to strengthen, I guess, their way of doing things is that because of the DIS, when you come around the wicket, they think they have a better, a much better advantage, of getting LBWs and so forth. From around the wicket, from over the wicket, they said, you may pitch outside of the line of the leg stump. So I think that's one of the reasons why.
Lois into bowl to Quali, that's a beauty. I think that's the second best delivery of the day compared to the one that Maxwell bowled to Lees, which almost like cut him in half. And Sylvester is right. Sherman Lewis is getting the ball to move around a little bit right here.
And you can see you see the difference in pace. You see the difference in pace with Maxine, and now we have Lewis. You can see the two of them have a little more pace than Colin and Reefer. So you can see one and two of their deliveries. You can hit the seam and have a bit of pace on it, creating a bit of doubt in the batters.
Lewis completing his action there, going right through. The only thing is that Shane Dawes is taking it ankle height.
Well, the most important thing is when it passes the batter, when it reaches to the batter, you see he has a little more pace, a little more troublesome than I said, Colin and Reefer.
Two slips, a gully, a backward point, cover mid-on, mid-off. Either down on the fine leg boundary. West Indies searching for their first wicket. In the meantime, England 76 without loss here in this important practice game. Lewis in now the ball to Quali, and Quali, no need for him to even think about going on that. We have a number of English spectators flocked by the locals who are coming in, walking with their coolers and their tents. If you're listening to the broadcast on Platinum FM 97.9, come on up to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Come and get your tickets, because it's going to be a bumper test match. The first test starting on Tuesday 8 at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and they're playing for the Botham, in fact the Richards Botham Trophy. Two icons in world cricket. Sherman Lewis would want to impress Sir Desmond Haynes, and that didn't bounce at all. And Quali was more or less, he lined up to play an expansive pull shot. But that sort of just kept down. Good take by Dorish in the end. And Lewis started to get a little excited, as if like something was going to be happening there. On the other end, Sylvester, I don't think, if we look at Lewis, his left arm, just would like to see him get that left hand up. I think he's a little bit lazy there. Hope that the coaches are looking at that area. Gregory Brathwaite just looking at the counter. Lewis goes past him now. He's driving down the ground. Ricocheted off of Lees, but they don't get a run. And the score remains on 76 without loss in this all-important practice game here. And the build-up for next week, Tuesday, live and in living color at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's the Apex Test Series. 3 test matches. Antigua and Barbados and Grenada. Look out. The men in maroon are coming, and so too is the Barney Army. Quali, tall guy, very elegant. His approach is back and slapping that for 4. Square. Short delivery by Sherman Lewis, and that's you can't bowl to Quali that line. Anytime you're offline, he's going to put you away. Easy. And that raced away. Score goes up to 80 without loss. Another completion of Lewis's second over after lunch.
Yeah, brilliant shot there again by Quali. That one stood up. You see, when this pitch, is getting easier and easier to bat on, and if you cannot bowl that 3/4 length, or that good length to bring the batsman just slightly forward. If you're in your length a bit shorter, even a bit full, especially Crawley, he pounces on those deliveries and, get maximum a boundary for them. And that was another beautiful shot. I like the way that he stands because he's so tall, Springs. He stands and punch that one. I guess a short man like me, a shorter batter, they would look to cut it. Try to cut, but he's so tall, he stand up and plays with basically a straight bat.
Here's another offline delivery swept away. And looks like Louis coming around there. Don't think he would have got to it. Feel he made a valiant effort. In fact, it's not Louis, it's Colin Archibald. But he couldn't stop that boundary. Badly line delivery again by Brian Charles. He's certainly offline. And Charles will have to do a lot better than this, especially to the left-hander. He's not doing anything with the ball. And so the two batters, in fact, Lees has already worked him out and knows that he can be able to get that broom out and put some pressure on him. He's around the wicket. He comes in now to bowl to him down the onside, worked away. And Colin Archibald coming off the boundary, swoops away. And just gets the return into Shane Darwish. It's going to be a long day for the West Indies team. His line is certainly he's all over. It's got to be consistent, especially at this level. You might get away with it at the regional level, but you step up to the next level. You got to be patient. You got to put the ball in the right areas consistently. Charles under a bit of pressure here. He's got a ball to Crawley, who's in 60. Bang on target this time. Flatter, faster delivery. Don't see anything special.
You see the difference in Springs when you play in our first class competition. You don't have the batters, sweeping and manipulating the strike the way in which these players do. So now that you meet players that they're not going to just sit back there and prod and allow you to come and bowl your 10 and your 15 overs without anything. These guys are going to, improvise. They're going to reverse sweep. They're going to sweep. And it plays with the bowler's mind because they're not accustomed to guys playing in that fashion.
Here is Crawley just working it into the short middle area and picking up a single. A little change I saw there, Sylvester. Charles bowled one delivery to Crawley and then told Reefer, who was in mid-on, to go back to long-on. I really couldn't understand that. Because he's the one who was badly lined off. So I really couldn't understand the move of the change of the feeler. Because if you look at how the England batsmen are playing at the end of another over, they're not thinking about hitting anything for six or anything. So you got to be able to try to keep the pressure on them to be able to cut singles out. But another over completed by Charles. And this will be a good experience for him. 86 without loss. And England rolling on here.
Yeah, but the encouraging thing is that thing for the first class players now is that you can see that when you perform, at least you get an opportunity to be in a President's 11 team or even in a test team. So it will, I guess, encourages each and every player to go out, and put your best foot forward and try to come up with some performances because from the intent of the selectors, the new selector with Desmond Haynes and Ramnur Sawan, you can see they're trying to, I guess, play players that are performing. Maybe not all of them, but some of them. I know you have your say, your take on Devon Towers.
Yeah. Something also I kind of observed here, Sylvester, that I wanted to raise with you since we're on the panel is why we have all of these different types of jerseys banding around. I know Darwish has on a yellow cap, Atten is a green, somebody else have on a maroon, somebody else has on a blue. I'd like to see a little bit of unity. Yeah. 87 without loss. Darwish, two slips, a gully. Backward point to cover, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket. And Sherman Lewis is coming around the wicket too. So he's joined the club.
Well, this is the norm.
This is the norm. I'd really love to sit down and get a thought process, Sylvester, especially the fast bowler. Why would you want to come around the wicket so early in the innings? Lees is no need for him doing anything. You can just leave that alone.
I think it has something to do with the biomechanics. So because now, in coaching, they try to make to try to make everything
Sylvester, I
work
don't
in
care.
tandem.
The fundamentals remain the same for Sylvester. They don't change. And I understand you where you're going with it in terms of biomechanics, but I'm just saying that the method to the madness is that, if you go back to the old time days from the Wes Hall and company and you listen to them and the Andy Roberts, Andy Roberts believe that that's your blind side and he's attacking it. And you have to make that adjustment. Here is Lee's not really coming right out to that delivery. No runs in the end. But you could tell that Lee's looks like he's the Jeffrey Boycott of this team.
Yeah.
He's in no hurry. He's just going to take his time. He's going to occupy the crease.
He's more like a Rory Burns.
The Rory?
Yeah.
No, Rory is a little bit more.
No, in terms of the temperament.
Temperament.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he's trying to get into the test team. He's got an opportunity here, and England would have a game plan as Lewis around the wicket goes past Gregory Batter. They know the ball to Lee's wide delivery, and that will certainly be called a wide. That's what happens, Sylvester, when you come around the wicket. Because it now means that you've been forced to bowl to a line that you certainly don't want to. It's almost like one-day cricket. And Sherman Lewis, you see how wider and wider he tried to get there just a while ago, and he really went extra wide. Score goes up to 88 without loss. Here comes Sherman Lewis around the wicket from the CIUN. Goes past the big, tall Gregory Brathwaite. And Lees is coming forward. Colin Archibald coming around, swooping around quickly there. He's got on his Leeward Islands maroon hat.
Basically, back then when the bowlers came over the wicket, it created an angle. And the surprise, the element of surprise was you go around the wicket because the batters are not accustomed. But in this day and age now, they are so accustomed of bowlers bowling from around the wicket. So the surprise element, I guess, is when you bowl over the wicket.
So it's maybe the reverse psychology coming around again. But I just want to see you start over the wicket.
But probably maybe before our time then. I don't know what those other players used to do before. Maybe I don't know. That maybe they were saying we were doing contrary to what they were doing.
Well, when I talk to the maestro, and I have to call him the maestro, Sir Andy Roberts. Andy Roberts believes that, over the wicket, that is key. And I'm sure if you talk to almost all of the great bowlers, they will tell you that.
Especially for a left-handed batter, because the angle, as you said, the left-handed batters, there's a blind spot.
Of course,
when they're coming over the wicket,
it's uncomfortable, Sylvester. If you don't make that adjustment in your stance, you're going to be in trouble. Very in trouble. Another over completed. 33 overs bowled, 88 without loss. So after lunch, we've had some 6 overs. Quite start here by England, more or less. But England playing with a plan, consolidated plan, and Quali looking for a big one. He wants to send a statement to the West Indies Test team. Many pundits around the world feel that this is going to be an exciting test series. England, you don't want to say in a rebuilding process, but with all the action taking place around the England team, the West Indies team have not done well also at the test level. Charles comes in now to bowl to bowl him. Loose shot by Zach Crawley. He knows that. Almost a straight ball, and he was looking to get fancy. The left foot didn't get right out to the pitch of the ball, and Brian Charles has answered for the West Indies or the Cricket President's 11 team. Quali knows that he played an awful shot, Sylvester. Let's look back at the replay. 62 without loss. He's upset with himself.
Yeah, I think...
just been told that they didn't get to pick that one up in terms of the replay, so we replay it back into our mind. 88 for 1 as England lose their first wicket.
Yeah, I was just about to tell you that the current run rate is not too alarming. So if they had picked up a few wickets, I think they would a bit more respectable. I think the wicket is what is keeping England looking at them as the dominant team. But in terms of the runs rate with 2.6 per over, and they look like they were in control. You know what I mean? But the fact of the matter is now that you have a wicket and maybe you can have another one. But I think that delivery was the perfect off-spinner delivery. You know, he pitches about half stump, Crawley, he stretches. You know, it was flighted a bit, but he stretches and he really didn't got to the pitch, so the ball turned and hit that off stump, that middle off stump. So, in terms of the perfect delivery that you're looking for an off spinner, I think the off spinner is really pleased with that, bowling the batsman between bat and pad.
Out comes the England captain, Joe Root, who has decided that he's going to bat number 3 for England. So he's moved from the number 4 position, and what a servant to England cricket. In fact, Sylvester, I think that Joe Root is under immense pressure. If he loses this series in the Caribbean, they've already been calling for his head. I don't know. But
over the years, you know, when you lose an Ashes series, that's when they say goodbye, or you turn in the turbo. He's the only one
that has survived so far.
That survived from a trashing.
Yes, here is Root off and going. Delivery which is paddled around by Root, and he picks up his first boundary. Cool and calm. No need, just a little fitness from the young man. And he just flicked that one away. The score goes up to 92 for 1. And the England captain Joe Root is on a go. But Andrew Strauss is making some serious changes, Sylvester.
And he's just the interim. He's just the interim.
Well, you know what's going to be happening when he settles in.
Oh my God.
So Brian Charles already. And this is a good thing, Sylvester. You know that about being able, once you can sweep, you start to play with the bowlers' minds, and you have to adjust your line. Hey, because of that, now Brian Charles reverted to bowling a quicker, faster delivery.
Of course, because you know, Joe looks like he's batting from since last week.
Yeah,
the very first ball he came in.
Very first ball. He didn't reason that. Here is Root just turning this one. Shamal Springer coming around there. The short finder Gabriel. Root had to scurry back into his crease.
But you see the difference. You see the difference between these class players, the world class players. When they from ball one, they look to score. You
Phenomenal year for England captain Joe Root, over 1,000 runs and counting. He's on driving beautifully. Who's coming across there? It looks like Devon
Solano.
Solano. Yeah, Solano. Looks like that. Yes, number 67. I think we would have got that one right, Sylvester.
Yep.
Brian Charles from Trinidad and Tobago. He's going to bowl to the England captain. England captain comes quietly forward and over-completed. Sylvester is 92 for 1. More comments from you, and then it will be the voice of Denmore Roberts, the mayor from Liberta.
Yeah, I mean, and this should be an honor for Brian Charles to be bowling at Joe Root, one of the top batters in the world, and to get the experience of bowling to a class player. You can definitely will see the difference anyway, even from the very first delivery. You can see that this man is in a different class. These guys they tend to look to score from ball one. They had this positive intent in whatever they do. And it's a good experience here for Brian Charles, and hopefully, you know, that he can, you know, maintain his line and length and get him out. Welcome back, Delmo.
Thank you very much. And just the way that Joe Root approached the crease this afternoon oozed confidence. He came out, he was walking, and he burst into a sprint just to get his blood flowing. And he was businesslike from the time he went out there, straight into the action, straight into business. And he looks as if he has come to really get a good innings going, get himself in some good form. So we'll see how the West Indies President's 11 approaches him and see what can happen. But they've gotten a wicket, and they'll be happy. 92 for 1. As they continue outside the line of the off stump, continuing to try and bowl that off stump line as they bowl to the left-handed Lees. And of course, so far, he's been more circumspect, the more circumspect of the two opening batsmen. 97 deliveries for his 22 runs. So he soaked up quite a bit of deliveries, not scoring very freely. Let's see if now that he has Captain Joe Root with him, if his approach would be different. almost playing on to that delivery. Just coming down a little bit late on it was the left-handed Lees. That one went down pretty close. He would have been a little nervous having played that one off the inner portion of the bat to a Sherman Lewis delivery, and he survives in the end. No run. What would be his approach now? What would he be thinking now that he's been there for almost 100 deliveries? He's only scored 22 runs. Should he change his approach?
That's from what I'm seeing. I don't think that he can. This is the way that he bats. To be honest, the first time I'm seeing him, I haven't really studied him, so to speak. But you can look at the batsman and see that he has a different gear. If you notice, I think he plays a lot much freer with the spin bowler. You know, he looks to sweep. He plays. He gets his singles. He looks more comfortable, you know, and confident against the spinner than say a fast bowler.
But you would expect that he'd be confident against fast bowling, having come at the top of the innings.
The innings, yeah.
Oh, almost. He's getting better deliveries in this spell. Sherman Lewis this time attacking the stumps of the left-handed Lees. Lees having to play defensively. He bats similar to a Taj Narayan Chandapur.
Yeah.
Looks to occupy the crease, looks to stay there, but doesn't often score very quickly. A lot of people would say in the Caribbean he would be a boring cricketer.
Well, you know the English doesn't mind that boringness.
And I don't mind it either, especially in Test cricket, because I think that batsmen need to occupy the crease. He's going to get some runs here. Gets one, wants the second one, but sends Root back. As Root has come out in very enthusiastic fashion, looking to get going, to get his feet moving, to get going. Root would be probably concerned that in the first session of the day, only 65 runs were scored in the 2-hour session. He would really want to score a lot more, especially in this post-lunch session.
You reckon? I think Root, from what I have seen for the past series, I guess Root must be happy that he has a bit of time in the dressing room watching.
Yeah, he would be happy for that, yes.
Because after 2 or 3 overs, he's always
he's always at the crease.
Yeah, so you have to take one or the other, innit? So I guess he might be happier. Even though, he seems happier because he's out in all his glory. He can't wait to get out there. He looks like he's ready. He's rearing to go.
Lewis is bowling to Root. Good delivery. Root. Model of defensive stroke. Just taking that stride forward and playing the ball back along the pitch. No run. The end of the over, 93 for 1. We've had 35 overs.
Yeah, Lees keep on fighting, keep on plugging away in his own style. Sherman Lewis, I'm really impressed with him then more in terms of you can see that he seams the ball, he take it in and he can take it away, and he seems like he has the control of doing it. You know, he bowls proper length. It's sometimes he in terms of back of the length a bit too short, but so far no.
And he has decent pace.
Pace,
as well.
Yeah.
Brian Charles continues, driven pleasantly by Lees, and again no run. So he's now faced 102 deliveries for his 23 runs. Just covering up to delivery, and Charles would be buoyed now that having gotten the wicket of Zach Crawley, having beaten Zach Crawley all ends up and hit the stumps, he would feel a lot more confident about himself.
But I can see why Brian Charles gets a few wickets, because he has a very good flighted delivery. He doesn't afraid to give it some air.
And for a short man, he does try to give it some air, because he probably would have to flight, because he would sacrifice in the bounce that he would get to the taller spinners.
Yeah. I say the like of Rakim. You know, he's tall, but I like you see that nice, and he's very consistent. Yeah, you can see why he's successful so far in his career.
Still would love to see him bowl a couple of deliveries over the wicket to the left-hander, just to see what would happen, especially with that variation. And as Springer said, coming out of that blind spot. But he gets through his over very quickly. Another over bowled, 93 for 1 at the end of 36 overs. Lee's on 23, Root on 4.
Well, Lewis, he must be wondering. He needs a break in terms of the bowling. The bowler, Charles is getting
through his overs very
quickly. You know,
before Lewis has even caught his breath. He's back on again.
Yeah, but sometimes, I mean, some bowlers like it that way. Even a bowl shorter spells, but you keep the rhythm going. You know, and he's in a good rhythm now. You can see even after Crawley, I think Crawley was because of his height, that length. You know, sometimes that Lewis bowls, that is a easy length for Crawley. But now that you have two reasonably normal height batsmen, yeah. But you know, Joe Root, he's a different kettle of fish.
He is a different kettle of fish. He's actually world class and has been so for a while, and so he would be a different proposition,
right,
for Sherman Lewis. And let's see how Sherman Lewis is able to handle the likes of Joe Root.
But I think this is a good test for these bowlers, you know, to be exposed, to be given the opportunity to be bowling to these test players, especially one like Joe Root.
Good delivery. They just beaten Root again. Just a little bit of extra pace that came onto the bat quicker than Root had anticipated. He was looking to probably turn it on the inside, probably get it down to that mid-on position. The ball hustled onto him on that occasion. And if you're wondering who we're talking about, Joe Root, 114 test matches, 210 innings. He has 9,600 runs. He has a career average of 49.2, 23 test hundreds, and 53 half centuries. He's driving. Would have wanted that one to beat Shamar Springer, who's at that square cover position. Root just looking to get into his flow of things pretty early in his innings. He's only faced some 9 deliveries, so it's been a busy 9 deliveries for Joe Root. He came in and immediately swept away
for 4, and he hasn't scored again.
And
but he
plays a couple of shots.
I think he plays more shots than
runs.
Than Lees. Even though Lees is there for 100 and odd balls.
I'm telling you, he's looked busy. Lewis, outside line of well judged, good judgment. Just outside that line of the off, picked up the line pretty early and judged it well into the gloves of wicketkeeper Shane Durrich, who is back behind the stumps after about a 2-year or so layoff.
Remember, he was in New Zealand. He went to New Zealand after the
probably
he went
2019.
He went to New Zealand and got his finger damaged.
Yep, he came back. We haven't seen him much since, but he's back now.
Well, he hasn't played. He started back this first class season just the other day.
Certainly.
Yep.
And Root is getting another good delivery from Lewis. So Lewis bowling well to Joe Root so far in this over. Has kept him quiet, has kept him honest, has made sure that Root doesn't get any room at all to free his arms. And that's what Root is probably looking for, some looseness, some loose deliveries that will get him into a flow of things pretty early. But Lewis, so far, has been very good in terms of keeping Joe Root honest. Root is driving. Gets it through the offside, but not timing it well, but rushes back for 2 runs. What would somebody like Joe Root be looking for in a match like this one? His first match on tour, the opener before the big test series. What would his expectation be?
Well, just to get a feel of the conditions, to get his mobility going. to get back in a rhythm, you know, to get a good total on their belt, and you know, just to be in the middle. It's different conditions here. The first time in terms of you would have a lot of practice and so forth, but you know, the first time to be in a competitive match, and you want to get that you want to get the energy flowing. You want to get that competitive juice kicking in, you know. And he want to. I think as I say, he's on a mission because of the captaincy and so forth, as Vernon alluded to earlier on. He's on a bit of pressure, and he's the number one batsman in the English team. I hope in the world as well. I'm not 100% sure, but he's up there, either 2 or 3. But yeah, so he want to keep his momentum going and just get his confidence flowing.
Certainly, Brian Charles is still in action, and he's bowling to the left-handed Alex Lees, who's been there since the opening over of the match. He's on 23 runs off of 109 deliveries, so he's batted well over 2 hours for those 23 runs. Coming forward once again, just quietly. And don't forget the first Apex test between the West Indies and England bowls off at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, starting on Tuesday, March the 8th. Again, flight from Brian Charles, just flighting that delivery, trying to tempt Lees into that false stroke. Lees has not yet given in. He's just been content to come forward and play defensively, showing good ability against the spin bowling for an opening batsman. You tend to think that the opening batsman would prefer pace. Here we seen him trying to sweep one, swinging it, getting it down to that short fine leg position.
Mosley.
Didn't beat the fielder though.
I think that's Shane Mosley. Good.
Yep, Shane
Diving.
Mosley. Just rolling over
Yeah.
doing the feeling to end the over. The end of it, 95 for 1. We've had 38.
In terms of the selection of the President 11, in terms of the combination, can we only have one spinner here? You know, is it an indication of what's coming for our the way that these selectors are going in terms of the combination? One spinner and you have the 4 fast bowlers.
Well, when we look at even the composition of the test side, where we see only I think it's Pramal.
Pramal, yeah,
is the only spinner that is considered in that match. It tells you that the selectors are expecting that against England they're going to be maybe looking to use the seam bowling options. Sherman Lewis, Yorker length delivery, dug out by Joe Root as he continues just to try and warm into his innings so far. Few spectators still around, and those especially on the western side. There have been some that have been standing in the sun, Sylvester, since about 10 o'clock this morning. They've not moved an inch. They're absolutely loving the sunshine. We who are from the Caribbean would have already been sprinting somewhere for shade.
As a matter of fact, we wouldn't even think about
We
going out
wouldn't
there.
even think about going in that direction.
Without your umbrella,
Your
tent
umbrella,
or
your
something.
tent, something that will offer shade.
Shade, yeah.
We see there's one lady down on the western side. She seems to have gotten the memo. She's walked with her umbrella.
And maybe she lives here.
I think so. I think so. Sherman Lewis from that far end as we look onto it. And again, continue. Bang on to Roots. He's been very good so far, Sherman Lewis, with his line and his length. He's not given anything away. Nothing at all for the batsmen to free their arms or to look to really score. Our cameras have picked up some of those spectators on the western side, and we expect many more, thousands of them, for the first Apex Test match at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium starting next Tuesday, the 8th of March. And if you can make it an occasion, please do go and get your tickets. Route is pulling 1 for 4. We're short and banged away. Just as I was saying that Sherman Lewis had not given Root anything at all to work with, he bangs one in short, and Root was quickly onto it, pulling it backward of square and picked up a bound.
Yeah, brilliant shot. I mean, he's definitely looking to score, and that gives him the advantage that, any bad delivery that he will punch on it as early as possible. But I see Lewis's intent. He's bowling pretty good, and I guess he wanted to surprise Joe Root, but Joe Root is equal to the task, and I don't think that pitch, for what we have seen, especially after lunch, for those short backer length deliveries, this pitch is not receptive.
It's not quick enough.
No, it's not.
The pitch is not playing quick enough for you to be bowling that short. And if you're going to be bowling short, it really has to be an effort ball.
Yeah.
It has to be one that you really put in extra effort. And on that occasion, he just almost just, as Kenny Benjamin said, just put the ball into the pitch rather than really hitting the pitch hard. And Root was equal to the task and really smashed it away over the square leg region and picked up 4 runs. 99 for 1. So the English team approaching triple figures, approaching 100. And remember, if you have the opportunity, you can come up to the Coolidge Cricket Ground and take in some of the cricket. The ball has been retrieved and Lewis is ready again. And has Root covering up to a good delivery. Probably comes down and says, "Good afternoon, Mr. Root. How are you doing?" And Mr. Root walks down. He says, "I am one of the best in the world, sir. I'll just tap the pitch down so that you can know that I am here." And it's good. That's why we love cricket. The rivalries and all the other things that goes along with this beautiful game we all love so much, called cricket. 99 for 1. Zach Crawley going for 62. Getting to that half century and then being bowled by Brian Charles. Root is getting one outside the line of looking to beat Springer at that square cover position. But Shamar Springer feels well. And again, there is no run. The end of another over, 99 for 1.
Yeah, and good positive cricket here all around. I think that Sherman Lewis, he's really trying to get Root out, but Root was equal to the task. He looks like he's on a mission in this innings to get himself going. He's looking for that boundary ball. He's looking to score. So Sherman Lewis has to be very precise with his length and line. And fortunately for him, that Root, he didn't really find a gap at that last one, because that was an exquisite shot as well.
It was an exquisite shot, but he just hit it straight to the fielder, who was at square cover in Shamar Springer. And again, there's no run. Brian Charles is going to start another of his overs from the pavilion end around the wicket to the left-handed Lees. And again, Lees gets another delivery that he's just playing defensively. He remains on 23 and he's now up to 114 deliveries. So he's really racking up the deliveries without scoring. He's going to get some runs here. He gets this one out to a deep square leg. And Colin Archibald does well with that left hand, running around the ball and having a quick throw in. That's the kind of feeling that the captain would want to see from his field. That's the kind of effort that would want. Brings up the 100 though for England. 100 for 1 in over number 40.
And one thing we can say in this day and age in terms of the fast bowlers, they are more fitter and stronger. I should say maybe agile, not really fit and strong, because those guys back then they were very fit and strong. But in terms of agile, getting across the field,
I think a lot more effort is put into the fielding these days.
Yeah,
with all the specialist fielding coaches and all the other things, and everybody wants to get in on the action.
Yep.
Everybody learns the slide. Everybody is taught now to give the effort that is necessary.
Well, they have specialists in every department. Specialist batting coach and bowling coach and fielding coach and wicket keeping and Yeah, there are a lot of specialists. I mean, the management staff now is more. It's sometimes more than the actual playing
More playing
players.
team. Charles continues his spell. He's bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Root. So far, not really troubling Joe Root with those deliveries. This one starts on now about the stumps. Again, Root just comes forward defensively to end his over. He's getting through his overs very thick and very fast. 40 overs have been bowled. England, they are 100 for 1. I say goodbye for the time being to Sylvester Joseph and Marley Richards. And if you're wondering who Marley Richards is, he is the son of Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards, national hero of Antigua and Barbuda and former West Indies captain and great batsman. Somebody we all love. And somebody's just
No doubt.
mentioning him. He is the greatest ever.
No
And
doubt.
I would never argue that point. When that point is made, Sylvester, you move straight
just
on.
move along,
Yeah,
innit?
you just move along because it's hard to argue with that one. You just move along. So looks the referee is going to come. He's going to switch ends. He's now going to come from the northern end. Anything that you've noticed since lunch, Marley?
I mean, what I've noticed is that actually it's been quite exciting to actually cast my eyes on a true modern day great player in Joe Root.
We watch. Lees is going to get some runs down to the final leg. Shamar Springer is the player who is brought into action. What I saw from the time Root stepped over the boundary line
Easy.
onto the field, he looked different. You could look and see
Different.
that this guy believes that, you know what, I'm good. I'm a good batsman. I'm a good
And he's
player.
confident.
And I'm going to go out and I'm going to exude confidence just even before I get to the crease.
Oh, for sure. And you saw by the first stroke that he played. that
Very
little
first
lap
stroke.
down to the boundary
Yes.
before. We talk about how aspects of the white ball game have come into the red ball game, and that was a perfect illustration there.
It was. And so far, he's been there. He's faced 22 deliveries for his 10 runs as compared to Lees, who's on 25 off of 110.
Once again,
116, correction,
that
deliveries.
assuredness in the setup, you know. You tell Lees is just trying to find his way.
Striving. He's going to get a run, though, as Reefer was able to just take the pace off of that one. Had that one gotten past Reefer's left arm, it might have raced out to that long off boundary. So just another single for Joe Root.
But you can tell Alex Lees, he's got immense powers of concentration. He's still, even at this stage of 25 from 116, he doesn't look too flustered.
Doesn't look flustered at
at
all.
He's just
Doesn't
going
look-
about his business.
It's almost as if it's just another day in the office. Again, plays defensively to a pitched up delivery from Raymond Reefer. And Reefer, though, would not be too concerned because as much as he's occupying the crease, he's not scoring very quickly.
No. He's
So,
not putting any pressure on the bowlers.
He's not
is he?
putting any pressure at all on the bowlers. And the bowlers would be happy to that, just to be bowling to someone who has gotten probably into a defensive frame of mind.
Yeah. And that's something that England have tried to address. If you think of when they selected Dom Sibley, he's a player pretty much in the same mold, a bit of a nudger, nerdler, occupier of the crease, and they kind of went away from that, went to Hasim Hamid. That didn't seem to work out. If I was Hamid, I'd be a little disappointed to miss out on this tour, though. to be
I
honest.
would be as well. He's going to
Considering
get another run.
considering him just being brought back, you know, Denmore, right? And tough opposition.
And it
probably-
always brings up the question as to which players get more opportunity than others.
Yeah.
There are some players that seem to not get as long a run as others.
And you wonder why.
And you wonder why. And somebody like Hamid might think that, you know, I probably deserved a longer run.
I think so. considering he was just brought back.
Yeah, and it might have been a different kettle of fish coming against
The West Indies as opposed to Australia.
Yep.
If you think
West
of
In-
that attack in Australia, you know.
Correct, and with the West Indies not as high in confidence as probably West Indies of the previous years. This might have been an opportunity for somebody like him to get an eye in, to get his eye in, to get a feel of Test cricket at the other end of the spectrum, where you're not coming in with fast bowlers with their tails up in the air.
Exactly.
And so
it's just a different proposition.
it is.
And, you know, you just want players to be treated fairly.
Here we watch as he's clipping this one away. Should get runs here. Good effort by the fielder. Who's that? Mosley?
Yeah,
Shane Mosley, who's down on that long leg boundary, but couldn't get there as that one just slightly strained in line by Raymond Reefer and Joe Root making him pay. At the end of the over, 107 for 1.
And that's the class of the player, isn't it? We're just talking about the confidence, the assuredness, the positive footwork. Just one of the truly great players of today. You hear about the big four. There was a little time there when he probably just fell off the boil a bit, and it was more of a big three, or you would say that maybe Babar Azam assumed that position. But yeah, I think it's more of a big five now. Roots firmly back among the top players in the world. And like I say, to be casting my eyes over him here today, then we're in the flesh. It's actually quite an exciting.
It is quite exciting to see him, and that is why I noticed all his mannerisms, because I was really looking for him intently. So I noticed that when he stepped over, then he halfway through he did a sprint and all of that.
Very keen to get out there.
Yep. Brian Charles is hit away through the offside. Good looking shot by Lees. Timed well, but not with the power that he might have wanted. So he got just 2 runs, but was able to ease it through the offside. Short of a length delivery from Brian Charles.
I was actually just having a word with Anthony Martin, former West Indies leg spinner. And he said something quite funny to me. He said, Brian Charles, you would think coming from Trinidad that he would probably be a batter. With the name Brian Charles.
Brian Charles.
Yes, having the first 2 names of Brian Charles.
You can tell who his parents backed
exactly.
when they were
when he was born.
When he was born, yeah, you can
they were
tell.
obviously big fans of Brian Lara, Brian Charles Lara.
His dad probably couldn't pass up the opportunity to get as close as that's the closest I'll get you to Lara.
without the last name.
Yes, without the last name.
Brian Charles. Because a lot of people actually refer to him as Brian Charles, Brian Lara, don't they?
Yes, certainly. And he, as Bongsin was saying, his namesake.
Yes.
Almost.
Yes, Brian Charles.
But so far he's been steady.
Pretty
in
steady.
Brian Charles.
No
Using
real
whatever
big turnover
variety,
bounce.
whatever variety he can. He's looked to flight it, like we've seen on that occasion where he just gave it just a little bit of flight, and he gets through his overs pretty quickly as well.
Does.
So the bowlers who are bowling with him are probably out of
Especially
breath
the fast
because
bowlers.
he's really getting through very quickly his 6 deliveries.
And that's often something, that's a very interesting point. It's often something that's overlooked. When a pacer is bowling with a spin bowler, just how quick the spin bowler gets through, and just how much harder it is physically on the fast bowler from the other end.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a true test of fitness.
It is a true test of fitness. Flighted delivery,
Just gonna
and the
say
first sign of aggression
6.
from Lees. He's hit it all the way over, long on for 6. That's a maximum. Beautiful shot.
Yeah.
Flighted and offline, and the first time we've seen Lee with a real aggressive stroke. He smashed that one over the top of long on for 6 run.
Yeah, great shot there by Lees. I was just going to say, at least Charles can get away with tossing up these deliveries to Lees. I wouldn't be so sure if he'd get away with Root. But Lees making him pay there, tossing up another one. I think Charles just thinking that Lees is just in a bit of a rut and trying to toss one up there. But Lees good enough to get down to that one. And as like you said, smoked it over long on for 6.
And that shows you that Lees, even though we might think that he's in a defensive frame of mind, he's well alert as to what is happening And just on that occasion, he would have said to the bowler, "Don't think that I am asleep."
Exactly.
Because I am not
Still ready to
I'm
pounce.
still ready.
Still ready to pounce.
115 for one after 42. Reefer starts a new over. First delivery to Root. Played defensively into that offside field. We see Devon Thomas, who is
Now
on the field. Wasn't on for the pre-lunch session. He's on. Devon Thomas, though, in seeing him, looks as if he's put on
A little bit.
2 or more pounds from the last time we would have seen him.
He looks strong. He looks
Is it 2 or more pounds of muscle?
It
or-
looks so to me.
Yeah. Must have been doing some work in the gym. Root is playing this one beautifully on the onside. Good bit of fielding as well by the fielder out there. That looks to be.
Archibald?
That's not Archibald. We'll make the fielder out in just a short while, but good bit of feeling by him out at that mid-on section.
Oh, it's probably McSween then.
Just tumbling away and saving runs, just limiting Root to just a run. 116 for one.
And Root actually was batting like a foot outside of his crease to Raymond Reefer here, and Alex Lees as well. Just batting a little bit outside the crease, trying to get a bit closer to these balls from Raymond.
And I think it has to do with the length
Yeah.
that Raymond Reefer normally bowls.
And the
He
pace as well.
Yeah, not very quick,
Yeah.
but he bowls pretty
That
much what
nagging.
we call a lot of hard length type of deliveries. And the batsmen are just trying to get a little closer to them to make them into run scoring deliveries.
Just trying to knock him off his normal length here, the English batters.
Certainly. Reefer in once more. And Alex Lees is playing a defensive shot. Out on the onside. Again, can't score. So he continues. He's on now to 34. 34 off 126 deliveries.
And if you're a West Indian, from a West Indian perspective as well, you should be already looking to pick up notes on how we're going to attack an Alex Lees, possibly if he's selected in the first test squad. You know, it's a good opportunity.
He's going to get runs here. He's running this one down to wide third man, more backward point position. Comes back easily for 2 runs. So do you think that the West Indies captain and Craig Brathwaite would be taking notes from a match like this one? Would he be? with
I
his
think it's the
little notebook?
analyst's job at this point in time, probably, to be taking the notes and then to be delivering the information to the players. I think the players as well should be proactive and to take the time when they can,
yes.
when it's available.
Or probably tonight,
Yeah.
when they
When
when
they're
they
on
get
in
the,
their downtime, you know.
and they get the videos to have a look.
But I was just going to say, that's an area which I think the West Indies can exploit. At times, he just struggles to get a full face on those balls, especially the straight ones. The angle bat face just a little bit, and there's a possibility for him to inside edge those deliveries onto the pad, get caught at short leg, or even inside edge them onto the stumps. So it's just a few areas that the analysts can look at.
The drinks break is going to happen now. The players are going to refresh themselves. We want you to remember that the iconic rivalry between West Indies and England comes to Antigua and Barbuda and Grenada for the Apex Test Series. For the very first time, the two teams will vie for the newly minted Richard Botham Trophy. Tickets are available at windiescricket.com or at the match venues. West Indies residents receive 50% discount. Come out in your numbers and enjoy some cricket, entertainment and good vibes. COVID-19 protocols apply. And the first Apex test between West Indies and England bowls off at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium starting on Tuesday, 8th March. Get your ticket at windiescricket.com or at the stadium. Bring your coolers. the whole crew and rally with the men in maroon. Tickets start at 20 US or 54 EC, plus West Indies residents get 50% discount. You don't want to miss this one. COVID-19 protocols apply. So we're really getting ready, and this is just the warm-up stage for that very big Apex test match, and it is for the very first time playing for that newly minted Richards Botham Trophy. And how would we love to keep that trophy here in the Caribbean?
Yeah, we would. I mean, the Caribbean hasn't been a happy hunting grounds for England. I think they've won once in the past 40 something years.
So we want to keep it that way. But when we look at the bowling statistics for the West Indies Presidents 11, who would have jumped out at you in this so far?
Well, to be honest, I think the pace bowlers in McSween and Lewis, I think they started pretty well. Maybe flagged a little bit towards the back end of their first spells, but I think overall, especially Sherman Lewis, he's shown good energy. He's bowled 11 overs already here and gone for 34 runs. He hasn't managed to pick up a wicket, but himself and McSween, especially with the new ball early here this morning, they looked actually quite threatening with the new ball in hand.
What would you say of Colin Archibald?
Colin Archibald, just at times, just struggling with the step up in standard in terms of maybe he could get away with just putting a few balls down in the first class game, but here against these England batters, he's been made to pay every time he's overpitched with those slightly floaty deliveries. So he'll have to learn that he'll have to get stronger and learn to bowl more of a back of a length to top batters. And when going up, he'll also have to hit his full length very hard as well.
And we look at the England batting card. Crawley getting to 62 and then getting out. Should he have carried on?
Yeah, I mean, it was all coming to him pretty easily, wasn't it? He didn't look troubled that much, apart from a few deliveries early on this morning. The new ball, like we said, from McSween and Lewis. But generally, it was a pretty assured innings. Looked very much a test player, cut above this level. But like you say, he should probably be still at the crease here then more.
So Shema Springer, we're going to see him for the very first time in this match. And so Shane Dowich going to Shema Springer.
Surprised that we haven't seen him earlier. Jeremiah Louis also just going off the field. So Sherman Lewis coming back on.
Yep. So Springer, we'll see what he can do. We remember him from that under 19 World Cup. They say he remember him more for the dance moves. Here is him starting well, but again immediately around the wicket.
Yeah, I mean that's something that's become fashionable, hasn't it? Like we say,
it has.
It's the thing to do now. Not sure for the reasoning, or as to the reasoning why, or the reasons why. But
do you think that those in authority, those in positions of influence, do they speak to bowlers about this, or they just allow them to do it and not intervene?
I think they'd have to speak to them about it, to be honest. And I think some of the things is the bowlers trying to convince them of what they're trying to do. I think more often than not, when you go around the wicket as a right-hand fast bowler or medium pacer, to the lefty, it means you're immensely skilled in terms of you've got that ability to start the ball on the stumps and take it away pretty late.
Correct.
And that's a skill that, if you look around the world, not too many bowlers actually possess. I can think of Kamar Roach. You think of Jasprit Bumrah as well.
Bumrah, yes.
Yeah, around the wicket, starting straight and going away from the left-handed batter late. But apart from that, you don't think of too many who can really execute that skill. So, like you say, I think the basics on this occasion, over the wicket, looking to create doubt, whether the left-hander plays or not, just outside that off stump, it's still the best way to go, in my opinion.
Springer. And Woot is going to get a boundary. Nice late cut. Just waited on it, and almost at that last minute, just as it was looking to go past him, just dabbed it to clear the fielder. got it between the fielder at that wideish gully and point, and down to the third man boundary for 4. Deliberate stroke, classy stroke.
Yeah, very classy stroke. The stroke of a batter who has extra time, or gives the impression of having that little bit extra to make up his mind and play his strokes. It's, like we say, this is the top batter here in this England team, and he's showing it at this point in time.
Springer gets a wide delivery. He was lucky to. I thought to get away with that one. It was very wide. Root certainly not interested in that one.
And I think Shamar Springer is someone who can actually bowl quicker. I've seen him actually this season in the CPL as well. Hit 140s. You know, I think that's the potential he has. He's the kind of player who can be don't know, bowling or batting all rounder. Not quite sure yet, but he's got that ability, you know, and that potential to bowl high 30s, high 130s, and to come and be a proper batsman as well.
For those who are still interested in coming and seeing the President's 11 versus England, I think there's a 10 US entry fee to enter the grounds here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. Root looking good so far. Very pleasant in his stroke play.
Yeah, it's all looking very easy. For
44 overs gone, 124 for 1.
Yeah, it's looking pretty easy for Joe Root here. Just building into his innings quite nicely. Alex Lee is at the other end. What England have struggled with over the past few years, though, has been the batting collapse. Denmore, there's been quite a few batting collapses. When they'll have a good partnership, put on 120, 130, and then as soon as that wicket falls, it's 7 or 8, and that's it. They all fall down. But with a batter like Alex Lees, the way he plays, he could possibly add some surety to this England batting lineup.
Certainly. Lees is going to get runs here, just clipping one into the mid-wicket region. Root calls and gets 2 runs easily in the end. Root just pushing Alex Lees to come back for that second run. And he's just also giving him some advice from the other end.
But, I mean, what we'll see is whether this innings is an anomaly or whether this is actually the way
that
Alex Lees plays. Right. Yeah. Because England tended to want to move away from this type of innings when they dropped Dom Sibley. So I mean, it'll be interesting to see as this series goes along. As we see there again, just struggling to really get a full face on those straight deliveries, isn't it, Denmore?
Yeah, and he's played quite a number of them off the inner portion of the bat. Almost played one onto his stumps earlier as well.
Just an area that he can be attacked, I'd say. I think maybe with a bowling lineup with a little bit more pace, a little bit more potent bowling attack here, Alzari, Joseph, Phillip, or even...
I tend to think even
Seals.
a Kemar Roach.
Kemar Roach would be
would have been...
With the length he bowls.
Yes.
Yep.
He's facing. And again,
Just
to that angle, with that ball that is angled into him. He's playing it again off the inner portion of the bat, out into that straightish mid-wicket position. So...
But he's still there, and it's well played at the end of the day, you know, because he's looking to play it straight. He's just squirting off into the onside, but he's looking. He's trying to present a full face at the end of the day.
Here we watch Reefer. Even though he's driving again, we're seeing the same thing. And this time he was away from his body, and just looking to push that one again off the inner portion of the bat.
Just looking at him for the first time, at times it looks like offside play is going to be a struggle, isn't it? Heavy bottom-handed grip. Sometimes you see him looking back at his bat in his stance, just trying to make sure that bat face is open so that when he's coming down, he's presenting a full face. So, it's something he's aware about, Alex Lees, and just struggling a little bit here with his hands, I would say.
Probably a little bit tired as well.
Yes.
Gets a run down to Shema Springer, who's on the fine leg boundary, again off the inner portion of the bat, and Reefer was very, very interested in that one.
It's close.
You tend to think that Reefer thinks that he's going to get one, probably to miss the bat and go on to that stumps. He's looking for that LBW decision against Alex Lees. He's probably noticed exactly what we've noticed in terms of the way that he's playing, and is trying to attack that weakness.
And I think, to be honest, this is probably one reason why Raymond Reefer hasn't played more test matches at this point in his career. Just lacking that little bit of added penetration. He's great line and lengths, but in terms of that penetration, it's just not quite there at times, especially for top level batters, batters at the highest level of the game.
127 for 1 at the end of 45.
Yeah, just lacking the 5 kilometers per hour or so, 10 kilometers per hour or so, then more. That would make all the difference in the world for a bowler such as Raymond Reefer. The lengths and lines that he bowls, it's in the threatening area, but if he just had that little added pace to his bowling, he would definitely be more of a handful, especially for top level batters, like I said before.
Certainly.
As we see Lees just look back again, he seems to be struggling, like you said, physically a little bit.
Physically, and so he's just checking his technique as he faces up to Shema Springer. He's been doing that for all the bowlers recently. You just see just before the bowler gets into his stride, he sort of checks.
Yes, because he'd be feeling that a lot of these balls are hitting the inside half of his bat. He's trying to access more the middle of his blade, and he's trying to keep that bat face just open, slightly open.
No ball delivered by Springer.
Good carry there, though.
We've seen a few no balls by the President's 11 for the day. Something they would want to reduce, to cut out.
Definitely. It's pretty hot day out there. You don't want to be bowling extra deliveries, sapping that energy. Young Springer.
Springer continues.
But Lees, now it's on to 41 from 138. Just building an innings. We're still into the second session on day one. Just setting that foundation for his team. The stroke makers to come. Dan Lawrence, Joe Root at the crease, Johnny Bairstow, just to name a few. Just building that foundation for his team here at Denmark.
Certainly. And doing probably what the English team would want him to do. They would want him to set that solid platform, something that the others, that a Ben Stokes, if he gets an opportunity in this game, can come and bat freely later on. Come and look to, get his eye in, look to play some shots, look to be able to bat under no real pressure.
Exactly.
And so probably working to the plan of the English team.
I was better. I was well timed there from
nicely
Lees.
timed, but
yeah, more of the middle there from Lees, getting the hands through the delivery and hitting the ball quite sweetly through the offside on that occasion. Not managed to get it through that fielder at extra cover, but well timed stroke nonetheless, and that would give him some level of confidence as well going forward, considering he had just struggled slightly previously.
Springer and Root is clipping one out to backward square. Wants a second, but not on. Throw is wayward. Pulls wicketkeeper Dowich away from the stump, but no damage done. Just a single to Joe Root. He takes his personal tally on to 21, and England total on to 131 for 1. Lees is on 42 with him of 140 deliveries.
Just looking at Springer here, get the impression there's 5 kilometers per hour in there somewhere, just hiding, just waiting to be extracted. You know, the run-up seems to have gotten shorter. There's no real jump, no real aggression at the crease, hitting that crease hard. I think there's more pace within Shamar Springer than he's possibly exhibiting.
So the end of the over, 130 for 1. 46 overs, 5 extras so far bowled by the West Indies President's 11. Just the wicket of Zach Crawley, who fell when the score was on 88, having made 62. He was bowled by spinner Brian Charles.
Picking up the lone wicket of the day to spin as well.
This is Reefer, and forward and pushing it into the offside field is Joe Root.
I mean, even if you watch, when we watched Joe Root in the just concluded Ashes as well, even every time he came to the crease from ball 1, he was extremely busy, wasn't he? He's looking to score. At times, that's also been his downfall. Just playing at balls that he probably could leave. But he's a very busy, positive player.
Outside the line of the off stump. Late swing from
Raymond
Reefer.
And maybe he can just exploit in these dry conditions as well here, Denmore. Maybe later on in the day, these West Indian bowlers can look to exploit that reverse swing. I know the England bowlers will be looking to exploit these conditions in terms of the reverse swing, even though James Anderson and Stuart Broad aren't here, but even these ones in the squad here today, they'll be looking to exploit these dry conditions.
Dry, dusty conditions. Something that was pointed out by one of our listeners in a WhatsApp message, pointing out that he's of the opinion that these pitches need the groundsmen or the curators need to leave some more grass onto the pitch. He was not necessarily very pleased with the browner nature of the pitch that he's seeing here today. He's thinking that we need to trust the grass a little more and leave on a little more.
I mean, there was a bit of grass. It's obviously been cut.
Yep.
They've probably been asked to cut it as well.
That was a good delivery. Beautiful delivery. Right down that corridor of uncertainty for Root.
In that area for Root.
Just in that area there.
That trouble area. Where at times he tends to just play deliveries that you could possibly leave. And on that occasion, I think this one just left him. Actually, a late decision by Root to play. Looked like he was going to leave it and made the decision.
Just that little element of swing from that delivery before also.
Creating that doubt.
Root is driving.
But how does he counter that big stride into that one there from Raymond Reefer, from Joe Root? Just forgetting about the previous delivery and back into his business, just looking to score runs, something that he does very well at the test level, just averaging just below 50, 49.73 if I'm not mistaken. Joe Root, top player.
So the end of another over. At the end of it, 130 for 1, 130 for 1. Joe Root just been brought a different bat. Probably.
I wonder how many he has in that bag. He only brought out 2. I reckon he's got at least 12.
Possibly quite a few more in that.
in that
Yeah.
kit bag of his.
Yep.
Alex Lee's just going about his business though. 42 from 141.
And it doesn't seem too concerned. We saw
At all.
just that little patch where he seemed to have just lost concentration a
little bit.
but has seemingly regrouped, and he's back into the swing of things.
Looking to get his maiden 50 here in an England shirt. On debut as well.
Certainly. And what a way to debut in bright sunshine in the Caribbean with
Lovely place.
warm climate and gentle breeze and seemingly what people call paradise.
And you can tell these lads are enjoying it. You can tell how many laps they've taken of the
Yep.
field here today. They're really just soaking in the atmosphere and just loving everything about the Caribbean here, Antigua in particular here.
Certainly. And it's a beautiful place, Antigua and Barbuda, when you look up and you see blue skies
Yeah.
and not gray skies and this
Warm
zero threat of
temperature,
rain
yeah.
and just water, warm beaches within a short distance
Yeah.
from any location.
Especially knowing after a hard day in the field, they can just go
You
for a
can go
dip
for a
as
swim.
well.
Yep, you can go for a dip.
Yes. It's
He's
paradise.
going to get runs here through the offside. Again, not driving, just hanging the bat out there, allowing the ball to come onto the bat, but having enough timing to get it into the space in that cover region, and picked up another run. And our cameraman just panning to show how close we are to the seawater. If you're just looking out
Was
to
that,
the east,
Jumbi Bay?
I'm sure it is.
It looks that way.
Looks that way. And what a beautiful place that is. Shamar Springer is in, and Root is going to get runs. He clips this one into the inside, wants two, and sprints back for the second run. Gets it pretty easily in the end as the ball going just past the square leg umpire and into a deep square leg position. Two more runs to the total.
And it's the timing for me, Joe. You know, the way he times the ball. Yes, he allows it to come onto the bat, plays it late, and more often than not, he finds the gap. And I think these are the things that make Joe Root the player that he is.
9,600 runs as a test cricketer. Here is he edging one over the top of the slips and down to the boundary for four. Was a low stroke, but they say when you flash hard outside the line of the off stump. He got enough bat onto it, took it over the top of the slips. Was never in danger of being caught and picked up a boundary down to third.
Bit of a nothing ball there from Shamar Springer, providing width. And like you say, a bit of a false stroke from Joe Root, not exactly hitting it where he would have liked, but nonetheless still collecting 4 runs as the total moves up to 137 for 1. Root now on to 27.
Springer with a full toss and gets away with it as Root drives it out to mid-on and can't score. That's the end of the over. Reefer holds on to the ball as he walks up to the far end, the end.
And Shamar Springer seems to be looking for swing in the lengths that he's trying to bowl here. I'd actually prefer to see him running and hit that hard back of a length, especially to Joe Root, and then on the other occasion, look to pitch up that one, 4th, 5th, possibly even 6th stump, just outside off stump, and look to take him down to the slips. It's an area which we've seen other bowlers look to exploit, but you've got to have that patience and that accuracy in order to do so.
Certainly. Referee is going to start a new over. First delivery. Alex Lees leaning on it, looking to pace it through the onside field. Remains on 43 of 145 deliveries. So it's been a patient knock by him. He's had quite a number of balls faced.
Trying to work out if that's Ollie's. Who is that? Okay, here we go. Oh, that's the one. That's the one. He's got
It's
to
a
be.
loud appeal.
He's got to be. Oh, wow.
Not out, says the umpire. Would love to see that one
Is that
again. That's
Leslie
the
Reefer?
one that Reefer has been looking for. That one that cuts back
Bradford.
at the
Yes.
left-handed
That's the
Lees.
area we're talking about.
Just that area of concern.
And possibly, I think,
Partnership
maybe.
between Alex Lees and Joe Root.
Oof.
50-road partnership.
Is that just going down? What do you reckon?
Probably moved a little bit too much.
Just seemed a little bit.
Just look,
Yeah,
just watch whether the seaming
Yeah.
look as if it was going towards
Yeah.
the leg stump. So
Yeah.
probably a
Just
good
going
call in
down.
the
Very
end
good decision.
by the umpire.
From our vantage
From
point,
our
it looks
vantage
stone
time,
dead.
yep.
But we're not directly behind the bowler,
stumps,
right?
yes.
Yeah. So good decision there, I'd say. Very good decision looking at that replay.
Very good decision in the end.
Just doing a little too much, but that's the area we were talking about then.
And that is exactly the type of delivery
Right.
that Raymond Reefer has been looking for. Here's it in again to Rooch from around the wicket, covering up his route. No run. The ball goes into the offside field. Again, picked up there by Devon Thomas. And I'm sure some Antiguans looking and saying, you saying that is Devon Thomas? Is that how our little booby looks now?
No, it's big booby
But
now.
that is now big booby. That is Devon Thomas, and he's been a batsman in form.
Standout player, really.
And no
before
doubt,
the
many
regional
Antiguans and
championship.
many persons in the Caribbean, they're going to be interested to see how he bats in this warm-up game, given the opportunity.
To be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing Devon Thomas versus a Mark Wood. We know Mark Wood's definitely a step up from what we've seen even in our regional
and his
competition.
pace.
And at that pace
At
as
that
well.
pace that he's going to bowl.
Yes, I'm interested to see how Devon goes about his innings, like you say.
Reefer is in and driven straight to Devon Thomas at extra cover by Joe Root. No timing on that occasion.
And it doesn't seem like the easiest wicket in which to time the ball on either Denmore. Just not coming
Not coming onto the back.
Yeah, just slightly too paced at times. We saw Zach Crawley actually time the ball sweetly at times, but
But he
generally
was timing it. Those balls were overpitched.
Overpitched,
They were
very full
balls that were
deliveries.
very full,
Yep.
right in his slot.
Yep. Raymond Reefer just a bit more of a back of a length here. On the other occasion, just going slightly fuller, but not full enough to be considered a half volley.
End of the over. 138 for 1. We've had 49 overs.
Yeah, 49 overs gone. The President's 11 getting through these overs, I would say here. Still in the second session. Coming up on the 50th over being bowled here by Shamar Springer. Still haven't seen Jeremiah Louis. Preston McSween bowled a one spell. We've seen Sherman Lewis bowl a couple of spells. He's been quite impressive, I must say. Brian Charles as well, and still quite a few options for Shane Dorridge to go to.
And you're watching us from the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, which is the home of West Indies cricket.
I'd like to see Colin Archibald come back at some point today.
Certainly would. Love to see him again. Shamar Springer, though, is in action. To Alex Lees. Just standing up tall on that back foot again. It's Lees. Playing it into the offside. Preston McSween. Feeling in the covers. A strange place to find a seam bowler.
He looks fit as
In
well.
the covers, but his feeling so far has been very good. So it means that he is a good fielder.
Looks fit.
Looks to be happy, having some fun enjoying his game.
I don't know, did you do the Super 50? Super 40, last regional Super 40?
Saw
last
Super
time?
50. Yes.
Super 50.
Yes.
Yes, you did. Didn't it seem like Preston McSween seemed to be carrying a bit more weight back then?
Yeah, he looks a lot leaner.
Yeah,
fitter.
very lean and fit here.
Yep.
Tells
It's
you that
probably-
these guys have been working hard.
Yes, probably gone home and done some work on himself. So,
Obed McCoy is another one that comes to mind. If he can get fit as well, he's got a lot to contribute to West Indies cricket, especially in white ball.
certainly. Runs here for Lees. Gets 2 more. Nice. Again, full pitch delivery outside the line of the off stump. Just pushed away into the offside field for 2. So 2 more to his personal tally. 2 more to the total. Remember, go to windiescricket.com/tickets to pick up your tickets, or you can visit the ticket booths. There are ticket booths here at the College Cricket Ground, home of West Indies cricket, and at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium.
That's
Good
a
delivery, that by Shamar Springer.
Yeah, it just died though on the way through to the wicketkeeper. Just bounced in front of wicketkeeper Shane Dowridge there, but good length there by Shamar Springer. Not quite as full as we've seen him bowl previously. It's been a little too full, I'd say, in his short spell so far, but on that occasion, just finding the right length, managing to beat that bat of Alex Lees.
Springer, and
It's well played.
good shot by Lees, but again, good feeling. That looks is
It's Devon again.
Devon Thomas
Yeah.
tumbling down very quickly there and making the save, stopping that one. And Devon Thomas growing up. We all knew him as a wicket-keeper batsman, but
Yeah.
lately he's not had the gloves on, but doing more of his batting
And a little bowling as well.
and a little bowling. Here is an opportunity and a bit of overthrows. And
A good save
good
there.
bit of save that by Colin Archibald out in the deep, because that was a strong throw there. Was that Maxwell who had a throw at the stumps and beating the wicket keeper and the diving field on the onside, with Colin Archibald down on that deep boundary, having to do a lot to save runs there. The end of the over, 141 for 150 overs gone.
Yeah, fabulous bit of work there by Colin Archibald, getting down quickly to save that one from going into the boundary for overthrows there. Good backing up. But Alex Lees just going about his business. You saw a nicely timed shot there off his leg straight to Devon Thomas, but just not quite finding the gap. But still there. And like we say, that foundation's being built. And with the stroke makers to come, things are looking pretty ominous for this President's 11 bowling attack at this present time.
So it's going to be Reefer to continue. He's going to be bowling to Alex Lees, who is approaching a half century here. And no doubt he would be happy to get to that
definitely.
landmark.
Definitely. Once again. Timed again. Well timed. Not beating Solazano there at mid-wicket.
Solazano, as you mentioned his name, too, someone who has something to prove in this game, having been selected for the West Indies senior team, and then
He's actually got the test. He made his debut, but didn't
Yes.
actually get to bat.
I think he had concussion,
Cushion, yeah.
feeling at short leg. If you want any more bad luck than that, don't think there's much more for a cricketer
I tell you.
than to be selected for your first test,
Away
thrown
series
in
as well.
at the short leg, as they do all newcomers,
Junior players.
and then you're struck on the helmet and has to be substituted out for concussion.
Can't take any further part in the series.
Can't take any further part in the series,
And then you
and then
lose your
losing
spot.
your spot. it's
Well, he's on the way back though, isn't he?
Yeah,
He's
he
still
certainly-
firmly in the selector's mind.
certainly would have something to prove here in this match. As this is Reefer, Yorker length delivery dug out by Alex Lees.
I think he played one out of the two games at Trinidad would have played as well, and I think he managed to get 70 out in one of the games.
One of the matches.
One of the innings, yeah. So
To show that he's on the
yeah,
way
he's
back.
on the way back. Yeah, on the road to recovery, and and looking to put in a performance here as well, with places up for grabs. Then more.
Certainly, Reefer is going to continue. He's continuing from that far end. As here is Reefer. He's in. And
That's a bit high. but
again,
that's the area.
the same area that Reefer is trying to attack, that ball that is cutting back at Alex Lees. This time hitting him a little bit high, just a stifled appeal by one or two of the fielders out there. And the score remains on.
I think maybe at times Alex Lees can just be a bit more natural and not really worry about his hands too much. Maybe sometimes he just overthinks it a little bit with the hands, and he just clouds the judgment a little bit.
He's turning one on the underside. Another delivery that was angled into his pads. Just looking to beat the man, Devon Thomas, at that square leg position. Doesn't do so. So he remains on 46 of 157 deliveries.
But we see this line of attack here from Raymond Reefer with the 4 men on the onside. It tells me that the line of attack is just going to be straight at all times to Alex Lees.
Maybe he should just bring one of those men a little shorter in a catching position to add that level of doubt.
More as well.
To Alex Lees. He gets a delivery. He's playing back down the pitch. And the bowler field to his own bowling. There's no run. 51 overs have gone. 141 for 1. Lees on 46. Root on 27.
And that's the thing about Raymond Reefer, though. In a more potent attack, he does allow, just give the captain some semblance of control, especially when trying to rotate maybe quicker bowlers. He does play a role, but like we were saying earlier, if he probably had just that little extra oomph in his bowling, he would just be a more threatening proposition. But he's definitely a steady, consistent performer. It looks like Colin Archibald's coming.
He's going to be coming from the airport end, and he earlier came from the Coolidge end of the ground, the far side as we look onto it. So he's getting an opportunity to bowl from the other end, and let's see if his fortunes change with the change of ends.
I don't think he bowled as badly as possibly even his figures suggest. He was pretty good. He was pretty consistent. He just overpitched a few times, and then that's he'll learn that the margin for error is so much smaller at the higher level. Because Zach Crawley definitely made him pay every time.
Every time. Didn't get away with any one of them.
Every time he overpitched, he was driven before.
Sprinting in, looking fresh.
That's good.
Good first delivery, beating the batsman Joe Root all ends up. And again, just what we were talking about.
Just
left arm paceman over the wicket to the right-handed batsman, pushing that one across him, and Root just playing down that line of doubt
and letting it go. But at the end of the day, that's the area you need to be to Joe Root. You've got to be patient, and you've got to make him make all the running from there. We've seen bowlers of greater reputation exploit those weaknesses, but can young Archibald do it here today?
Here is his delivery outside the line of the off stump once more, dying as it goes through to Shane Dorwich.
He's just died a bit from this end, yeah. Apart from Lewis this morning, it's just dying going through to Dorwich.
Some of the batsmen for the West Indies President's 11 that would be looking to probably make a name for themselves in this one, you think?
Yeah.
Young Alec Atenes would be somebody that the folks should be looking for?
Definitely. We mentioned Jeremy Salazano.
Maybe even Casey Carty.
Casey Carty,
This is Archibald delivering a no ball, overstepping that front crease, and by Nigel Duguid.
There's some of the younger players, but Devon Thomas, like you mentioned before, Shane Mosley. I think he's quite fortunate, to be honest, to have made his Test debut. He hasn't quite kicked on since then. Seems to have a few technical issues. Well, one glaring technical issue I can see is just the ball outside that off stump. Just tends to not know which ones to play and which ones to leave.
When I saw him in the test side, it didn't look as if he was ready for the
Right.
for the step up.
Right,
Didn't
I think,
look,
yeah.
as if he adapted well to that step up in class.
He played against Bangladesh, wasn't it? When a
Yes.
few players like opted out, and obviously I think he was quite fortunate to be selected. But he's come back home now, and he's trying to reclimb that ladder and reclaim that spot at the top of the order. But he's just struggled slightly since then, since making his debut.
Root is looking to drive through the offside, not timing it, gets it to Shamar Spring at short cover. I will ask the question as we prepare for Vernon Springer to come in. Where will we find that next great West Indian batsman?
Ooh.
Has he been born yet?
Possibly.
Or is
Yeah.
he somewhere in the under 19s? Did
Could
we
be.
see anything in the under 19 tournament to suggest that somebody from that
I did.
end
Yeah, I
might be
did.
the next best person that we're looking for?
I
We'll
did,
ask- We'll allow Springer to answer that question as Colin Archibald is outside the line of the off stump to Joe Root, who not interested, just allowing it to go into the gloves of Shane Durrich. There is no run. Score remains 141 for 1 off in the 52nd over. So Colin Archibald from the Leeward Islands. You see in and another
Again.
no ball.
I want just
You don't
bounce
want
a
to
little
see
bit.
that at this level. You don't
Maybe
want to
just
see
overstriding.
no ball, so he's gonna need to just sort that. He's just looking at it. But when players do that, they just look at where they've landed and don't make any adjustment.
I think he's just.
I'm
looking at
always
the mark.
baffled by that.
I think times they're looking for clarification that they actually did bowl a no ball, but pretty clear no there from Colin Archibald.
He's in again, and Wood is playing defensively. This time, the end of the over has come up. The end of my stint for now is 142 for 1, 142 for 1. Lee's is on 46 as we say welcome for the afternoon again to Vernon Springer.
Yeah, and just slightly uphill here from the airport end, Colin Archibald, as opposed to the Coolidge end. Just overstriding a little bit, just trying to make it up that hill and just bowling a couple no's in that over there, Brian.
But I think it's, and let me say just good afternoon to you, Mali, and good afternoon to Denmore. I think more than anything else, I don't know if you observe Mali, the umpire walked up to him in terms of running on the danger area. And I think that completely threw him off. In fact, he looked at him glaringly, Nigel Duguid, twice. And because of that, he now decided that he was going to go a little wider, and you could tell that he was not comfortable in that area there. And because of that, he ended up bowling a no ball. But outside of that,
Something he'd have to deal with going forward as well,
yes,
you know.
yes. Well,
Running on the
sometimes
danger
it
area.
depends on who's the umpires.
Yeah. It's
so,
something that you see even Trent Bolt struggle with at times.
yeah.
You know, just trying to stay off.
Brian Charles back from the CIUN, and he started bang on target. Shane Darwish starting with a slip. Yeah, a little bit more attack and a little bit more urgency from the West Indies President's 11 teams. Certainly, for sure, you can see that a little bit more pep in their step.
Well, I can tell you, Vernon, England will be looking to bat for 2 days.
Well, it's obvious. They're going into the first test. Remember the last time they played here in 2019, they lost to the West Indies. So they're going to make sure that they get good batting practice, and they've not been batting properly. If you realize what happened in Australia. They've come here with a plan. But Root is on a mission. He's 27 from 54, and Alex Lees is 46 from 161 deliveries. You can't bat that long and don't get a half century or get 100. Seriously concerned about that. again round the wicket. And really, let me say good afternoon to Azim Bassarat, President of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, has been listening to our commentary. Thanks very much. And to a number of folks all around. Jeff Lane, Basil Morgan, always around. Folks in Jamaica worked away into the onside and picking up an easy single. Shmar Springer dummy in it. Devon Thomas coming in nicely. Throw not clean enough to Shane Darwish. You had to tidy up. One bounce to him. In the meantime, score goes up to 144 for 1. Gregory Brathwaite just having a chat there with the batsman, England captain Joe Root, to tell him, this is where the young man is going to be coming from. Charles so far, 11.5 overs, one maiden. I think he's a couple of maidens. He's picked up 1 for 31. The only wicket takers so far here, so he'd feel very buoyed by picking up Zach Wally. He's got a ball to the England captain. Comes in out to both him, and Root is hustled out for quicker, fatter, fast the ball. And this is just day one, and I saw a little puff of dust.
Just a little bit, yeah. It's been quite dry here in Antigua. Not as much rainfall. You can tell by the outfield. Just these brown patches all over the outfield. But still pretty good conditions for batting. Vern, what we see there from Joe Root, his depth of crease, the way he picks up length and either goes back or comes forward. He makes up his mind very quickly. And all these things, like we said earlier, just help to make Joe Root the player that he is. One of the truly great modern day batters.
And the music playing around here, and the iconic Cheeky Hi-Fi. Last night,
good to see
Mali, man, you missed a little treat, man. It was
where
cylinder.
Was that, man? Where was that?
Man, it was lovely, man. Trust me, man. Even Unko and all sang, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, it was a jam
no
session.
Onion?
No
Galore. Onion?
Onion, yeah. The
what?
cylinder band, yeah, the cylinder band.
Okay, the 3-cylinder.
Yeah, man, 3-cylinder, and Unko joined, man. Trust me, it was a special moment.
I think the wider Caribbean would know about the Burning Flames.
Yeah.
3-cylinder and...
just listen last night, right? I mean, to the road march tunes rung out by Onion and Unko. It was just touching there. Even Sir Kirtley and I joined him, man.
Legendary, man.
Oh, man, trust me, man. You missed it, man. I tell you,
Where was it?
It was a ball. I can't tell you all the secrets.
Oh, what?
You keep asking me all the secrets.
Was it a secret bash?
You missed it.
What, you were avoiding COVID protocols?
No, it was a wheel of a time. It was a lovely function.
Okay, good.
It was a really lovely. So Richie was there.
Right.
The Who is Who in Antigua and Barbuda. A number of speakers. Darby Namadu wrote a book.
Right.
For his 70th anniversary. So, that in itself was touching. But the man has
Congratulate
moved
him and
himself.
just
King
being
George.
appointed ambassador as well, Darby Namad, right?
Yes.
Replacing.
Did he replace King Franca?
I think so.
Yes, I think he did. Yes. And in fact, King Franca's daughter Denise is celebrating her birthday today. She turns 50.
Oh wow! Happy birthday to Denise.
Yeah. So that's been pretty good. Colin Archibald, we're in the number 1 from the media center, and it's now the ball to Lees, who's working this, but can't beat the field at square leg, and the score remains at 144 for 1. If you're wondering what's happening at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, is we have to call this international cricket because it's the Cricket West Indies President's 11 coming up against England. We're preparing for the Apex Test Series. First test starts next week Tuesday, right here in Antigua and Barbuda, land of 365 beaches, and if you have a leap year, 366. The last time I spoke to Mali, let me hear the count. You're about 174 now?
I've seen them all.
Oh, okay.
366.
Mali says he's seen all the beaches here in Antigua and Barbuda.
A-L-L.
All A-L-L.
Yes, so I
you
can
could spell it
attest
in
to that.
French,
I can attest
Dutch,
to that.
you name it.
You heard it here.
Right. Mali Richards has seen all of the beaches in Antigua and
West
Barbuda.
Indies YouTube stream.
So, the folks who are coming down from England, if you want to know the name of all of the beaches, you just need to contact Mali Richards and he will take care of you.
Well, that's something I can't do. Name all of them, but I can tell you there are 366.
Here comes Archibald as he bongs away now, in now to bowl to Lee. Lee is getting a
That's
loose
probably gonna
delivery
be our
and just
century
punches
here.
it into this vacant cover boundary for 4.
50 on England debut for Alex Lees.
51,
Of
168 deliveries. And this would give him some confidence in his black armband around his wrist. He certainly would enjoy that. And what a special moment for him. We just saw some of the young cricketers in the bowling camp. Kelvin Pittman, Naji Amri from Nevis and Tegan Barbuda. The youngsters have been included. So they would have had a good workout here. But I think the Cricket West Indies President's 11 might need them there now. 53.5 overs bowled, 148 for 1. Archibald from the media centre and into bowl to Lees, who's 50, and he gets a back of the length delivery and stands up straight and defends it nicely. Over number 4. 54 is completed. Archibald not for 27 from 8. The count run rate is 2.74. Lees is 51 and Root is 27.
Interested to see how Alex Lees goes about his innings here, actually, after getting to that half century.
He's not going to change Mali.
No, but it'll be interesting to see whether he looks to step it up or just stays
I didn't walk
in
with
his
any
bubble.
fight tomorrow today, but so I
I'm not betting. I'm not betting.
You're not betting now, okay?
Nah.
Because I was going to tell you, you're going to see the same Lees.
But
He's
what
not going
that
to change.
suggests, though, what that suggests is that he's a pretty seasoned pro, especially at the first class level with 127 matches, over 7,000 runs, average of roughly 35. 1500s over 70-something 50s. He's a seasoned professional, especially in first-class cricket.
Root has brought out the broom, but this time he doesn't beat Shamar Springer, who is in the, as we would say, the 30-yard circle, more or less than if we had a one-day game here. Springer's not bowled yet. What is happening, Mali? Brian Charles is into his...
He has
He has?
Yeah.
How many?
He bowled a four overs.
No, he's got to bowl more than that. In fact, he's got 2 days out there, so he's going to have to bowl for a long time. And the approach of Root and Lees is not encouraging at all.
He
until
just struggles slightly a little bit, I think.
Well, he would. This is a step up, but it's a good experience for all of these youngsters. And I think this is what the present crop of West Indian cricketers would need. That's how they're going to learn. You get exposure. And it's good that the International Cricket Council and Cricket West Indies in England were able to work out a practice game.
Yeah, definitely needed.
Lees comes quietly forward.
From an England perspective, at least, they'd be happy with that.
149 for 1. Knowing him, he'll be thinking about starting all over again. He wants to make sure that he reminds the selectors that he wants to play in the first test.
Yeah, and also these players in the President's 11, they'll be happy with the fact that this game has been put on. You know, it gives them an opportunity to showcase their skills against some top players in international cricket.
We certainly need some more investment so we can have some more A-team tours taking place. I'm very much concerned. I know Denmore asked me a question. I'm going to answer him in a little while concerning after this tickle here from Lees, which is racing away down to the boundaries. Springer is after it. When he gets there, can't stop the second run. 150 up for England. Did he get 2? Yes, so 150 up for England. 151 for 1. And the West Indies President's 11, they're toiling away here. Again, just down that area. And over number 57 is completed. The latest score here, the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. England batting first, 151 for 1. Lees is on 53 from 173 deliveries. England captain Joe Root promoted to number 3. In fact, he will now bat number 3 at the test level. He's 28 from 57. And Charles has bowled 13 overs. Brian Charles, 1 for 34.
Because for a long time he seemed very reluctant to move from number 4 to 3. But
does it matter?
Based on what we've seen, not really. He's been coming in pretty early anyway, more often than not.
It shows you that England's
they have struggled.
They're struggling
mightily.
So Denmore was asking me about the West Indies, but England too is struggling. So let me address Denmore's question, because I don't want him to feel that I don't want to answer it in a very big way. Denmore, and I've been asking, so before I go to the West Indies, I need to start with leewards first. And so they said charity begins at home. And so we have to start asking ourselves, who's the next young best batsman coming out from Antigua, from St. Kitts, from Nevis, from Montserrat? And we'll get back to that, Mali. We start with Antigua for us. In the meantime, here's Root looking to just whip that and can't get it past the short mid-wicket fielder. That has also been my major concern. So I want to make a point. There are about 10 to 12 cricketers, Denmore, that went to England last year for the first time in a very long time from Antigua and Barbuda. A couple of players also from Montserrat, so Wandy White, Samuel KB, you name it. A couple of guys who went off to England. But when they came back then more, we had nothing for them. There was no system, and I know somebody's going to tell me something about COVID. But COVID, even before COVID, nothing happened. So you can imagine we hiding behind COVID by talking about, this and that. We have to put systems in place to look after our young cricketers. And so Denmore wouldn't come back and ask me 6 months from now who's going to be the next young best batsman coming out from the leewards. Root, just for a moment there, just making Archibald wait for a little while. Again, we got a slip, a wide third slip. Gully, sweep on the outside. Root is punching out to the sweeper. Comes off the boundary. And Root picks up his 29th run. It goes up to 152 for 1. So you with me, my buddy? You've been playing some club cricket. You seen anybody around? I know Joel Andrews has been scoring runs.
Yeah,
have
Joel
you seen him yet?
I haven't laid eyes on Joel Andrew yet personally this season, but I've seen him before. He's a fabulously talented player. There's also, I can't remember his last name, but young Michael plays for Combined Schools as well.
Combined Schools.
Is
it Michael Graves?
Michael, he's got a future, man.
Yeah,
if we can deal with
likes
him
cricket
and keep him,
he likes cricket.
Yeah, and
here is a little tickle into the onside and pick it up another easy single. That's why I was talking to you about.
It's his technique as well. He's got fantastic technique for such a young player.
He's a bright boy. So you got to understand it. And Joel Ranjo is also a bright boy too. Just thought that his brothers has fell off. And Denmore, you would agree Denmore nods his head?
I haven't seen much of Hilroy either since.
No, Joel, Hilroy is more or less, I feel, would have dropped off. And over in the Liberta area, you got Yuri Smith. I'm almost very, very, very much concerned about Yuri. I think by now Yuri, he had a stint in England. I think he's also going back again. So that's going to be good for him. So the development in England is also going to be good.
I mean, Isan Warner as well.
Well, he's a talent.
Yeah,
I just thought that it was unfortunate that he didn't get to go to the camp in St. Kitts because he's generally he's bowling wrist spin now, Mali, which is pretty interesting. He can bowl wrist spin, he can bowl a little bit of off spin, and he's a decent cricketer. And I
think
really
it's
think
incumbent as well, even in our region. We really need to bring back the Leeward Islands cricket tournament and force and really give these guys an opportunity to forge ahead with performances.
Well, I think it's more than just the Leeward Island tournament, Mali. I think we got systems in place because even if we bring back the Leeward Island tournament tomorrow, break for a little while, Mali.
We're not identifying talent though.
Yeah, but
well.
if we identify the talent, Mali, and you don't have, and you go back to your territory and nobody's there to work with you, we're back to square one.
But first and foremost, what games do you have to identify talent?
What
are we picking off of first and foremost?
Charity begins at home.
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, so you got to play local cricket first in your territory. Your territory is responsible for organizing cricket. So there's no way, Mali, that we shouldn't have a proper league going between Antigua and Montserrat. There's no way we shouldn't have a proper league going between St. Kitts and Nevis. That's where you identify talent.
But that's on the rest of the leewards. We play cricket here. The problem is the rest of the leewards don't.
Yeah, but St. Kitts and Nevis plays cricket. It might not be to the level that some people basically like, but the bottom line is that they're playing cricket. 153 for 1. I understand all the cricket, Mali, and I'm saying that development is not only playing.
Start identifying them.
Yeah, and then you put systems in place.
Rather than, hey, I send 4 from my region, you send 4 from your region. These guys need to be playing against each other so we actually know who's the best. Do you know what I mean?
So it's tea time here, Mali, at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And just to let you know that the Apex Test Series, you can buy your tickets, pick up your tickets very early. West Indies versus England, 2022. It's going to be, the men in maroon have to answer the call. First test, March 8th to the 12th at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Second test, March 16th to the 20th in Bridgetown, Barbados. Third test in the Spice Isle of Grenada, March 24th to the 28th. 3 keenly contested test matches. As we speak here, the umpires walk off. So too is Alex Lees, the England captain Joe Root.
Are we going to the third test in Grenada?
I think we should go to the third test. I'd really love to think about that.
Looks like a trip.
Yeah. Well, we certainly need to. You've given me a challenge now, man. So I maybe need to stand up to the challenge and step up in a very big way just to let you know in terms of what's going on. So, folks, it's tea time here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The West Indies President's 11 team, they have not been able to pick up any more wickets after Zach Crawley was bowled all over the place by the man himself, Brian Charles. Just got to be looking to pull up the scorecard.
Still just the 1 wicket, though.
Yeah, my folks not working with me, Mali, so I've got to get into...
Yeah, they changed it up. They switched it up on you.
My little boot and see if I can... hold a minute there.
Can we get the scorecard?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the scorecard because the folks on the other side seem not to be bothering with us in a very big way. Did you find yours? So if someone on the other side can just pull the scorecard up for us so that we can just alert our listeners and give them an idea in terms of what has been happening, we would be certainly grateful. Everybody on the other side. Okay, Denmore's just sent that to me quickly, so let me just look to pull that one up in terms of what's happening. So it's tea time here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, and as we speak, England are 153 for 1. Zach Crawley bowled Brian Charles for 62, 106 balls, 139 minutes with 11 boundaries. Alex Lees not out 54, 174 balls, 234 minutes, 5 fours and 1 6. And the England captain Joe Root, he's on 29 not out, 62 balls, 93 minutes, 5 fours. The bowling figure so far for the Cricket West Indies President's 11. And it reads as follows: Preston McSween, left arm fast bowler, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 15 runs, no wicket. Shermaine Lewis, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 34 runs, no wickets. Colin Archibald from Nevis and the Leeward Islands, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 29 runs, no wicket. Brian Charles, not Lara, Brian Charles from Trinidad and Tobago, 13 overs, 4 maiden, 34 runs, 1 wicket. Raymond Reefer from Barbados, 11 overs, 6 maidens, 22 runs, no wickets. And Shamar Springer, I missed his overs, 4 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, no wicket. England lost their first wicket on 88, and that was the wicket of Zach Crawley. That seemed like a long time ago. And 56 overs have been bowled, 153 for 1. We'll take a break. And when we come back, we'll be bringing live ball-by-ball coverage for you in terms of this important practice game. Cricket West Indies President's 11 against England.
And good afternoon and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Grounds here in Antigua and Barbuda, where the sun has left us for a little bit. So it's a cool afternoon and we're waiting for play after tea in this all-important warm-up match in the Apex Series, West Indies versus England. It's the West Indies President's 11 and they're coming up against the England team. And just to give you the full schedule of the Apex Series, March 1st to 4th is the CWI's President's 11 versus England at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, where we are right now here in Antigua and Barbuda. March 8th to 12th is the first Apex Test, West Indies versus England at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. March 16th to 20th, the second Apex Test, West Indies versus England at Kensington Oval in Barbados. And March 24th to 28th, the third Apex Test, West Indies versus England at Grenada National Stadium in Grenada. We're about to have play after the tea interval, and we're about to see Brian Charles, who is going to be coming from the northern end, or the Coolidge end as we know it. He's around the wicket to the left-handed Alex Lees. First delivery after tea is flighted and driven back up on the onside for the bowler to field to his own bowling. So now that the sun has gone down or has disappeared for a little bit, some of our fans who are standing in the sun all day have decided to have a seat. This one is worked away into the onside field for the first run after tea, and it takes Lees on to 54 of 175 deliveries. Root is on 29 of 62 deliveries, and with a strike current run rate of 2.72, England 153 for 1. So you're up to date on the match so far. Zach Crawley, the only wicket to fall so far, bowled by Brian Charles for 62. At that time, the score was 88 for 1. Bouncing Joseph, Sylvester Bouncing Joseph is back alongside us. His delivery gets one on the back foot. He's trying to force it away in the offside field, can't score. If you know him when he plays football, he's known as Bouncilino. Joseph, they say he has skills of a Brazilian footballer. Yes. Root just trying to get back into the swing of things, get a couple of deliveries after tea onto his bat, and probably no doubt looking to have a long innings in this first warm-up match. He would be hoping. Here we see sweeping, a stifled appeal by the batsman in Brian Charles. Looking to sweep, not making contact on that occasion. So early, he's looking to be positive against Brian Charles. And he's driving this one beautifully through the onside. It gets it past the diving straightish mid-wicket fielder. He's going to get 2 runs. Timed well, but not with the power. And I think slowish outfield. So the batsman having to run through for 2 runs. First over after tea completed, 153 for 1.
Yeah, and you have a partnership building so far, 68 between Lees and Root. And you can, if you study about Lees, he's scoring about 16 to 17 runs per session. You know, and Root, on the other hand, he batted 1 session and have 29 runs. So, you know, the scoring rate is nothing really to write home about, 2.7. So it goes to show that the President's 11 team is doing something, at least, you know, keeping down the runs, making it difficult for the English batters, and hopefully that they can get a few more wickets and change it back into their favour.
Colin Archibald is going to continue after the tea interval. Has the number 1 on his back, and a poorly lined delivery that is clipped away by Lees just for a single down to fine leg position. Colin Archibald had a little bit of a struggle in his spell before the tea interval, bowled a couple of no balls in one of his overs, and has a little bit of a problem with his line as well. Tends to be pushing the ball towards leg side to the left-handed Lees. Let's see how he fares against England captain Joe Root. Who just surveys his options. Just trying to make sure that he's settled and comfortable. This time it's a good delivery. Root doesn't have to play, just angled across the right-handed Root. Score remains on 157. 157 for 1. Lee's on 56. Root 31. 30 runs so far of Colin Archibald's 9.2 overs. So going at just about a little over 3 runs per over at this stage. Again, just pitched up to Root. Root is looking to score through the offside field, not timing the ball well on that occasion. Probably just a little bit closer to his body than he thought it might be, and so just pushing it up to the fielder at that mid-off position.
You think the pitch up at the stadium will be much different from this job?
I doubt it. Outside the line of the off stump, low delivery through to wicket keeper Dorwich. Listen, the stadium has potential to produce good pitches, but I find that once we hear the word test match, the pitch plays differently to how it plays when we play domestic cricket or when we use it in local competitions. I've seen it fly in the T20, the cool and smooth T20 matches and so on. But when it comes to the test match, there seems not to be that much assistance. One of our WhatsAppers was lamenting the fact that all the grass was cut off of this pitch as well. And so not expecting a very fast pitch or anything dissimilar to this one up at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. What type of pitch would you like to see, though, if you had the option of, choosing the type of pitch that the West Indies would want up at the stadium?
In terms of the team, from the team perspective, with all the fast bowlers that we have, I think that we should have, something with a bit of juice. And in order for you to win any games, you have to take 20 wickets. The batters, they have to fight and put up their hands. But the batting has been struggling for quite a while now, so I don't know if that plays a part, in the preparation of the wicket. But even though, whatever it takes, if you're playing to win a test match or win a match, you have to take 20 wickets. So it's best that you go the positive option, and you have. I think we have bowlers that are capable of getting 20 wickets in a match.
Another no ball by Colin Archibald. And I think just from the selection of the West Indies team, the West Indies have made it clear that it's going to be a pace attack, mostly pace attack. You tend to think that Jason Holder will play, Roach will play, and
two of the quicks
think that Seals might be in, and then the toss-up will be between Alzari Joseph or Anderson Phillip. So that's where the West Indies, of course the Antiguans would hope that Alzari Joseph would be the one in, but I'm of the firm opinion that the selectors would not be picking Anderson Phillip, who is in rich form now in the regional competition, and not play him. So,
but you can say the same thing for Alzari Joseph. The last time he bowled Leeward Islands to victory, so. And he is more experienced than Anderson Phillip in terms of the international level. He's bowling very well in the one-day version as well. So I think he's in a good space now. I think for me, not because he's from Antigua, but from a cricketing perspective, and what is happening, he deserves his opportunity. He's been around the test team quite a while, even before Anderson Phillip. This is his first outing, and I think he has been in and out of the team as well, Azari, making way for Gabriel when he comes in and so on. So I think, Joseph should get a nod.
we'll see what happens when the selectors pick that final 11 for that match starting on Tuesday. This is Brian Charles. And again, just being nudged around by Lees. 56 he is. Score flashes over to 57 as I looked at the scoreboard. 159 for One Root. Remains there on 31 of 72 deliveries. So,
but I think Lees is playing in the way that the English team would want him to play. Because for the past...
Joe Root is playing a reverse sweep and gets it down to the third man boundary for 4.
Good innovative shot. As I said, these shots now are becoming the norm.
We see them in the T20 and T10 version of the match, and they've crept their way into the test cricket. And again, just picking up the line early and playing that reverse sweep to full effect and getting it down to third man boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, what I was saying in terms of Leeds, he the way he's batting, for the past number of years now, the English team is struggling with a top order batsman, who can stay out there for quite a while, and I don't think they're worrying for this at this particular time about how much he scores. It's important that he stays an anchor, so the batters can come in now and execute and be free like Joe Root. He looks a bit freer. He looks he's not batting with any pressure, so to speak. So you need that, and you have another 2 runs there by
2
Joe,
runs
nice
for Joe Root, and you are correct. And I was making the point earlier that this sort of platform sets up for people like Ben Stokes and others who come later on to come and play their natural game, to come and be able to bat freely, look to play their shots and entertain, especially after you've had a solid foundation set by your opening pair or the top order, those who come at 1 to, we would say 1 to 4. Brian Charles still trying with Captain Joe Root of England, trying to tempt him into a false stroke with his flighted deliveries. He's back outside the line of the leg stump, and he gets away with it because it was hit to the fielder. They're going to get 2 runs, but that was 2 runs actually saved here by the fielder, because that one was outside the line of Joe Root's legs, and he really looked to paddle it away, and good stop in the end there by the tumbling fielder, Shaman Lewis, and 2 more runs to the total. 167 for 1 is the total.
Yeah, so the partnership is now even beginning to blossom even more. You see a bit more, they're scoring a little bit more free, especially from Brian Charles. I guess they got the measure of him at the moment, and they're just manipulating, and even Joe Root, improvising, playing the conventional sweep and the reverse sweep, and receiving some good runs for the time that they're there. They have already laid the foundation.
Partnership has been.
So if the track, the pitch up at the stadium, Sir Richard Stadium, is similar to this, you reckon that we need another spin bowler instead of?
We would be short of a spinner, in the sense that this is where somebody like a Ruston Chase would have been important in the squad. And Lees is playing the pull shot just for a single, short of a length delivery from, is this Maxwell who has come back? Yes, Preston Maxwell, who is back into the attack. So you would be short of a spinner under those circumstances. If you get a pitch that has little or no help for the fast bowlers, somebody like a Ruston Chase would have been important in a match like that. And you're hoping that they do play Prem Hall as the spinner, because if they don't play Prem Hall as a spinner, then we might have even a bigger problem.
I can't see that they're not playing. Prem Hall won't be playing in this with all. And one thing we have to take into consideration as well is that you have Banner bowls a bit of leggies, and I saw him.
But we haven't seen him bowl much once he's playing for the West Indies. So even though he can bowl, it might be a problem.
And then you have the captain. The captain normally comes and get a few. We did his dibbly dubs. He usually what we would say bowls so many sweet deliveries that he drowns in honey. 169 for one is the total route, and Lee's just building a partnership. It's now up to 81.
81 the partnership between these two, and 81 very good runs and 81 untroubled runs, because we haven't really seen any chances given in this partnership. It's been hard work for the President's 11 team. Maxwell again, Lee's just playing defensively into that offside field. We're just hoping, we're asking. We see Jack Matthew in the distance there. I wonder what he thinks the pitch up at Sir Vivian Richards is going to be. Doesn't look very confident. Even behind his mask, you're looking at Jack's face and you're not seeing him ooze confidence at all about the pitch up at Sir Viv. I'm going to be back in Mr. Merrick. Here we watch as Alex Lees continues to be a model of concentration and defense and technique, as he's looked very solid, almost rock-like, wall-like at that end. He's been very patient, very slow in terms of his run scoring, but he's been effective. 58, he scored off 182 deliveries. For the purists of the game, they would say great batting. For those persons who love the shorter version and strike rates mean a lot to them, he would be considered as being extremely slow. Another over has come to an end. At the end of it, 169 for one.
Yeah, and Alex Lees, he's what, 28? He plays 127 first-class matches, 7,780 other runs. You know, so he has been one who been around for quite a while. He knows how to score runs. You know, so he's one that he looks like he enjoys batting. You know, he like in a mode like this, you may think that they are batting slowly, but they sometimes will get like he's enjoying it, and like he knows this is the way. Any regrets? He's out there enjoying his batting.
Batting 2 is the test level. Sweep very well, getting it down to a vacant third man position for another boundary. He's played that shot a couple of times and he's played it well on all occasions. He's picking up the line very early from Brian Charles and has executed that reverse sweep to good effect. Joe Root faces up again, and this time just nudging it on the underside for another run. So a boundary followed by a single, just turning the strike over. He's on to 44. Lees is on 58. 173 for one in the 62nd over of the day. So still a bit of overs to come in the day's play. Brian Charles, and again Lees just on the back foot, forcing it away. Can't beat the infield, no run.
Another thing that was in terms of the spin bowlers, they normally they use to the right-handers, but we haven't seen.
They've pretty much have left-handers.
Yeah.
The end of another over, 174 for one.
Joe Wood picking up the pace. He's at 45 now. He's really picking up the pace. In the matter of 3 overs or so, he already have maybe about nearly 15, 16 runs.
He's had a couple of boundaries in the last few overs, and he has moved on. He's approaching that half century mark. He's there on 44. See, the score is corrected to 40. We'll figure it out. One scoreboard says 45, one says 40. We'll get it together in just a minute. We'll get his correct score in Joe Root. The manual scoreboard also says
45.
that he is on 45. So we'll take the average of the 3 and we'll stick at 45. Here we watch Maxwell. Yorker-led delivery. Coming down and leaning on it is Joe Root. Looking to beat that man at that short straight mid-wicket position. Didn't do so. He would first want to get to that half century, and then probably you would expect to see him try to move on a little bit. England probably try to get a couple of the other batsmen a knock as well in this encounter. Gets a good delivery from Maxwell. Coming around the wicket and bowling straight at Root. And just trying to keep Root honest as he's approaching that half century mark. Like I said, the sun has left us. Not sure if it has left us for good for this afternoon, but it's pretty cool, a pretty cool afternoon. You know what has been a good day's cricket. 174 for one England. Maxwell is outside line of the off stump, steering it away again is Joe Root into that offside field. No run.
You see how important it is that when you select a team that you show a bit of balance. Even notice now all of our batters, it's the first time you're looking and see all of our batters, they are seam bowlers. Normally when you have a team, you have a batsman who can bowl a bit of spin with a left arm or right arm orthodox spin. But in this team, you have most of the batters, they bowl medium pace. And
Not carrying.
not carry.
Yeah. I mean, you're in for trouble. But folks have been saying that tomorrow or whenever England bowls, you might see it looks as if it's a different pitch altogether. So we will see how that one goes. 176 for one. Sun was back with us for a short while, made a reappearance through the clouds.
I think the difference is you have the English bowlers are much quicker. You have some real fast bowlers in terms of in the England attack. And when you look at our President 11 attack, you have mainly more medium pace seam bowlers. You don't have really any out and out fast bowlers in this team. The fastest I think is Sherman Lewis. You know, Maxwell, he has a bit of pace, but not anything to really trouble, you know, any top class batters. So when you look on the English team, you have a 3-4 really
4,
quick
5 persons that
when we
could
see Wood
cross.
when we see Wood start bowling, then we can make a good
We'll
assessment.
make a good assessment of what the pitch is like. Certainly agree with you, 100%. Max Sween is going to continue to try. Slower delivery. Well read though by Root, who was looking to take that massive stride forward, recognized that it was a slow delivery, just eased it into the offside field. 176 for 1, the total remains. Max Sween, 10.5 overs for 19 runs. So he's been very economical in terms of his bowling, but has not been very penetrative. Has not looked as if he's going to get a wicket anytime soon. Here is he in, and Root is driving beautifully through mid-wicket. Gets one. Will come back for 2. He's sprinting as if he wants a third, but that's all they're going to have, 2 runs. Root was up and down very quickly in terms of between the wickets. He gets 2 more runs and get ever so closely to his half century. He is on to 49 and the total on to 178 for 1.
And even closer to Lee. And he gets even closer to Lee, so who is a 100 ball more. Batted 100 ball more than him.
So we watch as here is this delivery from Preston Maxwell. Just Joe Root just getting one that bounced up on his toes, plays it into the offside field. No run. End of another over. 178 for 1, 64 overs gone. Lees is on 58. Joe Root has progressed on to 49, a run rate of 2.78, and the partnership grows more. It's now 90.
Yeah, and good showing so far by the English batters in Lees and Root. The partnership just rotating and going from strength to strength. I think the captain in Shane Dowage, he has to find someone who can break a partnership to get some wickets, because the way how this pitch is looking, it is looking like they're gonna have a very long 2 days.
First delivery of Brian Charles' new over is played away by the left-handed Lees. Lees continue to occupy the crease, not scoring very heavily in terms of, or quickly in terms of his runs, but he's accumulated 58 runs so far. Here is he swinging one down to square leg region, just sweeping it away and getting a single. So he's on to 59, 179 for 1 in the 65th over of play. Spectators who are on hand would be very happy. Root again, just nudging one on the inside, gets another run, gets 50 for Joe Root. Gets the warm applause from the crowd that has gathered here. The England captain on 50 runs off 95 deliveries, and it comes in over number 65. Joe Root on 50, and well played, the England captain.
And here the English supporters are singing Joe Root. This is the type of supporters that we need in the West Indies there. Then more, you really can have these kind of support.
Well,
I know Liberty has some.
I don't think that our culture is of such. We would have to have the soca version of that Root song.
But I know Liberty has some. They have They have
the black
a flat man that, makes
the sound.
That sound, hawk sound.
That hawk sound that
And
the
then
fans make.
And they have a bell.
Yep.
They have a bell that I just don't like to hear. When I hear that bell, I just don't understand that bell.
Yeah, they ring it, tell you that we're here. But it's good when you have fans like that support your team, that gives you, it can give you that lift that you need. And right now the President's 11 needs a lift. Springer would be looking and saying that they're going through the motions. They pretty much they've had a long hard day, very little success, very anything to shout about. I think they probably had about 3 appeals all day in total. And so it's been one of those days when they would have to dig deep to motivate themselves to really continue. Maxwell, trying to motivate himself, continues to run in, left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Joe Root. Plays it defensively, and there's no run.
Yeah, they're just getting a taste of the real test cricket, because like in the first class cricket where you have 2 batters that batting even for a long period, in the first class version they will be offering up a few chances, but for what we have seen so far, as you said, only 3, and there is not even a positive appeal. It's just more
than anything else.
Yeah.
So it's been one of those long, hard days. Root is driving again. He's going to get runs here, 2 more to him as he drives pleasantly into that vacant extra cover region. The fielder, Jeremiah Louis, on the boundary, having to do a lot of work around from square cover. And the batsmen are able to come through for 2 more runs. So 52 is Root, 59 is Lees, which is creeping up on Lees. Lees 59 of 196 deliveries, and Root 52 of 97. Maxwell is going to be here is it's delivery driven up on the offside pleasantly, and the batsman can't score. So Root and Lees getting ever so closely to a 100 partnership. Partnership now 6 runs short of a century partnership. They came together when the score was on 88 runs. That's when Crawley, seemed a long time ago, was bowled by Brian Charles. Yorker length delivery, good delivery. And Maxwell is still trying, slow delivery. That was Yorker length, looking to catch Root out. And Root equal to the task, no run. Root just walking away, probably just suffering a little bit from the heat. Now Joe Root, he's been out there for a little bit now, and the sun is coming back out, and so we see him walking away from time to time, just probably trying to settle himself to get back into his mode of concentration. He's driving pleasantly again from Maxwell. He's had a lot of those deliveries that he's been able to come on the front foot and just drive all along the ground into the regions from cover all the way around to the mid-off region, which means that the West Indian President 11 bowlers have been pitching the ball up to Joe Root. I would love to see that somebody probably just for over or 2 try to hammer a couple into the pitch and see what Root can do, and try to just to give him something different to look at, to see if that would change anything.
I guess you have to go to New Zealand to get
I was going to say that the New Zealanders were complaining when they lost the test last evening. The commentators were complaining that the pitch didn't have enough bounce and pace for the New Zealanders, and it played into the hands of the South Africans. 183 it is for 183 for 166 overs gone. Root is on 53, Lees is on 59. Sylvester Joseph, some more comments from you, and then I will bring in Vernon Springer.
Yeah, well, this partnership is really dampening the spirit of the present 11 players, the bowlers. The variation in terms of their attack is not is very very easy to be comfortable with, especially if they're not getting a wicket. And these two batters really setting out their stall because they're in, and these guys are looking animous. They're looking to go for something big, especially Lee on his first innings for the English team. He's looking forward to get a big one to give it his confidence and let them know that he's here and he's here to stay. Welcome back again, Vernon.
Yeah. Good afternoon to you, Sylvester. Good afternoon to Denmo and to Mali. We're back with cricket action from the CIUN. Brian Charles, the ball to Root, was undriving down the ground, picking up an easy single. He now goes up to 54s. England's score goes to 184 for 1. Sylvester, in 2021, Joe Root, the England captain, Yorkshire born, scored 1,709 runs from 15 test matches. I'm going to give you a little story about him. And we got Alexander Zach Lees. He's an English first-class cricketer, and he's also a Yorkshire boy, but plays contracted by Durham. So you would understand his role here. But I wanted to talk a little bit more about the batting performance and the concern for the England team, which I think West Indies stand a chance in this series against England here.
You reckon?
Collectively, 4,396 runs were scored between all of the other batters, and they were dismissed 242 times compared to the runs that were scored by Joe Root, right? 1,708 runs.
Yeah.
Root averaged 61, while the rest of the England batting lineup averaged 18.17. That's in 2021 from 15 test matches.
But I think you will also have to take the consideration that most of those batters are not here with us.
They're not here
with the English team.
It doesn't matter. The most important thing is that it's on the card psychologically. West Indies will be smiling when something like this happens. But I just thought that I would bring that stat up so that you could kind of have an idea, because it's a worry for England. Misfield there. Poor piece of field in the end, but in the end, no runs. And, Sylvester, we were talking about how reliant England is on Joe Root. So that's why I was asking Mali and asking you, what do you think? Moving from 4 to 3, does it matter?
Well, he started out batting at number 3 and he did well. But as I said, he's doing well wherever he bats. He's not Joe Root is the problem. His problem is he needs
finding some other people.
Yeah, but
and in fact, during that period of time in Sylvester, right? Only one other English batsman, only one century for the runs you hear him score there. Talk about there.
Yeah. Wow.
It's so they've come to the Caribbean in a serious quandary, whether you like it or not. Because remember, Ben Stokes is just coming back from a break, right? So he's really a fighter. So you can't count him out. And I don't think that he was as prepared as possible, Sylvester, going down to the Ashes mentally.
Yeah, because he hasn't really played any competitive cricket before then, but that shows the desperation even going into the Ashes with the English team, and they got what they I guess they didn't want, but they knew that their team wasn't good enough because of the inconsistency of the other batters, but I think West Indies really have a chance, if they go out and be positive in their approach, and especially if the batsmen, put their hands up. We need some consistent total on the board, because I think our bowlers gonna get some few wickets.
Depends on what track is prepared at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Sylvester. Lewis bongs away in now to bowl to Lees. Lees is back and looking to just turn this. Can't beat the short mid-wicket fielder. Joe Root would have played some 114 test matches for England. Average of 49.2. 9,600 runs, so he's approaching 10,000 test runs. That's a lot of runs. Don't talk about his first-class average. 48.5, 13,979 runs. And Sylvester was talking about some options. Joe Root also has 44 test wickets.
Yeah.
So you can't.
But he's a
decent off spinner.
Yeah, he's a decent off spinner. Trust me. He's up there. He hasn't really bowled much, because of
the options that he has available to him.
Yeah, but when he bowls, he always look very effective. A good reliable option for an English team. He's something to what I'm talking about here in this particular game with the President's 11. They don't have a valuable option in that manner. Like a chase.
It kind of left me kind of wondering now that I've seen the team out on the field now in terms of what the selectors were looking for. Did they just pick names just to give England a practice? What were they looking for? Because really,
just pick men that perform.
Probably. If you pick men that perform, is the men that perform should be in your test team. Am I right?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Depends on the place, how much.
Or depends on the spot that you're looking for.
The spot that you're looking at.
Oh, so they can find a spot for Devon Thomas then. Okay, I got you, Sylvester.
Yeah, well, that's the only thing.
Sylvester is a selector, so he just gave me a clue. And he said that, based on his own analysis, they already had a combination that they were looking for. I just thought that Sir Desmond Haynes got himself into a little trouble. Because if you're bringing back Shamar Brooks, who originally should be there, I don't have a problem with that. But if you're picking from the first 2 rounds of matches, Devon Thomas was the best batsman on show. And just like you say, Anderson Phillip was the best fast bowler on show. If you have two personnel, they have to be Anderson Phillip and Devon Thomas.
And just to confirm your point, Brooks played in the second game, and he scored what? He scored 39. So he never.
Bowled him! Ooh, that one was tailoring in. And Joe Root was protecting his feet. What a beauty of a delivery there from Sherman Lewis. That was one for the ages. Can he produce another one like that? Root bowled by Sherman Lewis. And just for a moment, Root was skidding out. Look at this one, Sylvester. A perfect Yorker from Sherman Lewis with pace. And in fact, what actually basically happened, Sylvester, is that Root was caught in no man's land. Rather than coming on his heel, his left foot was more or less locked. Look at the movement there, Sylvester. Yeah, and he didn't see that one. That one was tailoring in. That's a good delivery. And Sherman Lewis would certainly make the highlights. The England captain, Joe Root, goes bowled for 54, 105 deliveries. You think he'll be satisfied with that knock, Sylvester?
I don't think he will be satisfied, but I think he will be pleased. He got
acclimatized.
Yeah, he got a few hours. He got a good feel, and he looks good. He got a very good delivery. I must give Sherman Lewis a lot of credit because, as I said, this morning he was getting the ball to swing away.
That one tailored in.
And that one tailored in. And his previous spell he was bowling from the far end, and he had the ball going both ways. So I was asking Deadmore if it was the breeze. But then I realized that it was him who controlling the ball, putting it and seaming it or swinging it in both directions. So it's good to see that we have a bowler who has such skills and control, and also he has a bit of pace. So he's one for the future. I mean, he has been there already for the West Indies senior team, but on his way back, I think he's a good prospect. One they can look at.
I wanted to share some stats with you because since the professional league would have started in terms of the century lineups from 2014 to 2020, we're not talking about 2022 yet because there weren't a lot of centuries. We know Devon Thomas scored 1, John Campbell scored, Craig Brathwaite scored a massive one, 276. But I was just looking at the breakdown in terms of the centuries year by year. Before this year's tournament, there would have been only a total of 153 centuries scored by batsmen in the competition from 2014 to 2022.
The professional setup.
In the professional setup. I know that would be a little worry for you. I'm going to give you a little breakdown in terms of the stats, country by country. In terms of the year, Lewis is hitting the deck hard there. That's a good delivery there. It had a little bit of juice on it in terms of what we would consider. The over comes to an end. Success for the West Indies, 186 for 2.
We have another young batter here, Dan Lawrence.
Yes, and he'll be looking to get into the team also. He's 24 years, made his test debut, I think sometime this year. Not this year, no. He's got a little background behind him. So he'll be looking to try to see if he can be able to force himself into the team. But you were talking about the England fast bowlers, Chris Wokes, Craig Overton, Mark Wood, and Ollie Robinson, with one spinner in Jack Leash. So England themselves are also in a little bit of worry, but they're thinking that their pace attack can give the West Indies batters some problems. And you know Mark Wood, once he's fit, you know he's going to be firing. Charles is into bowl to Lees, who comes quietly forward. So it's giving you a little breakdown, Sylvester. 2014-2015, he had a total of 26 centuries scored for that season. 10 from Barbados, 5 from Guyana, 0 from Jamaica, 3 from Leewards, 2 from Trinidad, and 6 from the Windwards. Going to get back a little bit to you, another dot ball. 2015 to 2016, 26 centuries were scored. 8 from Barbados, 8 from Guyana, 3 from Jamaica, 2 from the Leewards, 2 from Trinidad, and 3 from the Windward Islands. Break as Charles comes in to bowl to Lees, and Lees is on driving but can't score. 2016-2017, we had a total of 21, 4 from Barbados, 3 from Guyana, 3 from Jamaica, 4 from Leewards, 4 from Trinidad, and 3 from the Windward Islands. Charles into bowl to Lees, who's getting a little fancy steering this pass first slip down to the boundary for 4. No need to run. Hits the rope now. And a boundary. Lees got a little fancy and played it late. It's a long time we haven't seen a late cut. Took that one, he was wide, and he just placed it well. He now goes up to 65 Lees, and England are 190 for 2. In 2017-2018, Sylvester, there were 35 centuries, the most for the period. 5 from Barbados, 8 from Guyana, 4 from Jamaica, 3 from Leeward, 7 from Trinidad, and 8 from the Windward Islands. I'll come back to you in a little while with that one. Charles around the wicket to bowl to Lees, who comes quietly forward. 2018, 2019, 21. 1 from Barbados, 4 from Guyana, 2 from Jamaica, 4 from Leewards, 4 from Trinidad, and 6 from the Windward Islands. And in 2019, 2020, before we had the break, we had 24. Whipped away again by Lees, but he can't score. Over comes to an end. 69 overs bowled, 190 for 2. Lawrence is not. He's only faced 1 delivery. Charles 1 for 50 from his 20 overs. And Lees is on 65 from 209 deliveries. So we come back to the 2019-2020 season, Sylvester. 24 centuries scored. 4 from Barbados, 2 from Guyana, 7 from Jamaica, none from the Leewards, not 8 from Trinidad and Tobago, and 3 from the Windward Islands. So I know you feel as a selector when you hear that sort of lineup. So if you give a breakdown, we would have 29 centuries for the Windward Islands, 27 from Trinidad and Tobago, 19 from Jamaica, 30 from Guyana, 32 from Barbados, and 16 from the Leeward Islands, giving you a total of 123 before the start of the 2 rounds that has just been completed this season. Lawrence, fancy coming back on across and stylishly displaying Sherman Lewis up to the short mid-wicket area. So it's like England, it's also a major concern for West Indies and West Indian selectors. In fact, the new selection panel, led by Sir Desmond Haynes and Ramesh Sarwan, and the head coach Phil Simmons, in terms of the results we're getting from our batters.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we have 2 rounds and we had 3 so far.
I think about 3. You had Campbell, Thomas, what's his name?
And the captain.
The captain, Craig Brathwaite. So we're back. Sherman Lewis, that one was a little tailoring up.
We had a few. We had a few.
Well, a number of half centuries.
No, we have. But in terms of the bowlers.
Well, I'm not worrying about the bowlers. So the bowling will always hold its part, Sylvester. It doesn't matter what attack that we pick. The concern we have is our batsman. And Denmo was asking, who's the next Caribbean batsman that we have coming out? Since we've produced Brian Lara, we really can't say that we have had anybody else that has really come and lit up the world that we could be able to say, well, hey, we got somebody else.
Well, he had Shiv. For
Shiv is in a different class by himself, really. I mean, you know. Ooh, in the air. Pass cover, down to the boundary for 4. Could you get a bigger effort there, Sylvester?
That was well placed.
Okay.
That was a teaser.
You're a batter, so you would know.
That was well placed.
Lovely shot by Lawrence.
Well, good thinking. That seems to me like a slow ball. That's a good.
And it was wide too.
Yeah, good thinking there by Lewis.
Mixing up his delivery.
Variation, yeah.
Variation in terms of what he wants. So, a cause for concern.
I'm making a change now. Taking out the gully. put him in. My good friend Ralston had to whistle. You wait until the horse bull to close the door.
Yeah.
You're late.
Like I said, Dan Lawrence would have played against India, the 4th of August, Test debut. So he's also at the moment, as we can see, he plays for Essex, and he'll be looking to try to get some runs. Lewis into ball to Lawrence. Lawrence comes out to the front foot and looking to spank a wide delivery. A little upright. He's come up with some sort of approach here that he wants to get positive. 8 test matches under his belt, 354 runs, first class average. He's also got 92 first class matches, 4,942 runs with an average of 38.3. So you'll be also very much a little bit more concerned. Dan Lawrence, a product, young batter from England. It's a good leave. Sherman Lewis working up some pace here.
I think that's the difference in terms of the batters from England, even Australia. These players, they play close to 100 and some over 100 first-class games. And
well, the structure is different.
Yeah.
That's something that, when it comes in terms of the West Indies, we're way behind. Sometimes, Sylvester, when you played your
So
season, you had what, 4 games?
5. How
Five
many
games?
how many games does the English county has in terms of a 4-day?
I think it's 10 counties.
And they play each other once? Or
I think, no, twice. Something like twice, yeah.
Yeah. And the same structure in Australia?
Well, yes, but the thing about it, Sylvester, and I'll come back to that as Lewis comes in now to bowl to Lawrence. This is something that a number of folks have been arguing about or commenting about, where a number of the players who play for England no longer are allowed to play county cricket because of the contractual arrangements that they have with the England and Wales Cricket Board. So some of your top players, because they're always moving around, so folks feel now that the county game is withered down. You're not getting the real quality. Folks are also blaming the pitches in England for the downfall and the dismal batting that we're seeing around the world there. So there are a number of factors, but I don't think, Sylvester, it's just only England and the West Indies, If you look around world cricket, some of the teams you'll find, they're also struggling in terms of their batting.
Yeah, you can say that. But in the West Indies, we are very hard on our players, and I think what we need to do really truly is our home series. When we're playing at home, we are to dominate when we're home. Our own conditions.
Well, the thing about that, Sylvester, is that when we're home, we look like we're away.
Yeah, that is the problem, because when we are away now, when we go away to the other territories, they demolish us at home, but sometimes we give them a run for their money in our backyard.
I thought against Sri Lanka in 2021, even if one of those pitches had just had a little bit more juice, Sylvester. In fact, against that team, we should have even won one of those test matches.
Yeah.
I mean, we were there commentating. You said that. We should have had a bigger effort, really, to at least even win one of those test matches, especially at home. And you made the point. Once you're home, you got to be able to look to. That's one thing that teams are trying to do.
Yeah.
To home court advantage. It's just like NBA basketball. The Lakers, they can't let you come in there and route them or whoever.
No, please don't call.
He's bowled round his leg. And Lees will be very disappointed in that one. He was trying to sweep length. I think he missed that one completely and rackled it into his stumps. The West Indies pick up another wicket, back-to-back wickets. Lees goes, bowled by Brian Lawrence. Brian Charles around his leg, hit the leg stump, and he'd be very upset with himself there. So that was not the delivery to sweep, Sylvester. 194 for 3. West Indies President's 11 creeping back slightly into this game.
Yeah, definitely. That is what Wickets can do for you. As I said, throughout the day, the scoring rate is not too extreme. I think in terms of the scoring rate, England hasn't really gone away. Gotten away, but with a few wickets, it will totally change change what we're seeing how the game is going. And if they continue to persist and pick up a few more, it will be a really good effort, I think, from the West Indies bowlers.
So, folks, if you're listening on Platinum FM 97.9, West Indies are creeping back into this game. 70 overs bowled. England are 194 for 3. It now brings out the big man, Ben Stokes and Dan Lawrence. And he would really want to relish to get some sort of form here. Ben Stokes, what a cricketer. What a man with a big heart. I call him the Marlon Samuels of the England team, Ben Stokes. Really somebody.
You put in Marlon Samuels and Ben Stokes name in the same sentence.
Yeah. Two warriors. In terms of the big heart on the big day.
You know, they're warriors against each other.
Oh well, that and that's what you want. That's why I matched them up. Now you understand why I matched them up.
But I mean, you have to be careful. When I say not only match up these guys like they want to get in the ring.
Stokes faces his first delivery. He comes quietly forward. Some 76 test matches for England. 4,867 runs. An average of 36.00. And to complement that, Sylvester, just to give you some more stats on Ben Stokes. His bowling, he's got 167 wickets. So you'll understand in terms of what's happening. 194 for 3. Stokes is not, and Lawrence is 4.
Yeah, but the England team normally produce a world-class all-rounder. You know, after Bolton, then you have Flintoff, and then you have Stokes. You know, these 3 players, I would say, similar in their dominance.
Yeah, in terms of what's happening.
So it is.
Just go on to say good afternoon to Comrade Spliff and letting him know that I hope he's listening to the coverage on Platinum FM 97.9. 194 for 3, and Lawrence comes quietly forward. Lawrence looks like he's a busy player, Sylvester. His approach he's come out and he wants to let the President's 11 know that he means business.
Well, and we all know that Stokes is a similar vein. So, I mean,
I don't know which Stokes will turn up this afternoon. That's the question.
Oh,
so we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to give him if he hangs around there for a couple of overs, then we'll know what the approach will be.
Which one would you prefer?
Well, I want some attack. There are about over 150 fans here for England. They want some fireworks.
I know, but which one you prefer? Which one of Stokes you prefer?
We get some action this afternoon because is either we get him out or he get. I have both. Sylvester trying to pull my leg here. 194 for 3. I have dual citizenship, Sylvester.
Is that so?
Yeah. So I'm 194 for 3. So unfortunately, I won't be able to run for politics. You know, once you have dual citizenship, you have to give one up or the other.
And you're not in that boat.
Nah, not interested. Not interested. I like what I'm doing, Sylvester. 195. Lawrence goes to 5. And it now brings Stokes. Sylvester wants to know which Stokes will turn up here this afternoon. But this is a good track for him. And it's a lovely afternoon for him to explode. And he would have maybe close to about another 19 overs. So if he stays there, he spends some time there, we could get some fireworks from Ben Stokes. Now taking his guard. Taking his middle with some guard. 195 for 3. 195 for 3. West Indies. This is what I don't like, Sylvester. Stokes is a knot. No pressure. It's just as if he's been there for he's batted for an hour. He put somebody in his face.
Well, they have someone that's deep square leg, so I reckon that they're gonna at least give him a
wasted feeler.
You reckon?
Lewis comes in now to bowl to Stokes. Wide delivery. If he's going to bowl that line, Sylvester, that man down there is certainly not needed. You have 2 men out. I don't think this track pertains for Sherman Lewis, who's going to bowl that climber that the ball is going to end up down at deep backward square. I don't know how you feel.
That looked like a bluff. I mean, back in the day, the fast bowlers would put out a man deep, and they tried to bowl a Yorker. That was, I think, one from the old school. I don't know. He does the same thing.
Sherman Lewis, big, strong guy. Sort of has a kind of look like a Winston Davis. Long legs, long levers. The Windward Islands have always produced some outstanding fast bowlers. Good with him, man. just would like to see his left hand do a little bit more work, Sylvester.
You have to have a talk with the bowling coach.
I hope his coach is looking.
But I think he's a pick of the bowlers for today.
But he certainly is. He's got natural pace. He's a natural athlete. You can't question that. And in the 2 games that the Windward Island Volcanoes would have played, he was up there among the wickets.
Yeah.
So just knows that he's got some gas. Still feel that he can bowl a little faster.
What I like, he bowls good areas, and he does a bit with the ball. He can move it in and he can move it out. So he's a proper bowler.
Let's look at him again. Don't want to say he's a more or less like a Nixon McLean sort of run up like wide, trying to get that one to go across Ben Stokes. I just would like him to maybe attack the stumps more over number 72 completed. England 195 for 3. Sorry about that, Sylvester.
Yeah, no disrespect to my good friend Nico, but I think Lewis has a smoother run up.
A smoother run up than your partner.
Nico has a bit of knack knee.
Well, you can't fault him for that. He did get it up.
Yeah, he has a pace.
He bowled with some pace. Big, strong guy. But like I said, over the years, Winston Davis, Grayson Shillingford, Norbert Phillip, Cameron Coffey.
So good afternoon to my good friend Nixon McLean over there in St. Vincent.
Then we had Nelum Pascal. He was quick too, Sylvester, and then he went off the boil.
Pascal?
Yes.
Yeah, I went down there. We went down there just before the pandemic to play in a charity game.
You still bowling quick?
No.
Okay.
He's there, but no.
Charles comes in now to bowl to Lawrence. Lawrence giving himself some room and steering that one. Devon Thomas going after that. That's a big effort there from Thomas. But he can't stop the 2 runs because it was to the left of him. He had to cover some grounds. In fact, it's not Thomas, it's Casey Carty. Dashing after that one. Lawrence goes to 7th. Stokes is not. And England have lost Lees, Crawley, and the England captain Root. Brian Charles comes in out to bowl to Lawrence. Lawrence is on driving. They can't score. The score remains at 197 for 3. Just in case you just tuned into the West Indies YouTube channel, it's the Apex Test Series warm-up match. Cricket West Indies President's 11 against England. Here Lawrence driving back hard at Brian Charles. He looked as if he didn't expect that one. It was more or less going down with his right hand. It ricocheted off his hand onto his boot. They got a single. He's now looking at his finger. Brian Charles, if you came in the Clive Lloyd and Viv Richards time, you won't have any fingers. Those guys used to hit back the ball straight at you, So Viv and Lloyd said, once you come and you were a good spinner, they wanted to know if you could catch. So they'd hit it back at you.
We used to do that, but I guess we didn't have enough power.
You didn't have enough power. Clive Lloyd with his big bat. So you can imagine you bowling and Clive Lloyd hit back one to you. You're going to be thinking about your fingers.
And so Viv, man.
Oh, gosh. They used to hit them back at you hard.
We tried it a few times. I remember myself and Renaka.
Oh, no, Renaka was a different. Trust me. Sylvester, I used to be scared as coach and having to stand behind the stump and Renaka was batting.
I can recall.
I had to go at least a good 15 meters back.
Yeah, it's straight.
Oh, and hard. There's Ben Stokes driving inside out. Ooh, Shamar Springer would have had to pull off a screamer there. It didn't hang. He needed to hang like Michael Jordan in the air for a little while, and it just evaded him. As Sylvester would say, it was a teaser. 200 up for England, 200 for 3. Ben Stokes off the mark with a little streaky shot. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball there, but got away with that. Sometimes you need luck. England at the end of over number 73. If you're listening to ball-by-ball coverage on Platinum FM 97.9, they're 200 for 3. And the West Indies still need to come up with a spark. Sherman Lewis has produced something beautiful so far, and they're fighting away, Sylvester.
Yeah, definitely. They're really trying to create a few more opportunities. It was a streaky one there for Stokes, and that would have been a big wicket, and that is a stroke that I wanted to see today. One that is going back to the pavilion. I know you wanted, because of a dual citizenship, that you want to see some go.
Are you trying to put some pressure on Mali? I understand you, Sylvester. You sound like a potential politician.
No.
But it's okay. Oh, you don't want to run politics
Never,
now? 200 for 3. Never.
Never.
Never say never, Sylvester.
No,
If
I
the
will
price
say-
is right, anything is possible.
No. I will lose my soul.
You won't lose your soul.
Not for politics.
200 for 3. At the end of this over, Denmore Roberts will pick up again for us. Lois is into his 15th over, 1 for 42. 14.1 overs, 1 maiden, 42 runs. And he's picked up so far. No, I was giving him 2 extra runs, 1 for 40. Lois will be upset with me. Comes in now to bowl to Lawrence. I like the look of Dan Lawrence, Sylvester. He's dancing. He's getting in line. You could see him there moving, keeping his eyes on the ball, and hands not going anywhere, but he's just playing from right under his eyes. 200 for 3. Sherman Lewis. He can't wait for the water cart to come on. He's bowled well. And he's bowled with some gas. Like to see Sherman Lewis on a green track, Sylvester. See what he has. So far, he's looked good. He's looked the best of the lot so far. Archibald has looked well. We know Raymond Reefer what he can do. McSween has also looked good. That one is dying. Shane Darwish is in trouble. Did it hit him somewhere on the kneecap? He's still not gotten up as yet. And you know, normally when a boxer goes down, he doesn't want the opponents to know that he's down. So he took a long time, like one of those old men, to get up. And he doesn't want to recognize that boy. You know, he hit me right there. So he says, okay, are we all right? Captain for the Cricket West Indies President's 11. After a 14-month break from cricket, he's back. He's got good potential, Shane Darwish. So he'll be thinking about getting some runs here against England to remind the selectors, and maybe put some pressure on a Jamal Hamilton and a Joshua De Silva to get to be the second place keeper the next time the West Indies is touring. You'd want back his number 1 spot. Good carry, good pace here by Sherman Lewis. He followed right through. The execution was perfect there. England 200 for 3. And Sherman Lewis is working up some pace here.
I like his consistency.
Live ball by ball coverage. If you're wondering what's happening, the IPL looking to kick off. We have 14 West Indians in the IPL. I think we're going to get some fireworks based on the format. Here comes Sherman Lewis. In out the ball to he just gets a full toss. On any given day, even Sylvester will put that away. Boundary to Lawrence. And straight away, Sherman.
I thought you would have said even then more. That's meat and drinks for me. That's disrespectful.
Sorry, Sylvester. So Lewis working up some pace here. Mali has just stepped in. Mali will have a double change between Mali and Sylvester is stepping out as Mali looks to step into the hot seat. Sherman Lewis moving through. From the Spice Isle of Grenada, Lewis comes in now to bowl to Lawrence. Lawrence back and slaps that down to the boundary for 4. That's a lovely shot by the young man. Bring in Mali Richards. England are 208 for 3. Lawrence is 16. Moving into gear. Stokes is 2. And at the water break, some 76 overs bowl. I welcome back my compatriot Mali Richards, and then he will be the voice of Denmore Roberts.
If it's one thing we've seen from Dan Lawrence in his short international career thus far, is that he's very proactive, quite a positive player. Looks to get on with business when he gets to the crease, and on that occasion, lovely shot there, finding the boundary. Him and Ben Stokes at the crease. What a player he is! The kind of innings he's played in his career, the all-rounder that he is. He's a 3-dimensional player, contributes back balling in the field. Once again, just great to be here witnessing one of the modern-day top players in the world.
Certainly, Stokes Would you call that a chance that he had earlier when the ball that schooled over the top of Shamar Springer would have probably had to have pulled off something spectacular.
Special. A bit half, yeah. A quarter chance, I'd say.
Maybe a quarter chance, you would say.
Yeah.
But Stokes no doubt would want to learn from that and build on, and maybe by now he would have gotten the pace of the pitch. 208 for 3 suggests that the West Indies Presidents 11, they have fought back slightly, because at one point the English men were running away with it when the second wicket fell.
When Lees and Root were at the crease.
At 186, when they put on that 98-run partnership, for a moment it was looking ominous, and we were saying that the West Indies had not even gotten a chance. But then we saw that beautiful delivery from Lewis that cleaned up Joe Root. Yorker length, almost knocked his shoes off of his feet. And then we saw, followed closely by Lees playing a naughty stroke to Brian Charles, being bowled around his legs for 66. And so 2 wickets falling in quick succession at 186 and 194. And these two, Dan Lawrence, who've played 2 magnificent shots through the offside, and Ben Stokes, of course, there on 2, taking the score up to 208 for 3. So Lees 65, Crawley 62, Root 54, all starts for the England side, and maybe they would be probably happy with the fact that all of them got starts under the context. 1 warm-up match just to get your eye in, get acclimatized, and so now it's down to Lawrence and probably Ben Stokes to see how they can get acclimatized and how they can get in and try and get some runs for themselves as well, leading into that first Apex Test match.
Yeah, like you said, that partnership between Root and Lees just threatening to just take this innings away from this President's 11's team, but they fought back, picking up the 2 quick wickets, the 2 set batters, 2 relatively new batters at the crease, 1 world class and one in Dan Lawrence, looking to really establish himself on the international scene.
We've started back after the drinks break. First delivery just played defensively. As we've seen, it's a loud appeal from Brian Charles. It's a quicker delivery to Ben Stokes, pulling him forward. Ball angled back in to Stokes.
What I will say though about Ben Stokes is that since his absence, his prolonged absence from this England team, he came back in the Ashes, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He hasn't quite
been the same. He hasn't been the same. We know he had stepped away for personal reasons, and we understand he said to protect his mental health and all of that. He hasn't been the same, Ben Stokes, since he's been back.
We've seen glimpses, but not quite that match winner for England. But what he's done in the past, definitely, you know the caliber of the player and what he's capable of.
He's there fighting, playing defensively, trying to get himself in. And you're gonna feel that once he gets his eye in, and once he's in, we could see some glimpses. Just trying to use his feet to Brian Charles and plays defensively. Another good over from Brian Charles brings to an end. Another good over, an over which he had Ben Stokes in some trouble. 208 for 3.
It's important to note the trajectory of these Brian Charles deliveries to Ben Stokes, as opposed to Alex Lees. You remember when we were on earlier, he was tossing them up to Alex Lees. Not quite.
Much flatter.
Yeah, a lot flatter and quicker here to Ben Stokes. Just knowing the power of the man, this ground definitely isn't big enough. He'll miss-hit a few sixes here for sure. So Charles definitely not wanting Stokes to get away to a rapid start.
Certainly trying to keep him on the wraps, under control. And we're going to see Raymond Reefer come back into the attack. And now is probably a good time to bring Raymond Reefer back. Two relatively new batsmen at the crease. Batters is the correct term these days.
Yes.
And
well, we can say batsmen for the men, and when we do the women, we say batters.
we understand they want us to call everyone
Everyone batters.
now batters.
Wow.
I don't like it. It's not my personal preference.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like the guy that likes the purity of the game, and not too much, just to change to go with, with the crowd. But
I mean, I said batswoman in my first time calling a female games, which was terrible.
Here we watch as Dan Lawrence is just playing quietly. And I was just wondering what was so wrong with seeing a batswoman. I don't know. The political correctness of it all.
Apparently it's, I'm not sure anymore.
I'm not sure anymore either.
The world's gone haywire when it comes to certain things. I think everyone's just a little too sensitive at this point in time. Them more.
I agree with you fully. Refer around the wicket. And again, just not hitting the pitch very hard, just almost floating those deliveries into the right-handed Dan Lawrence. And you could almost see it in Reefer's action as he's coming around. Almost a labored action. Almost you can see the pace taken off in the action itself.
The arm speed was definitely slower there, isn't it? Definitely, you could see it. It was visible.
He's going to try again. Let's see what he has to offer for Dan Lawrence. Lawrence, like Lees, doesn't tap his bat, holds it up into his arms and plays.
Tends to be the modern way. Growing up as a kid, most of the players that I used to look at, my dad, Viv Richards, you think of Gordon Greenidge, Desmond Haynes, even Gary Sobers, he actually his bat used to be on the ground even at the time of delivery, pointed delivery, when the bowler was just about releasing the ball. So we've just seen how techniques have changed over the years. Tending to be more English players that used to have that style with the bat already.
Difference in style and difference in approach.
In approach as well, yeah.
Reefer is in. Lawrence is going to get runs here. Just steering this one down to a wide third man. Sprints through for 2. Jeremiah Louis, who's been out on that boundary quite a bit for the day, has a strong throw back to wicketkeeper Durridge. The batsmen were able to sprint through.
I was quite surprised, actually, Denmore. Jeremiah Louis wasn't picked originally in the President's 11. He started quite well. He bowled some very good spells, actually.
He has.
Especially in that game against Guyana.
I think he was injured.
He was injured early.
In the first game.
Yeah.
As well.
He was ill. Missed an innings.
He was ill. Lawrence is driving to a delivery that is pitched up to him. Can't beat the infield. End of another over. 210 for 370. 6 overs have gone. So it's gone a little bit quiet. As England, they've lost 2 quick wickets. So they've decided to just consolidate a little bit. Try to get things back under control. They wouldn't want to give the President's 11 too many more wickets this evening.
No.
And so they're probably looking to just shut up shop for the day and look to come back and have another go at it in terms of batting tomorrow. And then probably look to give the bowlers a run out in this match as well. Brian Charles, who will have other ideas though, continues from the far end. And you are correct, Marty Richards, if you notice that he's gone flat. He's not flighting at all to Ben Stokes. He's actually pushing them through that one again.
And you can tell Stokes looking to get after him there, just advancing slightly. That's the nature of the player, He's just naturally quite an aggressive batter.
Well, he's playing a model defensive shot to another push through delivery from Brian Charles. And there is no run. Stokes gets one that he's whipping through mid-wicket. He's going to get runs here. The field is giving chase. The ball is going to be pulled up just inside of the boundary. And Lawrence wanted to come back for a third. Stokes not interested. So the batsmen were able to settle for 2 runs.
Didn't time it as sweetly as he would have liked Denmore, but just seeing him using the depth of the crease there, just going back and manoeuvring into the onside, picking up 2 runs.
This one is taking the leading edge off the bat of Ben Stokes. And can't score.
Suggests that Brian Charles really looking to give it a rip. They're just managing to get the leading edge of Ben Stokes.
Stokes is again using his feet and driving, but all along the ground out to Jeremiah Louis, who is at mid-off, and there's no run. The end of over number 77, 212 for 3 Lawrence and 18 Stokes on 4. England continue to consolidate as they would have lost 2 quick wickets recently. Alex Lees, he was bowled by Brian Charles for 66 when the score was 194. And just before that, after a 98-run partnership between Joe Root and Alex Lees, Root was bowled by Lewis, a beautiful Yorker for 54, the total 186 for 2. Reefer continues.
And Denmore, Brian Charles, he's done a fantastic job actually. He's been quite steady today for this CWI President's 11. He's being the only spin bowler, he has done very well. He's a load
for himself.
Yeah, he's a load Shane Dowridge to ring in the changes, while he's actually provided the level of control for this President's 11 attack and picked up 2 wickets.
Refer to Lawrence, who's driving, can't beat infield. So again, no run. And that is what we were saying earlier in the day, that he's going to have a big job being the only recognized spinner in the lineup today. He's going to have to bowl long spells and bowl well and look to keep the runs down at one end and allow Captain Dorridge to be able to rotate his seam bowlers at the other end. And we've seen for the most part that Brian Charles has been able to do that for his captain.
Yeah. Remember as well, this is a first day wicket here at CCG. You know, it's not that easy to bowl on the first day pitch as a spinner, especially when he came into the attack first. The ball was still relatively hard and new. It's difficult to really get a grip and really rip that ball the way you want to. So I think he's done a pretty commendable job here
Has
today.
done a pretty commendable job. As Brian Charles, Reefer, continues to try, and you could just look from his action that he's looking to try and bring that ball back in to the right-handed Dan Lawrence. But Lawrence looks a good player. Looks very easy on the eyes. Does Dan Lawrence?
Yeah, he's quite proactive. I think he debuted against, could have been either India or New Zealand. I could be wrong. One of those 2 teams. But he's quite proactive in the way he goes about his batting. Slightly unorthodox as well. You know, hits the ball in different areas at times. Quite a bottom-handed player, but makes it work for him. You know, and he's looking to stake a claim of the number 4 position in this England batting lineup going into the Test series.
Certainly wants to stake a claim. Unlucky there for him and Reefer. Lawrence almost pulling that one back onto his stumps.
And that's where he
got away with it in the end.
Yeah. And that's where he slightly struggles then more at times, you know, in that footwork. Seeing that ball full and wide outside that off stump, but not really getting his foot out closer to that delivery and managing to inside edge it, but escaping The ball going past the stumps, picking up 1 run. But that's a part of his game that he'll definitely be looking to improve. You know, you can look at Joe Root in terms of his footwork and just how decisive he is, whether going backwards or forwards, playing attacking strokes and defending. Something, you know, he can take a page out of his skipper's book.
Charles with a new over. He's been getting through these overs very quickly. We're on to over number 79 as we speak. Stokes driving over the top of mid-off 4 runs. First hint of flight from Charles, and we saw what you were talking about. Stokes just coming down the track, hitting it deliberately over the top of the mid-off fielder who was up and picked up 4 runs.
Really easily as well. Just a check drive. And like I said, you know, this ground definitely not big enough if Ben Stokes really gets a hold of these deliveries.
The mid-off fielder has gone back. He's been pushed back, and Stokes gets a single out into that cover region. Shema Springer is the fielder posted there. And runs.
It was a beautiful shot, though, wasn't it?
It was.
The check nature of it, the high elbow. Advancing down the wicket, just seeing a little bit of flight and just advancing down.
And deliberately just clearing that fielder
easily as well.
It 4-4.
That's the class of the man.
219 for 3.
Oh,
poor bit of feeling there
is that Casey?
by Casey Carty, and allowing the English batsman to come back for 2 runs. Should really have stopped that. Casey Carty at this level, you don't want to see that kind of feeling. You want fielders to be sharper.
Yeah, not really judging the spin there. It just spun away from him. Slightly sliced from Dan Lawrence there, and Casey Carty not reading the spin, going away for 2 runs.
Lawrence using his feet to get closer to deliveries from Brian Charles, as Charles comes over the wicket to the right-handed Dan Lawrence. Again, there is no run. So Lawrence looking to build an innings. He's on 22 of 34. Stokes is on 9 of 21 deliveries. And England, at the end of that over, 221 for 3. 221 for 3. Charles having 2 for 73 from his 25 overs.
And the thing about Lawrence as well is he's still always looking to play strokes, isn't he? Still always looking to score. I think that's the strength of his game, regardless of the situation. He's trying to move the game along. And we're seeing a little bit of that here today. 22 of 35. And he's got he's quite experienced in terms of domestically in the white ball game as well, you know, and in that the T20 Blast and the local the English 40 over 50 over competitions. He's been quite good in those competitions as well. So I think it's been more of his white ball game as well that's attracted the eyes of the English selectors.
Reefer continues from the commentary box end. As the day looks to wind down. We're in the 80th over of the day. So the new ball should be due sometime soon.
Will they take it tonight? What do you think?
I wonder if they would. I think with the way that Brian Charles is bowling, I think that the captain would want him to continue.
Yeah, and
probably look to get through the final 10 overs or so very quickly.
And maybe if they do take it, you definitely want either Sherman Lewis or Preston McSween.
Certainly.
Taking that new ball. I think Sherman's actually bowled quite a bit already today. That's good running.
It is good cricket all round. Just having the presence of mind to notice where the fielders are posted, and Shamar Springer unable to prevent the possibility of that single.
It's all these little things that go into making one a top cricketer, you know, Denmore. It's these little aspects of the game, just recognizing the opportunity to sneak a single, getting off strike, and at the other end, you know, it's all these little things add up that add up to make winning performances, or to create winning performances.
Certainly. Reefer continues just to try and plug away at the new batsmen, just keeping them honest, not giving away too many runs late at this late stage of the day. The President's 11 would want to keep the run scoring down, keep the English team honest on the first day, not allow them to get away too much, not allow them to score too quickly.
I think 2.79 has been pretty good. I mean, haven't been too bad today. Not too many boundary balls, per se. They haven't bowled badly. You know, if you think of the way Alex Lees, you know, he bowled to Alex Lees, been quite disciplined. So, all in all, I think though they would have probably wanted to have maybe 2 or 3 more wickets down. 2 for 3 here on the first day at CCG. I think all round it's been a good day for both teams.
Certainly a good day's cricket all round for purists who love a good game of cricket. Good shot by Lawrence, good stop in the end, and communication between Devon Thomas there, just calling out or shouting onto his teammate there in Mosley, just making sure that there is not a collision or anything of the sort, to make sure that they stay safe. 223 for 3 at the end of 80 overs.
Yeah, 2 for 3. Dan Lawrence 23 off 38. Ben Stokes 10 off 24. Saw in the last over him play that, just building into his innings quite nicely here. Him playing that lovely stroke over mid-off, 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. Just getting into his work nicely here, Ben Stokes, and he'll be looking to spend some time here at the crease, missing quite a bit of cricket over the last couple of years, then having quite a rough tour of Australia as a team. He'll be looking to spend some time here at this crease and get some valuable batting practice.
Certainly would want to get some valuable batting practice and get himself ready for it. Brian Charles continues to plug away from that Coolidge end, the northern end of the grounds here at Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of West Indies cricket, as he's bowling over number 81, 223 for 3, Lawrence on 23, Stokes on 10. Lawrence just using his feet to the spinner, trying to pace the infield. He's going to get runs here. That's a good shot. Just backing away, giving himself room. Not timing it, though, to carry as he would have wanted to the boundary, but he was able to rush back for 2 runs.
And with the 5 fielders actually on the onside here, right-handed Lawrence facing up to the off-spinning Brian Charles, that's where the gaps are, is on the offside, and him just making room there and finding that gap shows a proactive nature as he comes down.
Lovely shot over the mid-wicket region, 6 runs. I was speaking earlier that he was using his feet to the spinner, trying to get close to the delivery, and he got close to that one and just carried on with the spin and hit it over a wideish long-on position, and he picked up 6 runs.
And that's the thing, even when Alex Lees was batting, that's why I was talking about the assuredness and the comfortability in the setup, the England setup. I think if Alex Lees possibly was more assured of a place in this 11, that we'd see a few more attacking shots, especially against Brian Charles early with the mid-off and mid-on up in the circle, the way we've seen it. But we've seen Dan Lawrence here and Ben Stokes as well just come in and show just how easy it is when they get to the pitch of the ball.
Certainly got to the pitch of that one, Lawrence, and hit it effortlessly over that wide-ish mid-on position for 6. Referee is going to continue from the commentary end, the southern end here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of West Indies cricket. And this one just squeezed down to fine leg position. Stokes not necessarily knowing where that one went as the ball squeezed behind him. And earlier you would have heard the aeroplane landing at the VC Bird International Airport, no doubt bringing in some more English fans.
The army.
And you tend to think that you're going to have many landings over the next few days as the army begins to come in.
But what I must say is I like the way the tickets are priced for the locals as well. I hope that we really come out and show out, you know.
And it's going to be a weekday test match, so the ticket prices would have to be attractive. And of course, you would hope that those fans on the days when they're not working and those who are probably retired and have the time would show out and watch some good test cricket up at the Vivian Richards Stadium. What I'm hoping for, though, is for the entertainment value that the West Indies can compete. And
I think we will, definitely.
Give the home fans something to cheer about so that we can have good test match cricket for all 5 days. I'm hoping of that test match.
Especially at home, you know, we tend to rise to the challenge when it comes to England. For whatever reason.
Who are some of the people that are going to be under the most pressure in that upcoming test series between West Indies and England, especially on the West Indies batting side?
Well, I think it starts with the captain, you know. It's up to him to really get us off to good starts. He's been our mainstay, really, over the last 8, 9, 10 years or so. Craig Brathwaite. So I think it starts with him. I think Jermaine Blackwood as well. Be looking to him.
Do you think that Jermaine Blackwood is under
a little bit?
He's going to be under tremendous pressure.
I think slightly.
He's under pressure.
I think so, a little bit under a bit of pressure there. You know,
there are many of us in the Caribbean, myself included, who thinks that Jermaine Blackwood is not necessarily at this stage, at this moment, making the side in terms of his performances that we've seen recently. It's been a while since he's gotten to 3 figures in test cricket and so on, and is basically playing on the merit of vice captaincy.
Well, I think with Devon Thomas as well breathing down his neck, it adds to that pressure, you know. Like you say, I think Kyle Mayers as well, ever since, you know, he's had such a great start to his career, and we've seen him also now recently come into the white ball setup at the top of the innings in the T20s, and he's looked pretty good. You know, he's looked like he has a future there as well. But in the test arena, just slightly, waning a little bit in terms of the runs that he scored. But so I think, to answer your question, Kyle Mayers as well would be another one. Will be under a bit of pressure.
Here's Raymond Reefer, and Stokes just playing this defensively out into the offside field. I'm going to ask you and Springer to pick your teams.
Wow.
For that first test match. The end of another over. 82 without Law. 82 overs have gone. 233 for 3. Lawrence is on 32. Stokes is on 11.
And I forgot to actually to mention, but I think Josh De Silva as well. You know, I think with Shane Dowrich back in the fold, him being the captain of this President's 11, CWI President's 11 squad in this match against England, it tells you just where the selectors as well are looking.
I thought so too.
Yeah, so
that,
it's a good indication.
Dowrich's selection here, not only selection, but the fact that he's made captain,
right,
suggests that he is ever present in
right
the mind
in the
of
minds of the selectors. So I think Josh De Silva as well. He's got a bit of pressure on him as well. But that's how we want it, you know. This is what's going to bring the best out of these guys when you have adequate or more than adequate replacements just waiting on the sideline. It's the only way. You either perform or you're gone.
Certainly. It's all about the performance. Lawrence faces up as Brian Charles starts a new over number 83. As we're looking just to wind down the day's play. 233 for 3. An opportunity for the England team to warm up, get some match practice on, and it's always good to get play in a match setting. It's well and good that you're practicing or you're in the nets, but to get it under the conditions of a match with the pressure,
valuable.
with all of that, it's always valuable.
Can't actually get any better, really, you know. Than
Certainly.
actual practice out in the middle, like you say, the nets is one thing, but middle practice and match practice as well, good intensity, good first class fixture. Nothing beats that.
Were you surprised that the West Indies 4-day championship has stopped?
A little bit for the length of time.
For the length of time.
But then if you think about the calendar to come as well, you know, it's a pretty packed home schedule this year. I think maybe we'll see. Maybe not so much for this tour, but maybe we'll see the benefits of that decision later on in the summer. Oh, he's gone.
Caught.
And it's
at
Stokesy.
slip.
Naughty. Brian Charles
Outside
again.
the line of the off stump, and he was flashing at that one. Sharp catch taken at slip. And that's the end of Ben Stokes. And really naughty stroke on his behalf. And he was caught at slip by Alec Athenes. A very sharp catch by Athenes, standing at slip all day, nothing coming his way. And then Stokes flashed at one outside the line of off stump. And sharp catch taken. That's the end of Ben Stokes. Caught off the bowling of Brian Charles for 11.
Just a little bit of a nothing shot there from Ben Stokes, you know, ball just pitched just outside that off stump.
We just have a look at it again. Outside the line of the off stump. And just
Not-
holding its own. And Ben Stokes flashing at it. Edge found. And good sharp catch because it was going to his right in Alec Athenes, and it was
Close to
very
the wicket
close to
keeper
the
as well.
wicket-keeper, so he had to maintain good concentration, and he did so on that occasion. And good catch taken by the young man.
And what we saw there from Ben Stokes is him not quite being to the pitch of that delivery, not having a solid base. If you could tell, that back leg of his was off the ground and almost came in front of him. Actually turned himself around a little bit, got a bit too square. And playing that shot, not having a solid base there, Ben Stokes. And like we said a bit earlier, just since coming back from his absence, just not looking the player that we'd seen in the past. But that's what these warm-up games are here for, isn't it, Denmore? You make these mistakes here in order to have the real performances in the real matches.
Certainly. And Brian Charles would be happy about life right now because he's had a long, hard day of bowling, and he's been rewarded with 2 wickets so far. As a matter of fact, 3 wickets so far with the wicket of Ben Stokes. So he would be happy with that. Looks as it's going to be Shamar Springer who is going to come back into the
late in the day
attack
here.
late in the day, and with a new batsman at the crease in Johnny Bairstow, who is coming to join Dan Lawrence. It's an opportunity for Springer also to get in a few overs.
Johnny Bairstow as well. We forgot to mention him earlier, but he was one of the few players as well to emerge from. Oh, he's nicked off. What?
There is, they're asking, both umpires are going to consult Probably they're just checking to see if it would have carried.
I mean, it's either that
would
or
love
that's
to.
the biggest outswinger that Shamar Springer's ever bowled.
I'd
Then
love to see that one again. Let's see what happened here.
what's that hit?
Didn't look as if it went past the bat. Just at that moment. Didn't look as if it touched the bat. What are you thinking, Mali? What are you seeing? You're
I'm not
closer.
so sure.
Both umpires having a talk, and they've decided that it's not out.
Not out.
And they're probably right. From the evidence that I've seen, it would be very difficult without
I'd love to see
Snicko.
DRS on that one.
Yep, without DRS.
Yeah, without it, we're doomed.
They do him so.
Gotta go with the umpire there.
Lawrence survives. Here we watch as Shamar Springer is in another delivery. This time on the line of the leg stop. Lawrence undriving.
And that's the thing with Lawrence there. You saw with that stroke from that Shamar Springer delivery. Just at times, just loses concentration then more. Just sometimes just gets a little ahead of himself rather than staying in the moment, you know. He's on 33 or 54 and just coming towards the end of play. Just a naughty stroke there.
He's running this one down to a wide third man, Jeremiah Louis, having to do a lot of work, getting around very quickly, and with an enthusiastic throw over the top of wicketkeeper Dorich. The batsmen were able to rush back for two, but good energy still by Jeremiah Louis this late in the day's play.
The thing with Lawrence as well is that quite a risky player, isn't he? Even when playing on the offside, you know, he's got supple wrists and he's looking to maneuver the ball. That's that white ball game here that he brings to his red ball cricket.
He's driving to a pitched up delivery. Can't beat the infield. No run. So, shadows lengthen here in the afternoon.
It's gone quickly today, though, hasn't it? In my opinion, it seems like it has.
Yes.
Once
Running
again,
this one once again down to third man. More work for Jeremiah Louis, who does it well. Gets around, covers the ground very quickly, and batsmen are able to come back for two more runs once again.
and that's a shot you see, especially in the middle overs of a 50 over or 40 over game. They're just running that down to a third man, picking up 2 runs, a wide third man at that. The fielder comes round from point, actually a deep point, to collect. Dan Lawrence moving on to 37 of 56 deliveries.
Springer outside the line of the off stump. Dan Lawrence doesn't have to play, just allows it to go into the gloves of wicketkeeper Shane Dowridge. To end another over number 84, 238 for 4. Lawrence is on 37 of 57, Bairstow yet to score.
Yeah, and Bairstow yet to face a delivery. In terms of the Cricket West Indies President's 11, they'll be looking to get another wicket here, Denmore, possibly going 5 or 6 down. Roughly around 6 overs or so left in the day. England 238 for 4. Johnny Bairstow, new to the crease. Ben Stokes just departing, not managing to really make that big of an impression. And Brian Charles himself making quite a big impression here today.
Certainly has made quite an impression. He's gotten 3 wickets so far in the day's play, and he would be very happy with himself. Brian Charles, 27 overs he's bowled so far. He's in his 28th over of the day.
He's done a bit of work, like you say. 27 overs, you know. He's gone for the 82 runs, but he has picked up the 3 wickets. All 3 good batters as well. 3
Certainly.
good wickets here for Brian Charles.
Yep. Lees,
Crawley and Root.
and
And Stokes, sorry.
Ben Stokes. So those are
3
his
quality
3
wickets.
Scalps, 3 quality scalps that he would have gotten.
in not overly helpful conditions here. The first day of a match.
Certainly, and for a while he might have thought this was going to be a long day.
Long day. Looked that way at one
that
point.
way. But
Shows
then
you the game.
one became two, and just shows you that if you stick with it, if you stay with the game, if you understand that it is not a swift race, it's not a sprint, but a marathon. So you have to stay with it.
Definitely.
And again, getting through his overs very quickly. Those 6 deliveries just now very, very quick. In just about maybe a minute and a half, and he was through his overs. 239 for 40 end of 85.
I think he's going to need an ice bath as well. Denmore, he's going to need an ice bath here today. The amount of work that he's gotten in.
Yeah, he's gonna definitely need to
28
also
overs.
get on the masseuse's table.
Sometime
get those muscles.
And he's gonna have a good night's rest.
Definitely,
for sure.
Yeah. But I'm going to leave you after this over, Mali.
Okay.
And allow Springer to come in and wrap things up for us on the day's play. And don't forget that tickets are on sale, and you go to windiescricket.com/tickets and pick up your tickets online, or you can come to the ticket booth here at Coolidge Cricket Grounds, or check the one at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium. And tickets are going at $20, 54 EC if you're buying it in EC dollars here in Antigua and Barbuda. And of course, Caribbean nationals get a 50% discount. So the Caribbean nationals get the tickets for what, $10, 26 or 27 EC dollars. So can't beat that to watch.
Let's make sure we try and get out and support our team here next week for sure. Okay.
One was just floated offline.
And I'm sorry, but I don't like seeing. I know it's only day one. It's young Shamar Springer. I just don't like seeing him here late in the day, just floating his deliveries.
Yeah, just floating.
No, I want to see you come here, hit the deck. Like I said, his run-up looks pretty short for the kind of bowler that I know him to be, and he's just not quite getting that pace and bounce that I know he can extract.
This time he hits the deck, not as hard.
Definitely more of a medium fast than just a medium pace bowler. I've seen him bowl a few spells, especially in the CPL, and gets that ball through. So to see him here today has just been slightly disappointing. Not sure if he's carrying something or what. Oh,
Inadvertently hitting the bat of Johnny Bairstow, almost going on to his stumps. He looked back nervously after that one, hit the bat, but he survived in the end. Not looking as enthusiastic as we've seen him, Shamar Springer, in this spell.
I mean,
I think when he started this morning, he looked had a lot more energy.
He did.
But this late afternoon, it's
been a long day for him.
As energetic as we've seen him, and pretty much he's just floating those deliveries in almost as if just trying to get through the overs.
And I mean, some people would say, "Oh, he's I get it when they say, oh, you remember him more for the dancing or whatever." But if you really look back at that World Cup, he played some vital innings as well. I think the semi-final in particular comes to mind, and he also bowled some vital overs and took some big wickets. So he fully played his part. If you think he was dancing for a reason, he was either taking a wicket or contributing in some way, shape or form.
End of over number 86, 239 for 4 England. Winning the toss and batting, Lawrence is on 37, Bairstow on 1. More thoughts from you, Marley Richards, then Vernon Springer.
Yeah, I think it's been a good day of first-class cricket here, actually. Between these two teams, we've seen a level of intensity. We've seen the innings of a Zach Crawley, just how assured, measured, but still played some beautiful shots. Joe Root just a class above. We've also seen Brian Charles whirling away or wheeling away from both ends actually and doing a pretty good job. And overall, this CWI President's 11 just holding it together, not allowing England to really get away.
Well, the run rate is only 2.77 as I come back into the scheme of things there. And Colin Archibald diving away there. Can't stop that run. And so the score goes up to 240 for 4. I like the look of Dan Lawrence. Nice use of the feet. Age 24. He looks like an attractive player.
Yeah.
Here comes the big Johnny Bairstow. Brian Charles will be looking to pick him up. He comes quietly forward. A little tentative. Johnny Bairstow is under a little bit of pressure also in this England lineup because he's really not delivered. It comes in terms of the runs. But you never know. These guys sometimes turn up at times when you don't expect them to.
Definitely. If you think of that, was it the Sydney Test as well? Him scoring that 100 coming into that squad. I think him breaking a finger and having to miss the next test was a bit of an issue for the England team. But like I said earlier, he's on this tour because at least he left that Ashes series with his reputation intact. At the very least.
I think he will be tested in the Caribbean.
Yeah, for sure.
Good so far, Brian Charles. A good experience for him. 3 for 85 on his outing here. But the CIUN comes in now to bowl to Lawrence. I like the look of Lawrence. He's just undriving, but can't beat the fielder short mid-wicket. Over number 87 is completed. Expected to have 90 overs bowled in the day's play. 241 for 4. England will take this.
And just talking about Johnny Bairstow, he's just gone. Where he tends to struggle is when that ball just comes back at him a little late. He gets bowled quite a bit.
Between the gate.
Yeah, between
because
the
he's
gate.
always looking for a big
always
booming
looking booming through the offside. And if that ball comes back a little late, he tends to be in a bit of trouble. He tends to get LBW and bowled quite a bit also by playing on as well onto his stumps. So that's an area where the West Indies can definitely attack him.
Low shot there by Johnny Bairstow, just as we were talking about. He's more or less a guy who likes bat on ball.
He does.
And, you know, he wants to be attacking. He wants to be...
But the thing about him is, as well, he's got a bit about him, you know. It's one thing about Johnny Bairstow.
He's a strong lad.
He's a strong lad.
Like,
he's up for
like
a fight.
Ox. Like, yeah, you know what I mean?
Definitely up for a scrap. It's Johnny Bairstow.
You know, that sort of tough sort of guy.
Yeah, the Yorkshireman, you know.
David Boone attitude.
Yeah.
Fear no one.
Yep.
Shamar Springer comes in out to bowl to Johnny Bairstow. He's back and looking to punch out. Can't beat the field at backward point. Looks like it's Jeremiah Louis coming around there nicely. Just lobbing it back to his captain. But the man who's been the pick of the bowler so far for today has been Brian Charles. 29 overs, 7 maidens, 85 runs, 3 wickets. Shamar Springer just moving into his 7th over. But he certainly is not got his rhythm right. I wasn't here earlier, Mali, so you need to tell me where he started from. Did he start from this end?
Same end.
All right, so the rhythm and just does not look right at all. This time he's bang on target and Bairstow just sneaks a single on the leg side.
His run-up is just looking too short to me. It looks like it's like he can lengthen
Strike
that
pattern,
run-up.
pattern,
Yeah.
Really not right there at all.
He's not hitting that crease with that intensity that you would expect
Preston
from a young
Maxine,
Shamar
12
Springer.
overs, 2 maidens, 24 runs, no wickets. Sherman Lewis, 15 overs, 1 maiden, 48 runs, 1 wicket. And Colin Archibald, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 31 runs, no wicket. Raymond Reefer, 15 overs, 6 maidens, 30 runs, no wicket. And Shamar Springer, 6.3 overs, no maidens, and in fact 1 maiden, not for 23. He's in now to bowl to Dan Lawrence, who comes quietly forward. No need for him to follow that. So the England team so far for today, the wickets that they would have lost. Alex Lees, he was bowled by Brian Charles for 65, 214 balls, 291 minutes, 6 fours and 1 6. Zach Crawley, he was also bowled by Brian Charles for 62, 106 balls, 139 minutes, 11 boundaries. And the captain, England's captain, Joe Root, bowled Shamar Lewis with a beautiful in-swinging Yorker for 54, 105 balls, 139 minutes, 7 boundaries. A Springer from the media centre in now to bowl to man himself, Lawrence, who just glides this one, open the face of the bat and steers it out to the sweeper on the offside. Ben Stokes was brilliantly caught by Alex Atenes at first slip of Brian Charles for 11. He faced some 30 balls, batting for 43 minutes and hit one boundary. And since then, Johnny Bairstow is on 3 from 13. Dan Lawrence has looked effortless. He's looked classy. A 24-year-old. Like the look of him. Be interesting to see what happens if he gets into the test team. Shamar Springer just receives the ball from Colin Archibald. He comes in out the ball to Donny Bairstow. Oh, that's a good delivery. Good outswinger there. They're picking up the line right there. Over is completed. 88 overs bowled. Springer, 7 overs, 1 made, not for 24. And in a day like this, when a number of bowlers would have bowled, only for Shamar Springer to be bowling 7 overs, you'd have to say that Shane Darwish has maybe more or less managed his overs, because if we look, Brian Charles has had to do a lot of work. He's now going to start his, his 30th over. 29 before this. Colin Archibald 10, Sherman Lewis 15, Preston McSween 12, and Raymond Reefer quietly has bowled 15 overs. So the options given to Shane Darwish is delivered. Here is Lawrence, just more or less just stroking this down the ground to long on, picking up an easy single, goes up to 40, and the score goes up to 244 for 4, 244 for 4. Brian Charles is into his 30th over, 3 for 86. He comes in out to bowl to Johnny Bairstow. Bairstow is on driving down the ground, and again picking up an easy single. Coming off the long run boundary, looks like Jeremiah Louis is on as a substitute fielder. It'll be interesting to see Louis into this attack here, bowling here. I think he's bowled well so far. I think just for a moment the selectors forgot that Louis got 40 wickets in a regional first class competition and bowled impressively in Barbados.
Yeah, he's looks like he's improved for sure. Jeremiah Louis.
Would have had an injury, but I think he's back on the mend right now.
I mentioned that earlier. It's a bit surprising that he wasn't in this squad originally.
He should have been in here. 245 for 4. But stranger things have happened. He's back in this working. I heard Denmore was talking a little bit about
the squad.
The squad. Jermaine Blackwood in 2020, he would have played some 5 test matches, 427 runs. In 2021, 10 test matches, 488 runs. So during that period of time, whether you like it or not, because the West Indies team has been so horrible in batting, Jermaine Blackwood, as Brian Charles completes his over, it could be his last for the day. 30 overs, a couple of maidens to go with that. 3 for 88, he will take that on any given day.
Oh, for sure. Especially against an international team here in England. 3 for 88 of 30 overs, he'll be more than happy with that. But I think more than anything, Shane Darwish should be happy with what he's seen from Brian Charles here today. It's allowed him to really ring the changes and give all his bowlers a run out, a good run out as well. And they've been pretty impressive, you know. But the England batters, we see Dan Lawrence here, 41 of 71, just showing that proactive nature. Just approaching a half century. It just seems like he hasn't been there that long, you know, but just always looking to score. And at times, that's been his Achilles heel as well.
246 for 4. Just letting you know, please get your tickets. Don't come and say, if you had known, there's a full toss. Just whipped away into the vacant area. Fielder coming around there from long on. And Preston McSween comfortably get 2 runs quite easily. It now moves Lawrence up to 43 from 72 deliveries.
Alec Atenes as he comes into the attack here.
Everybody's a bowler. I don't understand. Everybody wants to try something. Down the onside, that's almost like a long hop punch into the offside. This time, Raymond Reefer is after it. Will he save it? He does. And they quite comfortably come back again, quite easily for another 2, so he goes up to 45. Folks who are listening to Platinum FM 97.9, the coverage will continue tomorrow, and you'll hear the voices of Sylvester Bunsen, Joseph, Marley Richards, Denmore Roberts. This is the Apex practice game, getting ready for the Richards Botham Series. First test is 1 week from now at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. West Indies versus England, and the last time that England were in the Caribbean, West Indies won 2-1. That was 2019, and Zari Joseph would have lost his mom during that period of time, had a very impressive test match. I know for sure he has to be one of the contenders into the first test team. 250 up for England.
It's good to see him
251
force his
for
way
4.
back. Force his way back into that test team, actually.
Alex Atton is now in out the ball to Bairstow. Johnny Bairstow is thinking about tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. That was a lazy forward defensive there from Johnny Bairstow. Maybe playing after delivery, he didn't even have to play it.
The thing about it is that sometimes when you operate like that, that's when you get out. But he's making sure that no need for that. West Indies maybe can't wait to get off the field, but in credit to them, they would have rebounded back Mali quite nicely in this game. 251 for 4. They'll take that on a practice game.
Oh, for sure. At one point, when that partnership between Alex Lees and Joe Root was going, it looked like it would be a very long day for these this President's 11 team, and they would be really staring down the barrel. But Brian Charles came into the attack. He managed to remove, firstly he removed Zach Crawley, and then he managed to pick up 2 more wickets in Alex Lees and Ben Stokes, and they fought back quite nicely here. 251 for 4 at the end of the day's play. 90 overs bowled by this President's 11 team, and Dan Lawrence on 40. How much is he on exactly? 46. Not out going into tomorrow, and Johnny Bairstow on 4.
Well, the day has come to an end. England winning the toss. Joe would call right over Shane Darwish, and they elected to bat. They closed day 1 in the Apex Test Series warm-up game, where the Cricket West Indies President's 11 putting up a good fight. England 251 for 4. And just to give you a recap in terms of the batsmen who were out today. Alex Lees, he was bowled Brian Charles for 65, 214 balls, 291 minutes with 6 fours and 1 6, a strike rate of 30.37. Zach Crawley was bowled Brian Charles for 62, 106 balls, 139 minutes, 11 boundaries. He certainly looked in control, strike rate of 58.49. Joe Root, the England captain, he meant business from the time he came out there, but he got a real in-swinging tail Yorker. He was bowled by Sherman Lewis. For 54, 105 balls, 139 minutes and 7 boundaries. Ben Stokes was caught. Alex Atton's brilliant catch at first slip. Good reaction catch from the young man. Bowled Brian Charles for 11, 30 balls, 43 minutes and 1 not out. Dan Lawrence is not out on 46. From 73 balls, 79 minutes, 3 fours and 1 6. A strike rate of 63.01. So he's had the highest strike rate so far of the England batters for the day. And Johnny Bairstow, who's only had a small time at the crease, not out 4 at the end of day 1. 19 balls, 22 minutes, strike rate of 21.02. 9 extras in the West Indies innings so far. 7 no balls, something that they'll be very much concerned about. 1 leg by and 1 wide. 251 for 4. England lost the wicket of Zach Crawley, 1 for 88. Joe Root, 2 for 186. Alex Lees, 3 for 194. And Ben Stokes, 4 for 234. During the period of time when they lost those wickets, you had a situation where it was the 33.1 overs, 67.5 overs, 70.5 overs, and 83 overs. So West Indies on average, you really have to give some credit, have really controlled innings and bowl well, and under their coaching staff, Stuart Williams and a couple of the other coaches who are here assisting in the preparation, one would have to give them major credit. We go to the bowling figures for the West Indies. Left arm fast bowler in Preston Maxwell, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 24 runs, no wickets. Sherman Lewis, 15 overs, 1 maiden, 48 runs, 1 wicket. Colin Archibald, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 31 runs, no wicket. Brian Charles, he's been the pick of the bowlers so far for the Cricket West Indies President's 11. 30 overs, 7 maidens, 88 runs, 3 wickets. Let me repeat that. Brian Charles, 30 overs, 7 maidens, 88 runs, 3 wickets, and an economy rate of 2.93. Raymond Reefer quietly has bowled 15 overs, 6 maidens, 30 runs, no wicket. And Shamar Springer, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 24 runs, no wicket. And Alex Aaron is just the lone over to complete the day's play. 1 over, no maiden, 5 runs, no wickets. So, all in all, I think head coach Stuart Williams will maybe be more or less very, very, very pleased. But England would have one mission, and that is to bat, we could say, Mali, up to tea tomorrow. 251 for 4, providing they're not bowled out.
Yeah, at the very least, they'd be hoping to bat, like you say, almost a day and 3/4, or maybe even 2 days. Really give their batters a proper run out, and then I have a couple of days probably for their bowlers to get some good work in. So yeah, they'll be pretty happy overall. I think both teams would be pretty happy with how the day went today. The President's 11 fighting back after quite a slow start from them, and England as well, seeing quite a few innings of substance from Alex Lee, Zach Crawley, and Joe Root and Dan Lawrence on 46. Not out going into tomorrow. He'll probably be looking to score a pretty big 100 as well.
Well, you've had 3 half centuries, so on any given day, at least one of those could have been a big one, a big 100. Certainly, Zach Crawley was looking like he was heading into that direction, followed also by Joe Root, but it was not to be. So we had 3 half centuries. Alex Lee 65, Zach Crawley 62, and Joe Root 54. And as Mali said, so far Dan Lawrence looks very, very impressive. In terms of the bowling lineup, Mali, and in the combination of what Shane Dorish would have had in place for him today, your thoughts on his captaincy?
Yeah, I thought he did a pretty good job here today. Remember as well, all these players are not from the same region, and a lot of not knowing exactly the ins and outs of every player in his squad. I think he's done a pretty good job. He's rung the changes, and Brian Charles allowed him to really rotate his bowlers. And on day one, I think he's done a pretty good job on his return to let's say top level, absolute top level cricket. He's had a prolonged absence. He's been back. He's played 2 games for Barbados, and now he's here playing against England, and it's good to see. And I think like I said earlier, he's done a pretty good job with the captaincy.
So, folks, it's international cricket, and we're back. It's March. It's also Women's Month, and it's cricket time right here. England are in the Caribbean for 3 test matches, allowed to get in to the stadium at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and also the Kensington Oval and in Grenada. So we close today to just letting you know that we come back tomorrow. So on behalf of the entire team, led by Denmore Roberts, who batted well today for a very long period of time, Sylvester Bouncing Joseph, Marley Richards, I am Vernon A. Springer, signing out on behalf of West Indies YouTube channel and saying thanks to Platinum FM 97.9 for carrying the ball-by-ball coverage in Antigua and Barbuda to the folks who are listening. And just to let you know that we also will be bringing the ball-by-ball test series, West Indies versus England, starting at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium on March 8th to the 12th, 2022. So go get your tickets. The tickets are as low as $20 or 54 EC dollars. Can't get any better than that. To see international stars, Joe Root, Ben Stokes, Alzari Joseph, Jaden Seals, Kemar Roach. Nah, that's a steal of a deal. Come on out, man. Go grab your tickets and come out and support West Indies cricket in a very big way. That's it from Coolidge Cricket Ground. We'll be back tomorrow morning, live and in living color at 9:50 a.m. We'll be on air, so make sure that you tune in to the West Indies YouTube channel. May God bless everyone. Safe travels home. I'm Vernon Springer. We're out of here.